The Immortal's Wine Store. Chapter 300, Ambush Plan. Jaimin Kanding's eyes flickered with madness, but he soon calmed himself down. However, boundless wrath still enveloped his heart after discovering his son's death. He had doted on Jaimin Kong since he was his only child, and he was also bound to become the next sect master of the Crimson Sun sect, but all his plans for Jaimin Kong can no longer be fulfilled. After sorting his messy thoughts, Jaimin Kanding glanced at his subordinates with a furious expression. Investigate this matter quickly. Whoever killed my son will have their families or sects eradicated. As he said those words, the killing intent in his gaze intensified, making the elders of the Crimson Sun sect unconsciously retreat in fear. We will investigate this matter right away, sect master. The elders hurriedly excused themselves after his command. They frantically recalled their disciples to help them get to the bottom of their young master's death. After the elders left the Jade Hall, Jaimin Kanding notified his own force to gather in the Crimson Sun sect's main hall. Dozens of experts who were at least at the 7th rank of the Emperor realm lined up in the main hall after hearing their sect master's order. Their sect's 10 guardians were also present at the scene, which made everyone quite confused as to why Jaimin Kanding had suddenly mobilized all of their strongest experts. Jaimin Kanding ignored the crowd's confusion. Silence! He shouted. I know all of you are confused as to why I have suddenly called you here. Jaimin Kong has been killed, and this has been proven since his life jade has already shattered. Now, I want every one of you to search for the culprit behind his death. I want this matter investigated in detail, and nothing must be left uncovered. Dismissed. Jaimin Kanding dismissed the crowd after giving them his command. What? The young master was killed. Someone actually dared to kill the young master. I will kill them. The group of experts expressed their rage when they heard the news of Jaimin Kang's death. Although Jaimin Kang's character was flawed, he was loyal to the Crimson Sun sect, and his talent was even at the very top in the whole sect. Once news of his death reached everyone's ears, the Crimson Sun sect would surely become a laughingstock in the profound Dragon continent. The Crimson Sun sect tried its best to hide this matter, but the disciples still learned about what happened. It was only a matter of time before this would reach the ears of the neighboring sects and empires. Elder Hestia, that is the sect grounds of the Crimson Sun sect. From the way it looks, they should have already discovered the death of Jaimin Kong. They even mobilized their elders and disciples to investigate the matter. Hu Xiandao whispered to Hestia. Hearing his words, Hestia's lips curled up in disdain. She did not place the Crimson Sun sect in her eyes at all. If the new disciples were not here with them, she would have already led the elders to attack their sect grounds. Currently, they were located a few kilometers away from the Crimson Sun sect, and all of them were now wearing dark cloaks that prevented anyone from identifying them. Even from a distance, they could already see the Crimson Sun sect imposing sect building, but if it was compared to the Heavenly Sword Tower, it would only be considered as a beggar's home. However, it was still decent compared to the sect grounds of the other sects in the profound Dragon continent. After all, the Crimson Sun sect already had hundreds of years of history. So that's the Crimson Sun sect. Their sect building looks mediocre compared to our sword tower. Look. I can see more than a dozen of their experts standing guard in the entrance. It looks like they are already aware of what had happened. Suddenly, another group of experts from the Crimson Sun sect came out of their sect grounds. This group was also significantly stronger than the other groups who had set off earlier. They had finally summoned their elders. Elder Hu, tell everyone to prepare an ambush. We will be waiting for them in this spot, but we will give this opportunity to the young disciples. Hestia said as she pointed somewhere on the map in her hands. Hu Xiandao glanced at the location and nodded his head in agreement. That place was indeed ideal for an ambush and assassination, but he was also bewildered by Hestia's order. She actually wanted to give this rare chance to the disciples. Although he wanted to voice out his thoughts, he decided to stay silent. Since Hestia was confident, she must have her plans. All right. I'll inform the disciples of your plan, Elder Hestia. Husaindeo said as he received the map from Hestia. He then went towards the disciples and gathered all of them. Everyone, I have a task for all of you. Husaindeo said as he showed the map to everyone. Although the map was not large, with everyone's heightened vision, it was not a problem for them to see it. Husaindeo pointed to a place on the map and said, "We will wait here for a chance to assassinate the elders and disciples of the Crimson Sun sect, but I have to warn you that there are more than 10 experts in their ranks and it would be dangerous if you failed to assassinate your targets. And if ever you failed, don't hesitate to flee." Understood. The disciples nodded their heads solemnly. For some of them, it was the first time they are going to assassinate someone, and their targets were even disciples of a major sect. Thinking about it, they could not help but feel a bit worried. Relax. Us elders are there to help you guys. I will also ask the elders to reward you based on your performance, so don't disappoint me. Husaindeo smiled when he saw the anxious expression of some disciples. Chapter 301, Regret. Under the lead of Husaindeo, the disciples grimly waited for the Crimson Sun sect's group to arrive. Although they were feeling nervous, they held their swords tightly as they tried to calm themselves. Elder Hestia, it looks like the kids won't be able to kill anyone. Husaindeo muttered quietly when he saw everyone's reaction. He was opposed to this idea since he was a bit worried about the outcome, but since they had already come to this point, there is no turning back anymore. Hestia smiled sweetly when she heard his words. Elder Hu, you underestimate them too much. They might be feeling anxious right now, but with their cultivation level, it won't be a problem to assassinate a few weaker elders and disciples of the Crimson Sun sect. She might be slightly disappointed with their new batch of disciples, but she still believed that they could accomplish this task. As to where her confidence came from, it was because of the presence of the stronger disciples they brought. Hearing that, Husaindeo could only sigh in his heart. He silently prayed that nothing would go wrong. He then notified the elders to prepare for the worst. Elder Shao, who do you think might have killed the young master? From what I could remember, he was secretly protected by 2 strong elders, so his death doesn't seem to be simple. None of the people who came with him even came back. That means all of them were also killed together with the young master. A middle-aged man with short hair asked. His name was Dishyan, an elder of the Crimson Sun sect with cultivation level at the peak stage of the 8th rank divine realm. He was one of the strongest elders in the Crimson Sun sect. The old man named Elder Shao frowned as he answered. The young master was searching for that escaped servant, and it was also reported by our scouts that he was last seen in the Silver Wing Empire. According to the scout, the young master saw that servant girl in the Heavenly Sword Tower. Our investigations will also begin there. Upon hearing the name of the sect, the middle-aged Dishyan was slightly surprised. The Heavenly Sword Tower? The sect that was established by that guy named Zhu Shen? Then, if they are related to the young master's death, this matter might be troublesome. Elder Shao nodded his head in agreement. He was also cursing Jimenkong in his heart for his foolishness. He had actually killed himself for the sake of a servant girl. He was truly an idiot. If not for Jimenkong's identity as the Crimson Sun sect's young master, Elder Shao would have remained inside their sect to cultivate. Even my son Xiao Fenhua died under the hands of Zhu Shen's people. If that idiot Jimenkong has provoked the Heavenly Sword Tower, then the Crimson Sun sect. Suddenly, Elder Shao felt a chill in his heart. He then stared at Dishyan and whispered to him. Elder D, I have a bad premonition about this task. You should leave the sect with me. That idiot Jimenkong might have provoked the Heavenly Sword Tower. We would only be killed if we remain in the sect. You know the temper of that bastard Jimenkending. He would surely command the whole sect to take revenge for his son. We still have a chance to live if we escape now. Dishyan's eyes widened when he heard his words. Elder Shao was actually thinking about escaping the sect? However, the moment Elder Shao mentioned that, he also could not help but feel nervous. After all, Jaimin Kang's death might be related to the Heavenly Sword Tower. Although he had not yet seen Zhu Shen, he had heard countless tales about him. Those rumors even made him admire the man. No one wants to have an enemy like Zhu Shen. When Elder Shao saw the hesitation in the eyes of Dishyan, he said in a grave tone, "Elder Di, have you forgotten how that bastard Jaimin Kanding had unfairly distributed some of our precious resources to that idiot Jaimin Kanding? Those cultivation resources were supposed to be used for your breakthrough to the 9th rank Saint Realm. Do you really want to help that kind of fool? If you still have a bit of brain left, then come with me. We must go back to the sect and get those talented disciples who have been dissatisfied with Jaimin Kanding." Dishyan gritted his teeth and nodded his head solemnly. Elder Shao is right. I have enough of Jaimin Kanding's way of handling the sect. All right, I will follow you, Elder Shao, but where are we going? He asked in a grave tone. Elder Shao knitted his eyebrows as he pondered deeply. He then answered after a few seconds. His voice filled with remorse. We will remain hidden for a few years to prevent the Heavenly Sword Tower from discovering us. You mean? Okay. Sigh. Dishyan's eyes widened, but he soon nodded his head with a heavy expression. He did not want to betray the sect where he had grown up, but he was also tired of Jaimin Kanding's tyranny. After getting Dishyan's answer, Elder Shao glanced at the elder who was leading the investigation group and walked towards him. Grand Elder Jaimin, this matter might be related to the Heavenly Sword Tower, so I hope that you can allow me to go back to the sect to gather more of our elders. Elder Shao said to the hunched old man. This Grand Elder Jaimin was the Grand Elder of the Crimson Sun sect, and he was also the father of the current sect master Jaimin Kanding and the grandfather of the deceased Jaimin Kong. His name was Jaimin Kai, an old man with unfathomable strength. Grand Elder Jaimin did not turn his head as he replied in a sorrowful voice. Shao Fenji, is this your final decision? Do you really want to leave the sect? Elder Shao's heart almost leaped out of his chest upon hearing the Grand Elder's words. He had actually heard his secret conversation with Dishyan. He was certain that he had masked their conversation with his true essence, but Grand Elder Jaimin still overheard them. This. Grand Elder Jaimin shook his head with a weak smile as he said. You don't need to explain yourself. I know what my son has done to you for many years, but I chose to turn a blind eye to it. I even failed to educate my grandson. Bring this with you on your journey. Elder Shao absent-mindedly took the book handed to him. When he recovered from his shock, he was again stunned when he laid eyes on the book in his hands. This is the core cultivation technique of the Crimson Sun sect. Grand Elder Jaimin. The hunched old man raised his thin arm and shook his head. Just leave before it's too late. He had already sensed a group of enemies hidden a few hundred meters away from their location. If his guess was right, those people might be there for them. Elder Shao took a deep breath before he nodded his head. Grand Elder Jaimin, thank you for your understanding. If we escape alive, I will establish a new sect together with Dishyan. Farewell. He walked away without turning back after bidding his farewell. He knew that this would be his last meeting with the Grand Elder, and although he felt his heart aching, nothing else could be done. They had already made enemies with the Heavenly Sword Tower, and he knew that the Grand Elder would never escape from the sect. With a heavy heart, Elder Shao nodded at Elder Di. Let's go. The Grand Elder has already permitted us to go back. Seeing his darkening complexion, Dishyan immediately nodded his head. He did not know how Elder Shao had convinced the Grand Elder. I'll ask him later. After that, the two of them left with some disciples. Grand Elder Jaimin glanced at their departing figure with a look of regret. To think that such talented individuals are forced to leave the sect because of my son's foolish actions. No. It is partly my fault for not disciplining him well. Sigh. The Grand Elder seemed to have aged by several years at that moment. He regretted spoiling his son all those years ago. Sigh. This old man is already too old. I can only do this much to repent for what I have done. Xiao Fengji, I leave everything in your hands. The Grand Elder muttered to himself as he led the remaining elders and disciples of the Crimson Sun sect. Elder Hestia, some of them left. Do you want me to chase after them? Hu Xiandao asked Hestia. There is no need for that. Hestia shook her head in reply. Chapter 302, Grand Elder Jimen. It wasn't that Hestia did not care about Elder Xiao and the others who had escaped. Just that, the hunched old man leading the Crimson Sun sect was giving her intense pressure. That old man is not simple. Elder Hu, abandon the plan. The disciples are in danger. Hestia abruptly rose to her feet and she disappeared in a blink of an eye. Hu Xiandao was not even able to give her a reply before she vanished. Hey? Wait. She said that the disciples are in danger. I have to inform them. Hu Xiandao hurriedly dashed towards the disciples who were still oblivious of what was going on. Bang! Grand Elder Jimen sized up the beautiful woman in front of him. From her appearance, she looked to be in her early 20s, but her cultivation level was already on par with the elders of the Crimson Sun sect. He then noticed the insignia of the Heavenly Sword Tower on Hestia's dress and his eyes flashed with understanding. Such a young lady! And she seems to have a high status in the Heavenly Sword Tower. He exclaimed in his heart. The elders and disciples of the Crimson Sun sect were also dumbfounded at Hestia's sudden appearance, but they soon noticed the emblem on her clothes. She is from the Heavenly Sword Tower. So they are really the ones who killed the young master. Hey beauty, how about you come with us? We promise that we won't hurt you. The elders of the Crimson Sun sect had cold smiles on their faces as they stared at Hestia's lithe figure. Some of the hot-blooded young men even glanced at her with unscrupulous gazes. Looking at the scene not far away, the new disciples of the Heavenly Sword Tower were surprised when they saw Hestia blocking the path of the Crimson Sun sect. Weren't they supposed to ambush their group? Then what was Elder Hestia doing? Those were their thoughts when they saw this scene. Isn't that Elder Hestia? Why is she there? What about our plan? The disciples were confused at the sudden development and even the elders were also surprised. All of you, gather to me this instant. Elder Hestia commands everyone to abandon the assassination plan. Quick! Hu Xiandao's voice suddenly drifted to their ears. Why are we abandoning the plan? The Crimson Sun sect's group has not even noticed our presence. We could have executed the plan effortlessly. Right. What is Elder Hestia thinking? Some disciples expressed their disappointment at Hu Xiandao's command, but they could not do anything about it, so they could only gather in his location with regretful expressions. Hu Xiandao bitterly laughed when he saw the downcast expressions of the disciples. Even he was surprised at Hestia's sudden order, but she was the leader of the group and it won't be good to defy her orders. Meanwhile, Hestia was now looking at the hunched old man with a solemn look. She even took out her sword and prepared for an attack. She could sense boundless might coming from the old man, and this became even more apparent after she came closer to him. With her cultivation at the late stage of the 9th rank saint, she had no problems with defeating even those experts at the peak stage of the 9th rank saint. However, the old man in front of her was giving her a dangerous vibe, which means that his strength surpassed those of 9th rank saints. To think that the Crimson Sun sect has an old ancestor like yourself. I'm truly surprised with this revelation. Hestia said in a calm voice, but she was inwardly alarmed at her discovery. It was a good thing that she had sensed the danger earlier, or the new disciples might have been in danger if she did not tell them to retreat. The hunched Grand Elder Jimen coughed and steadied himself with his walking stick. His appearance turned pale for a moment, but he soon recovered. Grand Elder! Are you all right? Grand Elder, what happened? The elders and disciples of the Crimson Sun sect glanced at the hunched old man with worry. They knew that their Grand Elder was plagued with an illness and his health was on a decline since then. His almighty figure had been reduced to its current state after suffering from the effects of that illness. The Crimson Sun sect used many of their high-level spiritual plants to help him recover his peak state, but aside from alleviating a bit of his pain, the spiritual plants failed to heal him. Since then, he rarely came out of the sect and isolated himself to prevent his health from declining further. He only came out recently after hearing the death of his grandson. Grand Elder Jaimin shook his head slowly. "I'm all right," the old man said. He then stared at Hestia with a calm look and casually said, "You're so young, but you've already reached the late stage of the 9th rank saint. It seems like the Heavenly Sword Tower is really a haven for peak martial arts experts." "What? She's a late stage 9th rank saint? How could it be possible? No way. She looks no older than 20. Everyone wanted to refute the old man's words, but they knew that the Grand Elder was not someone who utter lies. In that case, the woman in front of them was indeed a late-stage 9th rank saint. Hestia became even more certain of her conjectures upon hearing the old man's words. She held her sword tightly as she stared at the old man, afraid that he would suddenly launch an attack. "Don't tell me you are a nascent god realm expert." She was slightly surprised as she asked the old man. Grand Elder Jaimin's murky eyes flashed briefly and he chuckled. "Haha! Are you trying to buy time for those young ones? You don't have to worry about that, little girl. I'm not here to kill the younger generation. I only want to know why my grandson was killed. Although his character is terrible, Jaimin Kong is still my grandson. The Heavenly Sword Tower must offer a sufficient reason for killing him." Although the old man's voice was calm, Hestia felt a sudden wave of pressure coming from him. If not for her cultivation, she would have already fallen to her knees. Chapter 303, Battle. At this moment, the distant Huzaindao finally noticed the old man's strength. His pupils constricted when he sensed the overwhelming aura coming from his hunched figure. He found it hard to believe that such a fragile old man could actually emit a palpitating pressure that made him feel dread. "Elders, protect the disciples from any danger. Lead them to retreat from this place." Huzaindao shouted grimly, stunning the disciples in place. From the expression of Elder Hu, they knew that the old man leading the Crimson Sun sect's group was not ordinary, and even Elder Hestia seemed to be wary of him. Thinking about that, the disciples felt a bit worried. "Elder Hu, leave the disciples' safety to us. Don't push yourself too hard and make sure you come back alive to the sect," the elders said to Huzaindao. Huzaindao nodded his head solemnly at them before he sprinted towards Hestia. "Let's go. Elder Hu has already spoken. We must retreat immediately." The elders pushed the dumbfounded disciples. Meanwhile, Hestia heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the disciples were retreating with the elders. She then moved her gaze back to the hunched old man in front of her. The aura coming from him was becoming stronger and his aged face is slowly regaining its youthful look. "Those people are trying to escape. Go after them," an elder of the Crimson Sun sect ordered when he saw the retreating disciples of the Heavenly Sword Tower. Swoosh! Swoosh! Dozens of elite cultivators run past Hestia, but she ignored them. Initially, she wanted to stop them, but the old man seemed to have noticed her actions, so he increased the pressure he was emitting. "Old man, stop!" Huzaindao shouted when he sensed the rising aura of the old man. He felt his heartbeat quickening when the old man gazed at him. Although his eyes were murky, they contained boundless strength and confidence. Grand Elder Jaimin was slightly surprised when he saw the barbarian. From his aura, he should be a 9th rank saint. 9th rank saints seems like cabbages in the Heavenly Sword Tower. He muttered to himself. "What do you want to say?" Grand Elder Jaimin asked in a cold tone as he glanced at Huzaindao's stalwart figure. "Your grandson, he wanted to forcibly capture one of our disciples. Luckily, her fellow disciples arrived to save her from her predicament. Unfortunately, your grandson seemed to be adamant in capturing her and he did not even back down when our disciple mentioned that the girl he is trying to capture is a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Tower." Husayandao's voice sounded calm, but he was already sweating buckets. You bastards from the Heavenly Sword Tower! Do you really have to kill our young master for a mere disciple? You even killed a few of our disciples and 2 elders. You should pay for your crime. The remaining elders and disciples of the Crimson Sun sect expressed their anger when they heard Husayandao's words. They believed that he was merely spouting nonsense. Grand Elder Jaimin sighed in his heart at Husayandao's words. He knew that the barbarian was most likely telling the truth. After all, his grandson was a womanizer and he would do anything to get his hands on any woman he likes regardless of their status. Jaimin Kong, you've really brought a disaster to the Crimson Sun sect this time. If you were still alive, I would have personally killed you. Grand Elder Jaimin was seriously pissed at his own grandson at this moment. This event could have been avoided if Jaimin Kong did not force the matter. Sigh. Grand Elder Jaimin sighed helplessly as he shook his head. He took one last glance at Hestia and Husayandao before he turned around and left. He walked so slowly with his walking stick but no one dared to stop him despite their confusion. The old man's figure seemed to have become even thinner at that moment. Looking at the old man's desolate back, Husayandao felt a wave of sympathy towards him. From the old man's reaction and expression, Husayandao believed that he wasn't as bad as his grandson. With his high cultivation, he could have also killed him and Hestia, but it looks like he had no plans of doing that. He left. Husayandao murmured. The elders and disciples of the Crimson Sun sect recovered from their stupor. They then glared at Hestia and Husayandao with hatred. Although the Grand Elder has spared you, don't think that we would do the same. Everyone, kill the barbarian. As for the woman, capture her. Let's bring him to the sect master to appease his anger. Kill! They shouted as they pounced towards Hestia and Husayandao with crazed looks. For a moment, spells and skills rained down from the sky, causing violent explosions to erupt. Bang! Bang! Facing the combined assault of more than several dozen experts, Husayandao and Hestia remained calm. Only the old man was strong in their group. As for these experts, they were nothing in the eyes of the two. Hestia waved her sword forward, producing sharp gales of wind around her. She then sent it towards the approaching enemies. Husayandao took out a massive two-handed great sword from his space ring. It was even larger than his body, but he wielded it as if it was as light as a piece of paper. Be careful! They are strong! An elder of the Crimson Sun sect shouted. Since you are tired of living, let me send you guys in hell! Husayandao roared like an angry beast as he brandished his gigantic greatsword. He swiped it sideways, making the space around him tremble. The ground beneath his feet crumbled under his strong burst of power, producing spider-web-like cracks to the surface. On the other hand, Hestia's swordplay looked lackluster in comparison, but there was a strange power emanating from her every action. Fierce gales covered her figure, making her look like the Queen of Storms. Multiple figures were sent flying in the air after they clashed with these two. They could not even touch the shadow of Hestia and Husayandao. Chapter 304, Fierce. The elders and disciples of the Crimson Sun sect were alarmed after they witnessed the overwhelming disparity between them and the two. Looking at their calm expressions, Hestia and Husayandao did not even seem to have expended a lot of true essence. They are strong. It would be difficult if we continue to fight like this. Elders, form a battle formation. Disciples, stand behind us and provide long-range support. A guardian of the Crimson Sun sect stepped forward and commanded his group. This guy was an old man in his 60s, and his cultivation level had already reached the early stage of the 9th rank saint. Yes, Lord Guardian. Everyone answered when they heard his command. This guardian seemed to be someone respectable in the Crimson Sun sect based on how the others reacted to his call. The elders of the Crimson Sun sect gathered around each other and formed a battle formation facing Husayandao and Hestia. After they banded together, their aura climbed higher, making their combined might even stronger than before. The disciples also stood behind their elders with solemn faces as they slowly channeled their true essence. Huzaiandeo and Hestia felt a strong amount of pressure coming from them after they assembled their battle formation. Although it was only rough and was hastily executed, it was still enough to put pressure on the two. Elder Hestia, be careful. They might be weak individually, but the power of their battle formation must not be underestimated. Huzaiandeo said warily as he observed the formation of their enemy. He was trying to search for a hole in their defense. Hestia nodded her head calmly. Elder Hu, I have already found the weakness of their formation. The moment I attack, just hit the spot that I will strike, she said as she slowly lifted her sword. A trace of disdain flashed in her gaze for a moment. The Crimson Sun Sect's group became alert when they saw Hestia's actions. The Guardian and the Elders also prepared their weapons as they watched Hestia with serious gazes. If anyone else would see the confrontation between these two groups, they would certainly be surprised. After all, the Crimson Sun Sect had dozens of experts while they were merely facing two individuals. However, they could not be blamed either. The strength of Hestia and Huzaiandeo has exceeded their expectations. Go! Hestia suddenly dashed towards the leading guardian, catching everyone unprepared. Even Huzaiandeo was shocked at her swift movements, but he was still able to follow behind her. The leading guardian of the Crimson Sun Sect sneered upon seeing Hestia's attack. Although she was fast, he was still able to track her movements. After all, the difference in their cultivation was small. Even so, he did not dare take her lightly. Activate your defensive skills. Disciples, aim your skills forward. Make sure you avoid hitting us. The Guardian issued a series of commands. Hestia's mouth curled into a cunning smile when she saw their actions. She then changed the trajectory of her path and targeted the disciples who were still preparing to attack. Huzaiandeo almost failed to follow her. You could have at least told me that you are targeting them. He smiled wryly in his heart. Shit! Their real target are the disciples behind us. Don't let them succeed. The Guardian shouted angrily when he saw everything. Too late. Hestia said as she swiped her sword towards the stunned disciples. The poor disciples could only helplessly watch Hestia as she struck them. Huzaiandeo did not forget Hestia's words. He lifted his gigantic sword and smacked it down towards the place where most of the disciples were gathered. Bang! The unlucky disciples who were hit by his massive sword were flattened into meat paste. As for those who luckily came out alive, some parts of their body were already missing. Stop right there! The Guardian waved his war axe towards Huzaiandeo's defenseless back. His axe carried a scorching flame that made the surroundings turn hotter. Die! The elders of the Crimson Sun Sect also attacked Hestia's fatal spots, not wishing to give her a chance to escape. Huzaiandeo's eyes erupted with fury and he abruptly turned around and parried the Guardian's war axe with his giant sword. The violent clashing of their weapons produced a loud clanging sound. Clang! The ground beneath them crumbled as they used all their strength to push their weapons. Meanwhile, Hestia stared at the incoming enemies with a calm look. In her eyes, all their movements suddenly turned slow. This was her skill. It could enhance her reaction speed and increase her mental strength, making her thought process faster than normal. Hestia brandished her sword elegantly. It was as if she was painting a beautiful artwork with every strike of her sword. And when she sheathed her sword, the airborne enemies suddenly exploded into a fountain of blood. Too weak. She shook her head in disappointment. She then stared at the Guardian who was only barely blocking Huzaiandeo's fierce sword strikes. Elder Hu, do you need my help? She asked with a smile. Ha ha ha. I'm just warming up, Elder Hestia. I will finish this soon. The barbarian chuckled upon hearing Hestia's words. He was also feeling shocked at how fast Hestia had eliminated her enemies. After all, there were almost 10 elders that pounced at her. You dare treat me lightly? Die! The Guardian felt rage boiling in his heart when he heard the conversation between the two. They were actually taking him lightly? You might be stronger than me, but I can still drag you to hell with me. Die. The guardian used his remaining strength to swing his war axe with full force. Facing this, Husaindeo revealed a mocking smile as he slashed his sword. Bang! The guardian's war axe was destroyed and he was also thrown away by the resulting force of the attack. Husaindeo stared at the guardian and saw that the guy was still alive. Although the guardian's body was already beyond injured, he still managed to stare at Husaindeo with extreme hatred. The Gra Ground Elder will avenge us. His eyes lost their glow after saying those words. Grand Elder? Is he talking about that old man earlier? Husaindeo muttered to himself as he recalled the hunched old man. Although their meeting was only brief, he was still able to sense the old man's formidable strength. If he did not leave, the outcome of the battle might have been different. Hestia walked behind Husaindeo. She also heard the last words of the guardian. Elder Hu, let's go and check the others. Many of the Crimson Sun sect's people followed after them. The new disciples might be in danger, she said to Husaindeo. The barbarian nodded his head and said, lead the way, Elder Hestia. On a different battlefield, Prince Dante and the others were fiercely fighting against the disciples of the Crimson Sun sect. Although their individual strengths were stronger than their counterparts, the enemies had outnumbered them and it won't be long before they will run out of stamina and true essence. Everyone, just hold on! Prince Dante shouted, but his words did not manage to ignite everyone's fighting intent. If not for the elders protecting them, some of them would have already died. Seeing that his allies were struggling, Prince Dante frowned. If this continued, some of them might die. I need to think of a way that could let everyone have a breather. Disciples of the Heavenly Sword Tower, stand behind me. As the strongest experts of the younger generation, how could these weaklings defeat us? In every enemy you kill, I will offer a corresponding amount of true crystals. I will personally ask the sect for the rewards. Don't hold back! A loud shout suddenly caught everyone's attention. The eyes of Prince Dante and the others twinkled. They knew that it was Yang Zenki. Brother Yang is right. How could these bunch of nobodies threaten us? I, Han Sen, will slay whoever crosses swords with me. Kill! The tide of the battle abruptly changed after that shout from Yang Zenki. Despite the weariness of the Heavenly Sword Tower's disciples, they still brandished their swords like crazed fanatics. They did not even flinch after getting a few wounds. The eyes of their enemies revealed a trace of fear upon witnessing the fierce struggle of their opponents. These fucking bastards are crazy. They are a bunch of crazy lunatics. To think that the Heavenly Sword Tower is actually accepting these kinds of disciples. I don't want to fight anymore. Flee. These bastards are crazy. Some of the Crimson Sun sect's disciples turned tail and ran, making those that remained to feel a huge amount of pressure. Prince Dante heaved a sigh of relief at this development. Good thing Brother Yang is here to encourage everyone. I wonder how Elder Hu and Elder Hestia are faring. They are facing more than several dozens of enemies there, so we must hurry. Chapter 305, Stunned Jaimen Kending. Looking at the fleeing enemies, Prince Dante and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The others from the Crimson Sun sect also retreated when they discovered that most of their allies had already fled. Even their elders followed them, afraid that they would be slaughtered by the crazed experts of the Heavenly Sword Tower. Brother Yang, you're too awesome. You managed to ignite everyone's spirit with a few words. I'll follow you from now on. Han Sen chuckled as he stared at their escaping enemies. Yang Zenki glanced at Han Sen in disdain. This guy had really become good at kissing someone's ass. He wondered where this guy learned this from. It is nothing special. Everyone wants cultivation resources, so I merely used that to our advantage. Yang Zenki said in a calm voice. Prince Dante, Bai Mingchu, and the others gathered towards Yang Zenki. All of them had various wounds all over their bodies, but every one of them had excited expressions. After all, they had just won a fight which was not in their favor, so everyone's exhilaration was understandable. Brother Yang, we managed to make them retreat, but we still need to go back and help Elder Hestia and Elder Huziandeo. Prince Dante said. Just as Yang Zinki was about to call everyone, he suddenly sensed two strong auras coming towards them. He frowned and shifted his gaze to the left. Prince Dante also noticed his reaction and so he followed Yang Zinki's line of sight. To their surprise, they discovered that it was actually Hestia and Huziandeo. Greetings Elder Hestia, Elder Hu. They greeted respectfully. Hestia and Huziandeo scanned everyone and they both heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that all of them were safe. Elders, tend to the wounded disciples. We will rest here for a few minutes before we go back to the sword tower. Huziandeo commanded in a stern voice. He was now a 9th rank saint and he had a higher status in the heavenly sword tower than these elders, so they immediately nodded their heads upon hearing his command. Elder Hu, are you sure that we will rest here? Prince Dante asked speechlessly. The Crimson Sun sect knew this place and it would be bad if they call for reinforcements. Some elders were injured and a few disciples even had grave wounds. It would not be ideal if they fight under this circumstance. Huziandeo glanced at the prince and laughed in an unrestrained manner as he shook his head. You don't have to worry about that. Elder Hestia and I dealt a huge blow to their force and they would certainly hesitate to clash with us at this moment. Just focus on recuperating and go help those that need immediate attention. The barbarian said as he patted Prince Dante's shoulder. Prince Dante wanted to say a few more words, but Huziandeo already turned away, so he could only smile wryly. However, he was also surprised at the man's words. From what he could remember, the two were fighting dozens of elders and disciples from the Crimson Sun sect, but from Huziandeo's tone, it looks like they won even when they were at a disadvantage numerically. He wondered how the two had managed to win in that situation. It looks like Elder Hestia's strength is not ordinary. He muttered in his heart as he looked deeply at the gentle-looking woman standing not far away from him. She still had that kind smile she usually has in the wine store. In the Crimson Sun sect's main hall, Jaimin Kanding was seated on the head seat. His face was solemn and cold as he watched the group of elders and disciples kneeling before him. Speak. What happened right there? Why are you all in such a state? Jaimin Kanding asked in a calm tone. Although he sounded calm, everyone knew that he was angry. Se sect Ma Master, we are about to set out to the place where the young master was last seen, but before we could even go there, we were actually ambushed by the experts of the Heavenly Sword Tower. A disciple said in a stuttering voice. His face was full of fear as he stared at Jaimin Kanding. Experts from the Heavenly Sword Tower? Are you certain about that? Jaimin Kanding suppressed his fury and asked. This. Everyone that joined in the expedition are witnesses. Their robes had the insignia of the Heavenly Sword Tower. I'm sure about this since I was present during the opening ceremony of the Heavenly Sword Tower. The disciple answered immediately. Jaimin Kanding frowned upon hearing that. Now, he was 100% sure that the Heavenly Sword Tower was the one that killed his son. Thinking about it, his eyes flashed coldly. Heavenly Sword Tower. He muttered the name one word at a time, showing everyone how furious he was. Give up. Those people are not simple. Even the elders they sent are not normal experts. An aged voice suddenly echoed inside the main hall. Everyone glanced at the source of the voice and saw a hunched old man slowly walking with his walking stick. Jaimin Kanding's expression softened when he saw this old man. This was his father and the current Grand Elder of their sect. He was also the strongest expert of their Crimson Sun sect. Grand Elder Jaimin occasionally coughed as he moved slowly. Everyone's heart ached when they saw the state of the old man. They knew that his health was already declining, but they could not do anything about it since no one was able to cure him. Father, what do you mean? Jaimin Kanding asked softly. Grand Elder Jaimin stopped in his tracks and sighed. This son of his had really disappointed him. He did not even ask about his well-being and was instead asking about something else. One of the experts they sent is someone at the late stage of the 9th rank saint. Her strength alone is comparable to those at the peak stage of the 9th rank saint. Aside from that, there was also a barbarian at the early stage of the 9th rank saint who came with her. Although he is weaker than the woman, this barbarian's strength is at least on the same level as you. Grand Elder Jaimin slowly said. The old man's words stunned Jaimin Kending. Chapter 306, Return. Jaimin Kending furrowed his eyebrows. His father's words were just too difficult for him to believe. An early stage 9th rank saint had the same level of strength as him? It was inconceivable. After all, he was already a late stage 9th rank saint and he was only a breath away from the peak stage of the 9th rank saint. Father, I understand that barbarians are physically stronger than others, but is that guy really as strong as me? Jaimin Kending asked doubtfully. He was confident in his own strength, so how could he accept the fact that someone who was 2 minor realms lower than him in cultivation has the same strength as him? Grand Elder Jaimin recalled the figure of that red-haired barbarian. He could still remember the explosiveness of that man's physique. From that alone, he could already tell that the barbarian was a body-strengthening expert. It must be noted that body strengthening is much more difficult to train than regular true essence cultivation. After all, the latter was merely dependent on one's talent, while the former was dependent on one's willpower. Not everyone has the sufficient amount of willpower to withstand the torturous way of enhancing the physical body. Only a few individuals could reach a high realm in terms of body strengthening. If you don't believe me, then you can go ahead and confront that person. Their group should still be resting not far away from here. The old man said before leaving the main hall. Not one person dared to stop him. Jaimin Kending glanced at his father's figure with complex emotions. The mighty father that he once admired had now become a decrepit old man who was one step closer to death's door. The old man can only fight someone at the peak stage of the 9th rank saint, and with his now fragile body, he might even find it hard to compete with someone at that level. That must be why he retreated. Why does it have to be the Heavenly Sword Tower? This is getting troublesome. Jaimin Kending remained silent as he sat on the seat. No one dared to fart when they saw the solemn expression of their sect master. Where is Guardian Feng? Jaimin Kending asked in a serious tone. Of the experts that went out this time, only less than half were able to come back to the sect. One of the 8 guardians also seemed to be missing. This made Jaimin Kending slightly perturbed. Sect Master, the group who were together with Guardian Feng were all wiped out. As for Guardian Feng, he also died in battle. An elder said in a grieving tone. It was the first time their Crimson Sun sect has suffered such disastrous losses. If their enemies would learn about this, they might have a hard time. Lord Sect Master, I also want to report something. Another elder suddenly raised his hand and spoke. Jaimin Kending glanced at him and nodded his head. Speak. Before we encountered the experts from the Heavenly Sword Tower, Elder Shao brought a few people with him to go back to the sect to get reinforcements. However, I saw no traces of them here. They might have. The elder did not continue speaking, but everyone could understand the words that he wanted to convey. What? Jaimin Kending's gaze turned cold. Did you search the corpses of the fallen? Are they not among those who died in battle? He asked while suppressing his wrath. The elder was scared when he saw the expression of the sect master, so he immediately answered him. Yes, sect master. This subordinate already inspected the battlefield where Guardian Feng has fallen, but I see no traces of Elder Shao and the others there. Jaimin Kending could no longer hold back his fury. He smashed the armrest of his seat, breaking it into pieces. Everyone inside the main hall went silent. No one wants to become the outlet of their sect master's anger. That bastard Shao. He dares to fucking betray me. I'll fucking kill him. All of you, search for them. Report to me if you see any traces of them. Jaimin Kending howled. Everyone inside the main hall immediately sprang into action, afraid that Jaimin Kanding would kill them if they remain inside the main hall. Not long later, only the furious Jaimin Kanding was left inside the main hall. He was panting heavily as he clenched his fists in rage. "Fucking bastard!" At a distance, a hunched old man suddenly sighed. This was Grand Elder Jaimin. He used his spiritual sense to observe the main hall, but what he saw only made him even more lonely. My Crimson Sun sect is doomed this time. To think that it would be destroyed during my time. It looks like I will be condemned by the ancestors in the afterlife. He muttered. Cough. 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 My time is running out. I just hope that the brat Shao can survive this disaster. If he manages to live, at least my Crimson Sun sect still has a hope to rise up. Present time, in front of the Heavenly Sword Tower's massive gate, a huge rift in space suddenly emerged, stunning the patrolling guards. We're finally back. I can now drink an unlimited amount of milk. Meow. A burst of sinister laughter echoed from within the rift in space. The patrolling guards stared solemnly, but when they saw the appearance of the small little girl, they heaved a sigh of relief. Zhu Shen flicked her forehead and stared at the sword tower with a calm look. He then glanced at the 8 tigers who had now transformed into their human forms. This is my heavenly sword tower. From now on, your task is to protect this place. Zhu Shen said expressionlessly. The 8 tigers stared at the towering sword tower that almost pierced the skies with a look of awe and amazement. They could already sense the high-level protective array formation around the sword tower. Even with their nascent god realm cultivation, they might not be able to destroy its defenses. This alone made them utterly dumbfounded. Ice smirked in disdain when she saw the reaction of her parents and clan elders. Hey! Don't make me lose face in front of this stinky human. Meow. Chapter 307, Divisions. The sect master is back. An elder shouted in an excited tone when he saw the figure of Zhu Shen outside the sword tower. After hearing the elder's shout, everyone inside the sword tower immediately discarded what they were doing and went towards the entrance with eager faces. All of them wanted to see Zhu Shen. It was especially true for the new disciples. They wanted to see the rumored strongest expert of the profound dragon continent. Look! It's indeed the sect master. Do you guys see the little girl beside the sect master? According to the elders of our clan, she is nascent god realm savage beast. She should be one of the peak experts of the sword tower. To think that such a strong savage beast actually has such a cute human form. Who are those people behind them? They don't look familiar. Brother Dante, do you know who the people behind sect master Zhu are? Lu Mendi, who was among the crowd, asked the young man beside him. Prince Dante was pleased with how Lu Mendi had called him. He pestered everyone to simply call him by his name since they were already sect brothers and sisters. At first, most of them felt awkward about it, but they all gradually became used to it. Prince Dante shook his head and answered. This is the first time I have seen them. However, I can't sense their cultivation level at all no matter how many times I checked. They are not simple individuals. With the prince's strength, he was capable of sensing the cultivation levels of those who were even 2 major realms higher than him, but this time, he failed to discern the strength of the people behind Zhu Shen. Lu Mendi was shocked when he heard his reply. With the sect master's arrival, the fate of the Crimson Sun sect might already be set in stone. If he plans to send the peak experts of the sword tower to eliminate them, then their only choice to survive is to leave the continent. Prince Dante nodded his head upon hearing those words, but he soon shook his head. I'm not certain about that. The sect master has always been unpredictable. He might not even place the Crimson Sun sect in his eyes and disregard them completely. He smiled wryly. Hearing that, Lu Mendi was at loss for words. That might really happen. Greetings, Sect Master Zhu. Greetings, Elder Thaya. Everyone greeted Zhu Shen and Thaya the moment their group came inside the sword tower. As for Ice, who was ignored, she pouted in dissatisfaction while glaring at everyone. Looking at her expression, Zhu Shen patted her small head. He then stared at the elders and disciples of his sect with a calm look as he said, "During my absence here, I visited the Divine Beast continent to do something. I also got to know the people behind me from that place. All of them are savage beasts at the nascent god realm, and from now on, they will become the 8 guardians of our heavenly sword tower." Everyone was shocked when they heard Zhu Shen's announcement. Those people behind him were actually nascent god realm savage beasts. And there were 8 of them at that. Just how did the sect master manage to get them? Whoa! Now our sect has 8 new experts at the nascent god realm. We are invincible. Great! Those people from the Crimson Sun sect would definitely wet their pants if they hear about this. Ha ha ha! The elders and disciples were happy about this. Who doesn't want their sect to become the strongest? From the looks of it, their heavenly sword tower was bound to become the strongest holy land of cultivation in the whole profound dragon continent for the next millennia to come. Zhu Shen nodded in satisfaction when he saw the reactions of everyone. He already expected this to happen, so he was not the least bit surprised. Zhu Shen gazed at everyone and slowly said, "I will make a few announcements regarding the internal structure of our sect. The Heavenly Sword Tower has just begun its development and it is still in its infancy. The sect does not even have its own divisions yet, so I might as well promote a few people here to lead these departments." He had already planned this beforehand, but because of the recent issues, he could only apply it now. The eyes of the elders brightened when they heard Zhu Shen's words. All of them wanted to be promoted since that would mean a more stable supply of cultivation resources for them. Although they already had a lot as elders of the Sword Tower, getting a few more would make their progress increase a lot. Looking at their expressions full of anticipation, Zhu Shen continued in a calm voice. "The first person that I'm going to announce is Ren Zhuang. He will become the head of the punishment division. The role of this depart is to enforce the law among the members of our section." After he announced that, Zhu Shen took out a robe that was prepared beforehand. It was a robe that was completely black and the emblem of the Heavenly Sword Tower was also drawn at the back of the robes. Other than that, there was also the words Punishment Division written on the upper right side of the robes. "Ren Zhuang, step forward and receive your new robes." This was merely part of formality, but Zhu Shen wanted to emphasize this so that everyone would know the importance of each division. Swoosh! Ren Zhuang silently appeared in front of Zhu Shen, stunning the crowd of elders and disciples. They did not even discover his presence and they only saw him when he revealed himself. "Isn't he the guy protecting the second floor of the wine store?" "Yeah, it looks like him." Ren Zhuang kneeled with one knee and paid his respects to Zhu Shen. After getting his new robes, Ren Zhuang vanished once again. Chapter 308, Blood Sword Division. After giving Ren Zhuang his new robes, Zhu Shen glanced at the crowd and said, "I will announce the creation of the Pill Division and it will be led by Qi Hongtian. The responsibility of this division is to create the resources and pills meant for everyone in the sect. Qi Hongtian, get your new robes here." The old man Qi Hongtian was pleasantly surprised about this, but as a person who had experienced the hardships of life, he was able to quickly calm himself. "Congratulations, Elder Qi." "No. I should call you Division Head Qi now," Fengzi whispered to the old man. The two of them had become even closer after becoming Zhu Shen's alchemy disciples. Qi Hongtian smiled at him before he went towards Zhu Shen. "Master." He greeted the young man in a respectful voice. Zhu Shen nodded at him and whispered, "Brat, don't think I've forgotten about our agreement. Make sure you break through and become a nascent alchemy god." Qi Hongtian's smile vanished when he heard his master's words. Crap! He cursed in his heart. He wiped the sweat building up on his face and resolutely said, "Master, don't worry. I won't disappoint you." Zhu Shen nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the old man's words. He then handed the new robes of Qi Hongtian and pushed him aside. The old man could not even muster his strength and was easily flung away by Zhu Shen. Qi Hongtian smiled wryly, but he soon became ecstatic at the thought of becoming the division head of the Heavenly Sword Tower. He was not even this excited when he became the Supreme Elder of the Alchemy Hall. He knew that with his master leading the Heavenly Sword Tower, it was destined to become the greatest sect in the whole world. Lu Sulan, come up here. Zhu Shen called as he glanced at the beautiful woman standing not far from him. Master. Lu Sulan bowed her head respectfully. I announce the creation of the Heavenly Sword Division. You, Lu Sulan, will be the head of this division. Take your new robes. Zhu Shen said to his disciple. Master, what is the role of the Heavenly Sword Division? She asked after getting her new robes from Zhu Shen. The Heavenly Sword Division will be responsible for training the disciples who are proficient in swordsmanship. Zhu Shen calmly answered. Lu Sulan nodded her head in understanding after getting his answer. This wasn't a problem for her since she already has experience in training disciples. After all, she was the sect master of the Ice Cloud Sword sect that had now integrated into the Heavenly Sword Tower. Huxiandao, come here. Zhu Shen called the stunned barbarian. Sect master. The barbarian greeted with respect and veneration. This young was the man who had helped him regrow his arm and was also the person he admired the most. I announce the creation of the Defense Division. Its role is to defend the Heavenly Sword Tower from outside threats. Huxiandao, you will be the head of this division. Here is your new robes. Zhu Shen said calmly. Huxiandao was slightly overwhelmed with emotions. He thought that he would only become an elder in the sect because of his identity, but it seems like Zhu Shen did not mind having a barbarian like him become an important figure of his sect. To this, Huxiandao was infinitely grateful. I will protect the sword tower with my life. The barbarian pledged in a loud voice. Good. Zhu Shen nodded his head at him. Next will be the Celestial Division. It will be responsible for training the disciples who are proficient in other weapons. Situ Liulai, come here. Zhu Shen called the dumbfounded woman. Liulai pointed at herself as she glanced at Zhu Shen in confusion. She was usually a calm woman, but this time, she was definitely surprised. After all, she was not one of Zhu Shen's oldest subordinates and she was not even expecting a promotion from him, so his sudden call really surprised her. When Liulai saw the stern expression of Zhu Shen, she immediately walked towards him. She was over the moon at this unexpected promotion. Sect Master. She greeted with a smile. You are a versatile woman and I am confident that you can lead the Celestial Division well. Zhu Shen said expressionlessly. The Celestial Division's role was similar to the Heavenly Sword Division. However, the focus of the Celestial Division is to train the disciples using other weapons such as bows, spears, axe, etc. Thank you for your trust, Sect Master. I won't disappoint you. Liulai promised with a cheerful expression. Among the crowd of disciples, the eyes of Zhu Ren flashed with excitement when he heard the role of the Celestial Division. He was proficient in the arts of spearmanship and he was reluctant to discard all that he learned. From the looks of it, he no longer needs to worry about this. With the help of the Celestial Division, he was certain that he could increase his spear skills. Brother Zhu, I have to congratulate you in advance. With the creation of the Celestial Division, your progress in spearmanship will surely increase exponentially. Prince Dante said with a smile. He was genuinely happy for his friend. Bai Mingchu and the others were also happy for Zhu Ren. With this, they no longer have to worry about Zhu Ren's cultivation progress. After that, Zhu Shen announced the creation of a few more divisions and he also promoted their respective heads. These are the Mission Hall, responsible for giving missions to the elders and disciples. Led by their division head Kenyat. Resource Division, responsible for distributing the resources of everyone in the sect. Led by division head Xiaozinyu. Miscellaneous Division, responsible for other sect-related matters like food distribution, cleaning, repair, etc. The last one and also the most surprising of all is the Blood Sword Division. When Zhu Shen announced it, everyone was shocked, especially after they heard about its role and its division head. Blood Sword Division, responsible for eliminating the sect's enemies. Led by Division Head Yang Zhenqi. Chapter 309, Ice Wants to Play. The whole Sword Tower was in an uproar when they heard about the Blood Sword Division, but what made them even more surprised was the fact that the sect master had actually appointed Yang Zhenqi as its division head. Yang Zhenqi's eyes widened in disbelief. The sect master was actually giving him much importance that he even appointed him as a division head? Yang Zhenqi could not help but recall his life before he met Zhu Shen. He was just a scrawny little kid with a weak and fragile body. He did not even dream of becoming someone great, but then a man suddenly came and changed his life. He told the scrawny kid to train twice as hard as his peers, and the man even forced the scrawny kid into a hellish training. Yang Zhenqi glanced at Zhu Shen with reverence and gratitude. It was all because of this man. If not for him, he might still be a servant of the imperial family. Zhu Shen stared at Yang Zhenqi with a look of approval. The kid did not disappoint him indeed. He had transformed from a carp into a dragon. Yang Zhenqi, take your new robes, he said to the young man. Yes, sect master. Yang Zhenqi accepted the robes and held it tightly. After he sensed its warmth, he promised in his heart that he would always serve as Zhu Shen's sword regardless of the dangers it may bring. After that, Zhu Shen dispersed the crowd and went back to the sect master's room upstairs. Master, I have something to report to you. Ren Zhuang appeared beside Zhu Shen and whispered to him. Speak. Zhu Shen calmly said. When you were still in the Divine Beast continent, something happened to the new disciples. Ren Zhuang did not dare to speak any more nonsense and immediately get to the point. Oh? Did something happen? What is it? Zhu Shen was a bit curious, so he asked. Jaimin Kong from the Crimson Sun sect tried to capture Sylphy when she was outside of the sect. Luckily, the prince and the others were following her secretly and they were able to prevent Jaimin Kang's group from kidnapping her. They also killed Jaimin Kong during that time. Ren Zhuang replied. I see. Someone from our sect suggested taking revenge for that, right? Zhu Shen asked with a calm look as if he was already expecting this to happen. Hearing that, Ren Zhuang felt surprised in his heart, but he still nodded his head. That's right. Elder Hu Xiandao and Elder Hestia led a few elders and a group of disciples to seek justice for Sylphy, but when they came to the Crimson Sun sect's sect grounds, they met a nascent god realm expert. That expert is also the Grand Elder of their section. At the mention of that, Ren Zhuang felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he was responsible for the gathering of intelligence, but because of his overconfidence, he failed to discover the presence of the Crimson Sun sect's nascent god realm expert. Zhu Shen stopped in his tracks upon hearing that. He then glanced at Ren Zhuang in disappointment, but he felt that this was also good. With this, Ren Zhuang and the others would no longer dare to be complacent and they will also become more careful in handling matters. You have shamed the reputation of our heavenly sword tower. You actually approved the suggestion of taking revenge when there is no need to. The Crimson Sun sect is merely a small sect in this mortal world. Wasting your time on them is not worth it at all. Ren Zhuang immediately kneeled when he heard Zhu Shen's words. He also felt ashamed of himself. Sect Master, I admit my mistakes. Please punish me accordingly. Zhu Shen sighed in his heart as he shook his head. Get up. Since you have already started this, then you must deal with it. As for that nascent god realm expert, bring him here. I'd like to see what kind of person he is for him to reach that realm in this continent even with its horrendous environment. Zhu Shen became slightly interested in this expert. For him to become a nascent god realm despite the profound dragon continent's unfair environment, this guy must be a genius. Ren Zhuang wanted to say that this expert was actually an old man, but when he saw Zhu Shen's interested expression, he swallowed the words down his throat. Yes, Sect Master. I'll get this done right away. leave. Zhu Shen waved his hand at him. Ren Zhuang vanished with a swoosh. Stinky human, I want to play with that Crimson Sun sect. I promise I won't kill that nascent God Realm expert. He he he. Ice suddenly said with a sinister smile. Looking at her expression, Zhu Shen could only lament for the misfortune that is about to befall the Crimson Sun sect. Seeing Zhu Shen's lack of response, Ice elbowed him while putting on a cute look. Come on, stinky human. I will just eat him, I won't kill him. He he he. Zhu Shen's face twitched, but he still nodded his head. He knew that he could not control this little troublemaker, so he might as well agree to her request. Just don't kill him. I still want to see what kind of guy he is. He said sternly. A hint of regret flashed in Ice's gaze for a brief moment. All right, I promise. Meow. She said with a pout before sprinting away from the scene. Sect Master Zhu, please forgive our child. She has been spoiled since she was young, so she acts like that. Ice's father said helplessly as he watched his daughter's running figure. Just let her be. At least this way, the Crimson Sun sect's demise would be set in stone. Zhu Shen said indifferently. He was confident about the little girl's power. With her presence, even if there were 3 nascent God Realm experts in the Crimson Sun sect, she would still win. Chapter 310, Crimson Fiend Continent. After dealing with the troublesome matters of the sect, Zhu Shen was finally back in the sect master's room. He sat on a chair and pondered about what he should do next, but then... Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning a sufficient amount of true crystals in your first store. You have reached the required amount of earnings to open up a second branch. Loading second branch location. Host, please wait. After hearing the system's voice in his head, Zhu Shen was taken aback. A second branch? He muttered in confusion. Location finalized. The second branch of the host's wine store will be located in the Crimson Fiend Continent. The host will be teleported to a random city in the Crimson Fiend Continent in 10 minutes. 10 o'clock. 9:59. Looking at the timer that suddenly appeared in front of him, Zhu Shen immediately stood up. He had already set up the foundations of his heavenly sword tower and it should have no problem working on its own even without him. However, he had to inform his subordinates that he would be gone or else they might be worried. Thinking about that, Zhu Shen immediately summoned all the newly appointed division heads and asked them to come to the sect master's room in less than 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, the division heads were already standing before Zhu Shen. They were wondering what Zhu Shen had called them for. After seeing that everyone has arrived, Zhu Shen immediately spoke. I will go to the Crimson Fiend Continent to open a new branch of wine store. I don't have time to explain this to you guys, but there is no need to worry. After hearing that Zhu Shen wanted to go to the Crimson Fiend Continent to open a new branch of wine store, everyone inside the room became agitated. That place was the home of countless demons. A place where evil creatures roam about. Why would their sect master decide to open a branch of a wine store in that kind of place? This sect master. Zhu Shen raised his hand and prevent them from speaking as he added. Again, I don't have time to explain this to you. I might be gone for a longer time, but I will come back once in a while to check on everyone's progress. Ren Zhuang, you made a mistake last time, but I will give you one more chance to prove that you are capable. Don't let anything like this happen again while I am away. Ren Zhuang nodded his head solemnly and said. Yes, Master. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Zhu Shen suddenly disappeared in front of Ren Zhuang and the others, making them slightly surprised. They did not see Zhu Shen controlling the element of space, so they were slightly perplexed at his disappearance. Everyone, go back to your stations and make sure that everything in the sect will be in place. Division Head Yang Zhenqi, as the division head of the Blood Sword Division, follow me to the Crimson Sun sect. The sect master has tasked us to finish this matter with them. Ren Chuang said to them. In a city filled with the stench of blood and filth, a person suddenly appeared. Zhu Shen glanced around him with a calm look. In front of him was a city with stone houses and buildings. Although it wasn't as pleasing as Beltran City, it was not that bad. The only thing that made Zhu Shen frown was the smell of blood lingering in the air. So this is the Crimson Fiend continent? He muttered to himself. Look! Isn't that guy a human? Indeed. That kid looks delicious. He's mine. No way. I saw him first. The loud voices of demons interrupted Zhu Shen's train of thoughts. He glanced at the demons with an expressionless face, and a trace of disdain flickered in his gaze. The demons are indeed stronger than the other races. Even the normal mobs here are at least at the 5th rank spirit realm. Zhu Shen said as he casually evaded the demons who had pounced towards him. They could not even touch the hem of his clothes. Shit! This guy seems to be an expert of the rebel army. Call the city guards. We are not his opponent. Run! How could Zhu Shen let them escape? It would be troublesome if more demons came to create trouble for him. With a wave of his hand, Zhu Shen created hundreds of fire arrows before sending them towards the demons. Puchi! 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 The demons who were only at the 5th rank spirit realm and below could not even evade the flame arrows. In less than a few seconds, all of them looked like burning porcupines. Zhu Shen also blocked the space around the area to prevent anyone else from seeing or hearing everything that was happening here. Howls of despair resounded for a few seconds before it vanished without a trace. Upon closer inspection, not even an ash remained of those demons. They were burned into nothingness by those flame arrows. I did not plan to kill you guys, but why did you just have to act like that? Ding! Host, please search for an appropriate place to construct the second branch of the wine store. The system's voice once again resounded inside his head. All right. Zhu Shen nodded his head and immediately went to look for a suitable location for the second branch of his wine store. He was also looking forward to the future of this branch here in the Crimson Fiend continent. It was nighttime, and the demons did not notice that a human had actually snuck inside their city. Zhu Shen walked around the city without even bothering to disguise himself. He only masked his presence to prevent the demons from discovering him. Only those at the 9th rank saint would be able to see Zhu Shen at this moment. However, are 9th rank saints a lot in this city? Well, yes, but none of them were outside the street, so no one even noticed Zhu Shen. Chapter 311, Second Branch Chapter Store Creation. It took Zhu Shen less than 10 minutes to search for a perfect spot. With his near-perfect control of spiritual power, he was already able to draw a map of the demon city inside his head. This city is actually much larger than Beltran City. The number of inhabitants is also twice as much as Beltran City. It looks like the business here would also be much better. Zhu Shen muttered to himself at his discovery. At this moment, he was standing in front of a secluded spot in the city. It was not that far from the city's central district, but the number of pedestrians here was significantly lesser. There was a reason for this, and even Zhu Shen was taken aback after learning about it. It was because this place was the territory of a high-ranking demon. No common demon dared to wander around this place in fear of offending this high-ranking demon. Only those with high status among the demons can be seen here. I just arrived here, but I already discovered a demon lord. Zhu Shen thought to himself. The demons have a similar cultivation level to humans, but once their strength exceeds the 9th rank saint, they would be referred to as demon lord. That means they are equivalent to a human expert at the nascent god realm. System, I've found a suitable place for the second branch of my wine store. Zhu Shen said in a calm tone. He was satisfied with the location, and although this place was currently deserted, he knew that it would not take long before it will be crowded. As for the demon lord overseeing this place, he put it at the back of his mind. Ding! Scanning location. Host, please wait. Loading. Loading. Scan complete. Host, would you like to set up your second branch here? The system's cold and emotionless voice rang inside his head. Yes. Zhu Shen calmly replied. Ding. Initiating creation of second store branch. Host, please wait. Under Zhu Shen's stunned gaze, countless pieces of construction materials suddenly appeared in front of him. However, what made him even more surprised was the value of these materials. Sun Moon Divine Wood, Gold Temporal Sand, Heaven Sundering Rock, Celestial Astral Soil. That metal piece. Isn't that the celestial rank metal that can only be found in hell, the fiend god divine Irividium? Zhu Shen became numb when he saw these celestial rank materials floating around him. Even in his past life, he could rarely find these valuable items, but these priceless items were actually converging right before his eyes. So how could he not be shocked about this? Although Zhu Shen had already prepared himself for this, he was still dumbstruck at what he saw. He had already seen the system's display of extravagance when his wine store in Beltran City was upgraded, but watching all these precious materials being made into a wine store, even with his high attainment in the heart realm, he could still not help but feel a bit speechless. What a pity! If I could have a few of these precious items, I can make the best weapons and armaments for my section. Zhu Shen muttered in regret. System, how about you give me some of these materials? If I have these items, I can create a few good toys for my section. Zhu Shen shamelessly said. He had already conned the system before into giving him the baleful dragon sacred sword, so he was planning to do the same trick. Ding! Host, your cultivation is too low to refine any of these items. You have to reach the heavenly god realm before you are able to make weapons from these materials. The system's cold voice echoed inside his head. Heavenly god realm. Zhu Shen shook his head with a blank look. That was his cultivation during his past life. His cultivation speed might be faster now, but he knew how hard it was to reach the heavenly god realm. He could even remember how many eons he had cultivated just to reach to that point. Never mind. He muttered helplessly. The heavenly god realm was still a distant goal for the current him. Zhu Shen was also unsure of how many years it would take him before he would reach that realm in this life. As Zhu Shen was lamenting his lacking cultivation, the creation of the store was still happening right before his eyes. The Sun Moon Divine Wood had become the floor and the wall, the gold temporal sand was also processed by the system and made it a crystal clear glass. Pieces of precious material stacked in front of Zhu Shen and was slowly forming into a two-story building. Zhu Shen could only watch with slightly agitated eyes as the precious materials in front of him were slowly decreasing. At this moment, it had become a three-story building that was shaped like a blooming lotus. Even Zhu Shen was stunned at this design. It must be mentioned that Zhu Shen was already used to seeing high-class buildings and establishments, but this was the first time he was shocked to see a building in this mortal world. If this building was taken into the primordial god realm, even those old fogies would praise its architecture. Zhu Shen sighed in admiration. In another 10 minutes, a huge azure lotus can be seen in front of Zhu Shen. It did not look like a building at all, and if one would look at it from afar, they would definitely mistake it as a real lotus. Beautiful! Zhu Shen praised from the bottom of his heart. The blooming azure lotus in front of him gleamed like a beautiful artwork under the illumination of the moon. If someone was watching the city from above, they would surely notice that it was the only pleasing scenery in the whole city. Just like a blooming flower in a dreary land. Just as Zhu Shen thought that the creation was already done, he suddenly discovered that the ground beneath his feet was slowly crumbling. Seeing this, he propelled in the air and floated. This is Chapter 312, Carnivorous Dragon Koi. Zhu Shen's mouth twitched at the sight in front of him. The trash soil that he was stepping on earlier had suddenly transformed into celestial astral soil. This was another celestial rank item that was rare even in the primordial god realm. This soil can only be harvested in the territory of the angel race, a superior race in the primordial god realm. Even the 3 celestial emperors would not dare anger the angel race. It was because they had a large number of heavenly god realm experts. There were even rumors that the Lord of Hell, Celestial Emperor Asmodeus, was once part of the angel race. Because of this, getting a handful of celestial astral soil was difficult. However, right in front of Zhu Shen, tons of celestial astral soil had already covered the ground. Do you really have to be this wasteful? Zhu Shen's mouth went dry from being speechless. Not long later, in the area where the blooming azure lotus building was located, tall metal fences made from fiend god divine Irividium were suddenly erected, trapping the lotus building in a square fence. Zhu Shen slowly descended to the ground and opened the gate connected to the metal fences. A stone pavement suddenly emerged in his path, and he did not even bother to glance at what it was made from, since he was already certain that it was another precious stone. Beautiful spiritual flowers and spiritual plants germinated and bloomed within the celestial astral soil, creating an image of a fairy garden. A small pond was also created near the entrance of the new wine store, and Zhu Shen even saw more than a dozen fishes swimming about. With his discerning gaze, he could already tell that these fishes were the carnivorous dragon koi that were nascent god realm at birth. Zhu Shen's almost jumped in shock at the sight of it. After all, this species of fish was already extinct in the primordial god realm a few eons ago. The reason for its extinction was because this species of fish was too valuable that it could promote a huge leap in cultivation upon consumption. Zhu Shen was lucky enough to eat a piece of this fish when he was still not a heavenly god realm expert. Just as Zhu Shen was about to capture one of these fishes, all of them suddenly transformed into a white streak of light and formed the figures of women. This. How could this be? Carnivorous dragon koi are the only savage beast that is incapable of transformation. How could they transform into humans? Zhu Shen exclaimed in his heart when he saw the 12 fishes suddenly transforming into 12 beautiful maidens. Greetings, Master. We are the guardians of this branch store. The 12 beautiful maidens bowed at him as they greeted in unison. Their alluring voices that could capture the souls of men drifted beside Zhu Shen's ears like a tempting symphony. If he was an ordinary person, he would have been beguiled by them. Zhu Shen's heart realm forcefully calmed his state of mind and breathing. With an indifferent expression, he glanced at the 12 ladies as he asked, "How come you guys can transform?" The 12 pretty ladies glanced at each other when they heard his question. Confusion can be seen in their faces. From the looks of it, they were also unaware of their circumstances. Finally, one of them stepped forward and clasped her hands as she said, "Master, we also don't know about this. The only memory we have is you. The only memory you have is just me." Zhu Shen was perplexed by this. The 12 ladies nodded their heads simultaneously. Their beautiful faces were filled with innocent ignorance. Seeing that they also had no idea, Zhu Shen did not dwell on the matter. "Since you are the guardians of this store, all of you must already know what to do, right?" Zhu Shen asked them. "Yes, Master. Our task is to protect this place from danger." The girls answered in sweet and alluring voices. Zhu Shen felt his ears tingling, but he forced out a calm look. It seems like he had underestimated the enchanting abilities of the carnivorous dragon koi. Protect this place. I don't think anyone could even break the glass materials in this store. They might not even be able to lift a small grain of celestial astral soil. In my opinion, this store doesn't need protection. Zhu Shen thought to himself speechlessly. With the insane materials used to create the lotus building, Zhu Shen was certain that no one was capable of doing anything to this store. The celestial astral soil is a celestial rank item, and without sufficient knowledge in handling it, no one would be able to lift even just a single grain of it. Just don't casually show your human forms to others. They might become agitated and try to eat you guys. Zhu Shen warned them. "Eat us? Humph." One of the ladies harumphed and showed her 2 sets of sharp teeth. Carnivorous dragon koi were meat-eaters and their main prey were small creatures, but if they banded together, they could even consume a whole dragon. Sigh. Never mind. Just don't transform without my permission. Zhu Shen relented. Yes, master. He he he. The ladies giggled as they answered. It was unknown whether they would follow his command when he saw their cunning smiles. It looks like many demons would become snacks for these little girls. My advance condolences to you. Zhu Shen muttered in his heart after seeing the crafty smiles of the ladies. Transform back to your form. Someone might come here, so you guys must be careful lest they see your appearance. Zhu Shen did not want to cause a huge commotion in this demon city. The Lotus building was already enough a commotion, and if these ladies would remain in their human forms, he did not know what kind of scene would happen in this store. The ladies smiled seductively at Zhu Shen before they transformed into small fishes. Chapter 313, The Luxurious Brand Chapter Store, 1. Zhu Shen stepped inside the lotus-shaped building and he felt slightly reluctant to step on the floor when he saw that it was made from pure sun-moon divine wood. If this was used as a material in forging a weapon, the resulting weapon would certainly be amongst the strongest celestial rank weapons even in the primordial god realm. However, such a precious material was actually used as a mere flooring in this store. With a bit of reluctance, Zhu Shen walked inside the new store. The Lotus building has 3 floors in total and Zhu Shen was currently on the first floor. Everything inside the store screamed luxury and it was unknown what kind of commotion it would cause in this demon city once everyone takes notice of it. Even the Silveria imperial family's imperial hall completely pales in comparison to everything in this store. From the crystal clear glass window, the smooth porcelain wall, the precious wooden floor, none looked mediocre. Just sitting inside this store could make anyone's cultivation soar at unimaginable speed. The first floor alone could already fit more than 100 customers and it was still spacious. Let me check the wine storage. Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he walked towards the wine storage of the store. Along the way, Zhu Shen also noticed a few spiritual plants placed in pots, making the store look more aesthetically pleasing. All those spiritual plants were at least at the nascent rank, but despite seeing this, Zhu Shen remained calm. After all, these spiritual plants meant nothing compared to the materials used in making the store. Even the fence outside was millions of times more precious than the spiritual plants, so Zhu Shen did not place much thought into it. Inside the wine storage, Zhu Shen saw rows upon rows filled with glittering wines. From the looks of it, the system had already prepared the store's first batch of wine. With this, Zhu Shen no longer had to brew the wines himself since everything was already prepared. What's this? Is this a new wine? Zhu Shen frowned upon seeing an unfamiliar type of wine. In Beltran City's branch, this wine definitely did not exist, so he was perplexed when he saw it. Ding! Host, this is a unique wine in this branch store, the Blade Divinity Ardent Spirit. The system suddenly answered Zhu Shen's confusion with a cold and mechanical voice. I see. This name doesn't sound like a normal wine. What effects does it have? Zhu Shen asked the system as he observed the bottle of wine filled with scarlet liquid. Ding! The Blade Divinity Ardent Spirit can stimulate the consumer's proficiency in weapon intent. Upon consumption, their weapon intent will experience a breakthrough. The system answered in the same mechanic voice, but its words made Zhu Shen a bit surprised. Weapon intent? Interesting. Zhu Shen muttered to himself upon hearing the system's words. Weapon intent is related to a cultivator's proficiency in using their weapons. For instance, a sword expert with great proficiency in swordsmanship would one day gain enlightenment in sword intent, making his sword skills even sharper and imposing. A swordsman with sword intent was more than a dozen times stronger than those without sword intent. So the value of this new wine was immeasurable just with its ability to enhance a cultivator's weapon intent. How much is it? Zhu Shen asked the system. He was curious how much a bottle of wine with such effects would be. Ding! The Blade Divinity Ardent Spirit is worth 500 true crystals or 500 bloodstones. The system replied immediately. Bloodstone is a type of crystal that was unique to the Crimson Fiend continent. This crystal can be refined to speed up the progress of a body enhancer's cultivation. It's quite cheap for such a precious wine, Zhu Shen said as he returned the wine bottle in place. Although he wanted to try the wine for himself, he was not in a hurry. After seeing that there were no more new wines, Zhu Shen stepped out of the wine storage and went to the kitchen. The kitchen of this store was twice as large as the one in Beltran City. Furthermore, the kitchen tools here were also of better quality and standard. Suddenly, Zhu Shen saw something at the corner of the kitchen and his eyes flashed with curiosity upon seeing it. An item with this much space power. It looks like it works similar to a space ring, Zhu Shen said as he glanced at the crystalline rectangular box. Zhu Shen inspected it closely and he became even more interested in it. What is this? He muttered as he pulled the rectangular box open. Indeed. This is an item similar to a space ring. Just that, the space inside this item is more stable and firm. It can also hold a living object inside. The time in this space seems to be, it's moving so slowly. Zhu Shen could see the items inside the rectangular box and there were living creatures inside. However, what made him astonished was because the time inside this space was moving at a snail's pace. No. Even a snail was faster than the movement of time here. If I get inside here and cultivate for thousands of years, wouldn't I be invincible? Zhu Shen thought to himself. Ding! Host, only ingredients can be placed inside here. A living being's soul would immediately dissipate upon entering this space. The system's words made Zhu Shen sigh in disappointment. Never mind. He closed the rectangular box and went out of the kitchen. He was satisfied with everything he had seen so far. After looking at every corner of the first floor, Zhu Shen proceeded upstairs. As Zhu Shen ascended the stairs, he felt that the true essence around him was slowly becoming more concentrated and thick. Although it was not enough to stimulate his true essence, he knew that it would have a more astounding effect on others. With his one-of-a-kind physique, it would take more than this to stimulate his true essence. However, the same thing could not be said to other cultivators. After all, their physical constitution was not as exaggerated as his body. Looks like the things upstairs are also precious. He smiled as he opened the door to the second floor. Chapter 314, The Luxurious Brand Chapter Store, 2. In a different part of the demon city, inside one of the rooms in a towering mansion, a demon that was about 2 meters tall can be seen looking outside the window. The demon's blood-red pupils contracted as he peered deeply into the distance. This demon's body was covered in black armor-like scales and even the demon's eyeballs looked as tough as a diamond. This demon's name was Burlock and he was one of the demon lords in Morlan City, the demon city where Zhu Shen was currently in. Burlock was a lot stronger than the other demon lords since he was already a peak-stage demon lord. Burlock's diamond-like eyes flashed with confusion as he stared at the horizon. Why is that area a lot brighter than before? Burlock muttered with uncertainty. He has been in Morlan City for hundreds of years and he knew everything about the city like the back of his hands, so he was puzzled by the sudden change in one of the places outside. Could it be, someone is celebrating there? Humph! They dare organize an event in my territory without my permission. Preposterous! Burlock lashed out. He then strode outside his room with a dark expression. Each step he took shook the mansion, scaring the demons serving him. A spirit-gathering array formation was actually inscribed here. This made the true essence in this part of the store even more abundant. If one cultivates here, their cultivation speed would be a lot faster than normal. Zhu Shen was also an array formation maker in his past life. Although he did not study this occupation seriously, he still reached a high level in it, so when he saw the spirit-gathering array inscribed on the second floor, he immediately identified it. The spirit-gathering array that Zhu Shen had mentioned was an array formation that can augment the amount of true essence in a specific place. This array formation was used by notable clans and sects to make the cultivation speed of their juniors faster. The space inside the second floor was also large and it could accommodate more than 100 customers as well, and from the looks of it, this place would certainly be famous in Moreland City in just a matter of time. System, is there also a requirement for the access of the second floor in this branch? Zhu Shen asked. Ding. Host, only nascent God Realm experts are allowed to step inside the second floor, but they can only remain for a maximum of 2 hours. As for VIP card holders, they can go inside without limit. The system answered mechanically. After getting the system's answer, Zhu Shen did not linger for long on the second floor. He went to the topmost floor of the Lotus building and was surprised. I thought that this place was meant for the store's workers. Then why is this? When Zhu Shen went inside the third floor, he discovered that there weren't any rooms meant for the workers. Instead, the third floor was a vast space with a huge battle ring at the center. Looking at this ring, Zhu Shen furrowed his eyebrows. Ding! Host, this is the store's divine battle arena. The host can unlock this floor after accumulating enough true crystals or blood stones. As of the moment, the host is still not permitted to open this part of the store to the public. A battle arena? What benefits would this battle arena provide to my customers if they spar here? Zhu Shen asked curiously. Ding! The winning participants would receive bountiful rewards. As for the rewards, the host will have to provide them. Aside from the host's rewards, the winning participants would also be rewarded with God crystals. The system answered coldly. I see. Zhu Shen could already imagine the storm that this battle arena would cause once it goes into public. God crystal was a precious resource that could enhance one's cultivation without any backlash. A single God crystal was already precious in the eyes of inhabitants in the primordial God realm, how much more the mortals of Nu are. After learning that the third floor was still unavailable, Zhu Shen went back to the first floor. Where am I supposed to rest in this place? He frowned. Ding! Host, there is a basement in this store. The system suddenly said. Basement? Zhu Shen raised his eyebrows in surprise and he immediately used his spiritual power to peer towards the wooden floor. His spiritual sight penetrated the wooden floor and he discovered that there was indeed a basement below. Without hesitation, Zhu Shen searched for the door towards the basement and he swiftly went downstairs. Not bad. The rooms here are also much better. Zhu Shen nodded his head contentedly. He then moved his line of sight towards the furthest room in the basement. This room was significantly larger than the others and Zhu Shen was sure that it was meant for him. Burlock's expression changed when he saw an unfamiliar lotus flower ahead of him. This lotus flower was azure in color and it was so huge that he had to raise his head slightly to see its tip. What the hell is this thing? I don't recall this being here. Strange. Wait. It is fenced? This place. This is not a real lotus, but a building. Burlock's eyes widened upon discovering that the huge blooming azure lotus in front of him was actually a building. If it was not for his impressive eyesight, it would have taken him longer to see the truth about this lotus building. Who could create such an impressive building here without everyone's notice? Perhaps he might be a demon ancestor. Thinking about that, Burlock's gaze went cold. This was his territory and he did not want anybody to claim it without his permission, but if the owner of this lotus building was indeed a demon ancestor, then things might not be easy for him. No matter what, this is still my territory. Whoever this person is, he must give me an explanation for this intrusion. If worst comes to worst, I can ask for demon ancestor Jun's help to punish this fellow. Humph! Burlock muttered angrily. Chapter 315, Ugly Demon? Burlock was still wary of the owner of this new building, so he did not dare release his anger. While suppressing his rage, Burlock noticed that the gate was partially open. He did not even bother to lock his gate. Is this guy not afraid of anyone stealing from his place? What an idiot! Burlock muttered with a mocking expression as he pushed the gate. The moment he stepped inside, his eyes widened like saucers. This? How is this possible? He exclaimed in fright when he saw numerous high-level spiritual plants and spiritual flowers scattered around the lotus building. That is 1,000-year-old blood revitalizing ginseng. And that one, isn't that a purple moonlight lily? This. Burlock staggered after identifying the precious spiritual plants and flowers. After gathering his wits, Burlock glanced at his left and right. When he noticed that no one was in the vicinity, he stretched his arm with an intention of snatching the spiritual plants. Since there is an opportunity right in front of him, why would he not grab it? Only an idiot would turn a blind eye upon seeing these valuable spiritual plants. He might be a demon lord, but these resources were still of significant value to him. With these in his possession, he might have a chance of breaking through his cultivation realm and become a demon ancestor. Since you have constructed a building in my territory without getting my permission, then don't blame me for being rude. Burlock chuckled evilly. Just as he was about to pluck the blood-revitalizing ginseng in front of him, he suddenly felt a sense of extreme danger right behind him. Without hesitation, Burlock rolled to his left and positioned himself to face the direction where he had sensed the danger. A silhouette slowly emerged from the shadows and showed herself to Burlock. This newcomer was a demure young lady with long blue hair. Her fair skin had a few spots that had fish scales, but it did not ruin her beauty. Instead, it added a different kind of charm to her. Looking at this incomparably beautiful woman, Burlock frowned and adjusted his stance warily. He could sense that this woman was as strong as him in terms of cultivation. Is she the owner of this building? He muttered to himself while glancing at the demure young lady with a solemn expression. Ugly demon, how dare you sneak inside my master's store and try to steal one of his spiritual plants? Are you tired of living? The lady's expression suddenly changed as she lashed out angrily. Hearing that, Burlock felt indignant and rage welling up his heart. You guys were the ones who built this building in my territory without permission, and now you don't even allow me to get a few stalks of herbs. Burlock blurted out. His eyes reddened because of his intense anger. Humph! It is your honor that my master has taken a liking to your lousy territory. And you even dare to say that you are just trying to get a few stalks of herbs when your hand is reaching out for the blood-revitalizing ginseng. What do you take me for? A 5-year-old child? The young lady pointed at Burlock's face, and he could even feel her spittle raining down on his face. The two of them were only 3 meters apart, but this young lady's spittle had actually managed to reach him. Did she really have to be this loud? Burlock's face contorted in fury. Since when did he experience this kind of thing? He was a respectable demon lord, but he was actually being reprimanded by this little girl? Infuriating. Enough. Get your master to get out. Let me see who is so daring enough to construct this goddamn building in my turf. Burlock stumped his foot on the ground as he shouted furiously. However, he failed to notice that the ground beneath him did not even budge after his stump. Sister Blue, what is happening? Why is this ugly demon so noisy? Sister Blue, is this ugly demon the food the master has prepared for us? I don't want it. It's too disgusting. He looks fat and full of meat, but this demon looks ugly that I suddenly lost my appetite. Is this really the food the master has given us? I don't want to eat it. Gross. More than 10 figures suddenly emerged behind the blue-haired young lady, stunning Burlock in his place, but when he heard their words, he almost spurted blood from anger. You. What you? Did we allow you to talk? Sister Blue, this ugly demon lacks manners. How about we teach it a lesson? One of the ladies suggested with a grin. The eyes of Sister Blue and the other ladies lit up when they heard that. Looking at the expressions of these young women, Burlock felt his spine tingle. Shit! I did not expect that there are more of them. And from the looks of it, all of them are at the Demon Lord realm. Burlock's face fell. He could handle one Demon Lord expert, but there are 12 of them standing in front of him. And from their expressions, they are definitely not thinking about something good. What do I do? Think. Burlock's heartbeat sped up erratically as the ladies slowly inched towards him. Am I really gonna be eaten by these little girls here? He cried in his heart. Zhu Shen, who was still busy observing his new store, paused his movements and stared in the direction of the entrance. Upon seeing what was happening outside, a smile suddenly lit up his face. What a perfect timing! My store is just lacking a few waiters or waitresses, but with this fellow here, I can begin operating this store by tomorrow. Zhu Shen said as he walked towards the door of the new store. He must be quick or those little fishes might really eat that guy. Zhu Shen pushed the door open and said. Wait! Don't kill him! Chapter 316, I will smash your store. Just as Burlock was about to fight with these little girls to death, he suddenly heard an impassive voice. Wait! Don't kill him! Burlock saw that the 12 beautiful women were already standing behind a young human male with long silver hair. His golden eyes were deep and profound, making Burlock feel as if the human could see through everything about him. Such penetrating gaze! Burlock shuddered when his line of sight clashed with the human. He gulped in dread when he met those pair of golden eyes. Master, is this ugly demon our food? Master, we don't like it. This guy looks ugly and he might not taste good. How about we get something else? Just not this guy. The young woman called Sister Blue said to the young man with a pleading look. Hearing her words, Burlock stumbled. You! How dare you insult a demon lord? He pointed his shaking arm at Sister Blue. Although Burlock was fearful of the young man, he was still a demon lord. And as a demon lord, how could he allow them to trample his pride? All right, stop. Don't agitate him. Zhu Shen flicked the forehead of Sister Blue, making her hold her head with a wronged expression. You must be a human expert from the rebel army. You might be stronger than me, but I cannot allow you to trample upon my dignity. Burlock said with a dignified look. He had already sensed that Zhu Shen was a lot stronger than him, but he did not cower. Oh! Zhu Shen's eyes flashed when he saw the determined look of the demon. You can kill me, but when the news about my death would reach everyone's ears, you will be surrounded by my brethren from all sides. When Burlock saw that Zhu Shen was silent, he thought that the latter was afraid of the consequences of killing him, so his confidence intensified. You constructed a building in my territory without permission, and despite your identity as a human expert of the rebel army, you snuck inside our city. But don't worry. I'm a magnanimous man, so I will give you a way out. Burlock knew that he was at a disadvantage here, so he chose to compromise. Zhu Shen's tranquil expression unnerved him, but he still continued. Give me a few stalks of spiritual plants and spiritual flowers and I will write off our disagreements. If not, then I will command my men to smash your building. Burlock threatened. Sister Blue and the others wanted to say something, but they were stopped by Zhu Shen. Smash my store? You're quite an interesting demon. All right. I'll give you the chance to smash my store. Zhu Shen smiled mysteriously as he took out a chair from his space earring. And under Burlock's stunned gaze, he leaned on the chair with a nonchalant look. He even gestured for Burlock to begin smashing his store. Seeing his actions, Burlock's mouth twitched. You think I'm afraid of you? Watch how I destroy your store. Burlock sneered as he rubbed his fists. Zhu Shen was amused by this demon, so he might as well watch the show. He then took out a wine bottle from his space earring and a small silver cup. Master, let me pour the wine for you. The young lady named Blue offered as she snatched the wine bottle and silver cup from Zhu Shen's hands. Zhu Shen did not stop her and he just nodded his head indifferently. Seeing this, Blue gently poured wine into the small silver cup and filled it half full. She then handed the silver cup to Zhu Shen like an obedient maid. When Burlock saw this scene, he became even more infuriated. These guys are actually taking him lightly? Thinking about it, Burlock clenched his fists tightly. Don't blame me for this. Burlock muttered as he swung his fists towards the wall of the Lotus building. Burlock was a demon lord with strong physical strength. His punch whizzed through the air, creating a whistling sound. The air compressed following Burlock's outburst of power. Most of the demons were body-strengthening experts and Burlock was one of them. He was even one of the overlords of this demon city, so his strength was far from ordinary. When he saw that his punch was about to come in contact with the wall, Burlock's eyes flashed with glee. "You asked for this, you brat." However, what he had expected did not happen. When his fists touched the wall of the Lotus building, he felt his arm going soft. Bang! Burlock felt as if he was electrocuted after punching the wall. And when he saw the undamaged Lotus building, his eyes went wide in stupefaction. Just as he was about to cry in surprise, he suddenly felt a wave of pain in his right arm. He turned his gaze towards it and was dumbfounded in horror. This! The hand that he used to punch the wall of the Lotus building was now broken and his arm was also hanging loosely on his side. He actually broke his own arm. "I don't believe this. How could a wall be this sturdy? I must be dreaming." Burlock blurted out with a dazed look, but he was unwilling to believe what he was seeing. And without hesitation, he used his left hand to punch the wall of the Lotus building. This time, his punch carried a more destructive force. Even Sister Blue and the other ladies furrowed their eyebrows upon seeing the strength behind this punch. Looking at this, Zhu Shen's lips twitched. Is this fellow tired of living? He actually wants to punch a wall made from a celestial rank material? Even during my past life, I would find it difficult to break such a thing. Zhu Shen muttered to himself. And without suspense. Bang! Burlock's remaining arm hung loosely to his side. Arg! Help! Is this wall made of metal? Fuck! Burlock's screams echoed in all directions. Chapter 317, Scared Burlock. Sister Blue, is that guy an idiot? He actually broke his arms. Ha ha ha! One of the ladies erupted into peals of laughter as she pointed at Burlock with a mocking look. It was as if she was looking at a clown in a circus. "I think this ugly demon is a retard," Sister Blue replied in derision. She wanted to beat up Burlock personally because of his impertinence earlier, so when he saw his current, she was satisfied. The other ladies covered their mouths as they chuckled. Looking at their faces, Burlock felt like crying. So that's why the young human was so confident. The wall of this store must be made of precious metals. Arg! Damn you, human! You fooled me! I'll kill you! Burlock steadied himself as he glared at Zhu Shen. His face was covered in sweat as a wave of pain swiftly traveled to his body. Kill me! Zhu Shen glanced at the huge demon in amusement. He gently swirled the cup of wine in his hand before downing its content. A look of satisfaction surfaced on his face after drinking the wine. Seeing Zhu Shen's nonchalance, Burlock could no longer hold back his rage. Who cares if you're strong? Who cares if I'm injured? My dignity cannot be trampled by a mere human. Burlock lifted his foot and abruptly pounced towards Zhu Shen. He swung his leg with the intent of kicking Zhu Shen's head. Die! Burlock shouted as he released his kick. The air punctured, creating a huge gust of wind around him. Zhu Shen was still seated on his chair and his clothes fluttered under the intense blowing of the wind. His long hair danced chaotically, but his expression remained eerily calm. Just as Burlock's kick was about to hit his face, time seemed to have slowed down as he raised his left hand. He then pointed a finger towards Burlock's foot. Bang! Hum! Burlock's eyes widened in trepidation as he glanced at Zhu Shen's finger which had stopped his kick. He then saw the latter flicking his foot with his finger before his large body was thrown outside of the fence. A huge crater was formed where his body dropped. Bring him back here! Zhu Shen commanded the ladies. Yes, master. One of the ladies bowed before she went to the direction where Burlock was thrown. Cough! Cough! Burlock coughed several mouthfuls of blood as he lied motionless on the ground. At this moment, he finally realized that the young human was a peak expert. What is such an expert doing in our Moreland city? Is the rebel army planning to attack us? He muttered in his heart. In the Crimson Fiend continent, the demon race was the one that ruled over everyone. However, there were a few races who banded together and formed a coalition to fight against them. Some humans experts are also part of this coalition force. They were called Rebel Army by the demons. Although the overall strength of the Rebel Army was insignificant compared to the demon race, they were still able to survive their pursuit by hiding themselves in different locations. Because of this, they managed to survive after thousands of years. Before Burlock lost consciousness, he saw a beautiful young lady looking at him with a smile. She then pulled him by the leg and dragged him back to the Lotus building. To think that I, Burlock, would fall under the hands of a mere human, Burlock closed his eyes and resigned himself to fate. Master, here he is. The young lady pulled Burlock's unconscious body towards Zhu Shen. Looking at the demon's pitiful state, Zhu Shen shook his head. This guy was the first demon that he had interacted with after coming into the Crimson Fiend continent. Zhu Shen was also satisfied with the guy's personality, and with a little bit of training, he was certain that he could make the demon submit to him willingly. Let him consume this, Zhu Shen said as he took out a pill from his space earring. He then tossed it to Blue, who was standing beside him. After that, he went inside the new store as he said. After making him consume the pill, bring him to the basement and let him rest there. Yes, Master. Blue acknowledged the order with a bow of her head. A day later, Burlock slowly opened his eyes and stretched his arms. Wait. My arms. Burlock shot up from the bed and stared at his healed arms with a stunned expression. This. Was everything a dream? He muttered with a dazed look. He then raised his head and stared at the unfamiliar environment around him. This is not my home. Where am I? Could it be, is this heaven? No. I am a demon, so I should be in hell, but is hell really as nice as this? Burlock stood up with a dumbfounded look. Nothing around him was familiar, and it was the first time he had been here. The room was clean and immaculate. There was not even a speck of dust around. Heck! He could even see his ugly reflection on the wooden floor. Where am I? He muttered as he walked towards the door. He might be able to find a clue if he steps out of the room. Creak! When the door sprung open, what he saw made his jaw drop to the ground. In front of him was a huge hall with hundreds of neatly arranged tables and chairs. Precious origin rank spiritual plants placed in a pot can be seen all over the room. He craned his neck to the side and saw a human seated calmly on a chair. The sight of this human almost made him leap in fear. It's you. Who are you? Burlock pointed at Zhu Shen with dread, but he hurriedly retracted his arm in fear that the other party might break his arms again. He had experienced Zhu Shen's might, and he no longer dared to look at him in the eye. Such an expert, even if he was an enemy, would still be admired by the demons. Everyone in the profound dragon continent calls me Sect Master Zhu, but you can also call me Wine Master Zhu Shen. I am the owner of this wine store. The young man answered in a voice devoid of emotions. Chapter 318, Weapon Intent? What do you want from me? With your strength, you could have killed me, but instead of doing that, you healed my broken arms and allowed me to rest in your place. What is your intention? Burlock furrowed his eyebrows as he glanced deeply at Zhu Shen. He tried to read the young man's expression, but all he saw was his indifferent look. Just what was this guy up to? Burlock knew that he had damaged the meridians of his arms severely last night, but when he woke earlier, his arms had magically been healed. He did not know how the other party did it. Even if he used the medicines and pills inside his space ring, he knew that it would take him a few days to fully recover, but it only took Zhu Shen a night to heal him completely. Or was he unconscious for several days? My store is lacking a few waiters and waitresses. I think you are perfect for the job, Zhu Shen said as he placed one of his legs on top of the other. His relaxed expression made Burlock recall the events last night. "You want to hire me as a waiter? Are you out of your damned mind?" Burlock blurted out unconsciously, but when he realized his mistake, he hurriedly covered his mouth in fear. He then glanced at Zhu Shen nervously, and when he saw the unchanging expression of the latter, Burlock heaved a sigh of relief. "What are you even selling here? You're not selling prohibited items, are you?" Burlock asked suspiciously. He might be a demon lord, but he did not have the guts to sell products prohibited by the demon race's upper echelons. Zhu Shen shook his head and replied. "You think too much. I only sell wines and maybe a few dishes." "What do you think? Wines and a few dishes?" Burlock thought that something was wrong with his ears, but when he saw Zhu Shen's calm look, he realized that the man was serious. "A great expert like you is actually selling wines and dishes? Are you kidding me?" Burlock's mouth twitched, but he did not decline Zhu Shen's offer right away. This human was able to subdue him with just a finger, and with that strength, even a demon ancestor might not be his match. Following such an expert was not a bad idea, but if news about him serving a human would spread, it would definitely tarnish his reputation. Aside from that, his kin might even turn hostile against him. Burlock was in a dilemma. No matter which choice he makes, there would be danger following behind it. Seeing the demon's difficult expression, Zhu Shen took out a bottle of wine filled with scarlet liquid. This was the unique wine of this branch store, the Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit. After taking out the bottle of wine, Zhu Shen beckoned the demon. "Before you make a decision, have a taste of this," he said as he poured wine on a large silver cup. When Zhu Shen noticed that the silver cup was half full, he gave it to Burlock, who had a weird expression. Demons have significantly stronger physical bodies than humans, and their ability to consume energy is also much better. It would not be a problem for them to consume a lot of Zhu Shen's wines. "Do you really have to be so serious when pouring wine?" "Whatever. Let me have a taste of this wine," Burlock thought in his heart as he took the silver cup from Zhu Shen's hand. He was not a wine drinker, and he even hated the taste of wine, but since this expert is not giving him room to decline, he might as well try it out. "It's just a cup of wine anyway, what's the big deal?" Looking at the scarlet liquid, he almost threw the cup, but a mysterious fragrance suddenly entered his nostrils. "This." Without hesitation, he gulped the wine in one go and closed his eyes. Not long later, his eyes suddenly sprung open as he exclaimed in a loud voice. "Delicious!" Burlock regretted drinking the wine in one go. He could still recall the diverse flavors that exploded in his mouth when he drank the wine. It was soul-stirring, and he could even feel that his physical body was slowly becoming sturdier. A cup of wine could actually induce such an effect. Burlock glanced at Zhu Shen with an eager look as he extended the empty cup to the latter. Even though he wasn't saying anything, Zhu Shen knew what the guy was thinking. "What do you think about my Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit?" Zhu Shen's lips tilted upwards as he stared at the pleading look of the demon. "Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit? That's a nice name. It's the most delicious wine I have tasted in my life, and all the wines taste like trash compared to it. It can even enhance my physical strength by a tiny margin. Although the increase in my strength is only minimal, if this wine is consumed daily, the resulting increase in strength would be substantial." Burlock answered truthfully. Hearing the demon's answer, Zhu Shen leaned on his chair and said, "You are right, but you've forgotten one thing." "Forgot one thing?" Burlock was confused. Zhu Shen did not make him wait for long and answered, "Take out your weapon and try brandishing it." When Burlock heard Zhu Shen's words, he became even more perplexed, but he still took out a large mace from his space ring and waved it casually. However, he suddenly noticed that something was different about his movements. "This is weapon intent. How could this be?" Burlock cried out in surprise. He knew that he was still far from reaching the level of weapon intent, so when he sensed it behind the casual movement of his mace, he was utterly dumbfounded. Burlock waved his mace a few more times, and this time, he was certain that he had indeed comprehended weapon intent. It is indeed weapon intent, but how could it be? Burlock lifted his head and stared at the bottle of wine in Zhu Shen's hand. An absurd thought surfaced in his head. Chapter 319, Drunk Burlock. This. Is it the effect of drinking that wine? Burlock asked as he glanced at the wine bottle in Zhu Shen's hand. A clear look of excitement surfaced on his face. He had been training his mace for many years, but even after expending so much effort and time, he failed to achieve weapon intent. However, a single cup of wine actually managed to awaken his weapon intent. Looking at his agitated face, Zhu Shen smirked. This wine is just one of the different kinds of wines I sell. There are still more in the wine storage, and there would be more in the future. How about it? Do you want to work for me? Burlock hesitated for a moment, but a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes as he replied in a firm tone. All right. I agree to your offer, but if I want to leave, you must not stop me. He was still worried that working for this young man might bring him unnecessary trouble, so he prepared a way out for himself. Leave. Zhu Shen chuckled in his heart after hearing Burlock's answer. He was confident that the demon won't leave once he discovers the secret about the store. Good. From now on, you will be a waiter of my store, but before we discuss about your job here, can you tell me more about this demon city? Zhu Shen said as he handed the bottle of Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit to Burlock. Burlock shamelessly took the wine bottle and immediately poured wine into his cup. He then sat down beside Zhu Shen and replied. This city is called Morlin City and it is under the jurisdiction of demon ancestor Jun, but since he is busy and rarely comes to Morlin City, he left his duties here to the 5 demon lords. I, Burlock, am one of them. He was proud of his strength, but when he recalled that the young man in front of him had overpowered him with just a finger, the smile on Burlock's face crooked. Hearing his words, Zhu Shen closed his eyes and recalled the map of Nuar in his head. After knowing where Morlin City was located, he opened his eyes. The demons are indeed stronger than the other races here. There are already 5 nascent god realm experts in just one city, and according to Burlock, Morlin City is under the jurisdiction of a demon ancestor. There isn't even one expert at that level in the profound dragon continent. The difference in power of the 2 continents is huge. Zhu Shen thought to himself. Seeing that Zhu Shen had remained silent, Burlock focused his attention on his wine. A look of satisfaction can be seen on his face. Ah! To think that such a delicious wine actually exists. He muttered after letting out a moan of delight. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Shen stood up from his seat and took a glance at the menu located near the reception area. Wines. Mystic Jade, 1 bloodstone. Abel's Blanc, 5 bloodstones. Frozen Origin, 55 bloodstones. Deep Sea Spring Dew, 120 bloodstones. Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit 500 bloodstones. Dishes, currently unavailable. Although the dishes are still unavailable, we can still open the store since there are a lot of wines stocked in the wine storage. I should let some of those girls work here temporarily. Burlock might be exhausted if he works alone. Zhu Shen went out of the store and left the dazed Burlock. Greetings, Master. The 12 carnivorous dragon koi transformed into their human forms and greeted Zhu Shen respectfully. Zhu Shen nodded his head at their greeting and he randomly pointed at Blue and 2 other girls as he said. You, and you. From now, all 3 of you will work inside the store. Blue and the 2 ladies immediately bowed their heads excitedly as they said. Yes, Master. We will work hard. For the 12 of them, it was an honor to work for Zhu Shen, so the thought of working inside the store made the 3 girls jump in joy. The other girls could only glance at them with jealousy. Seeing the sad expression of the 9 girls, Zhu Shen said to them. Don't be sad. All of you are working for me. How about this? There are a lot of rooms in the basement, so all of you will rest there at night. Hearing that, the eyes of the girls immediately lit up and they hurriedly thanked Zhu Shen with sweet smiles. "Thank you, Master." After pacifying them, Zhu Shen turned his gaze to one of the three girls he chose and asked. "What is your name?" "Master, my name is Blue." The young lady answered. She was the one who discovered the sneaking burlock last night. "Blue, from now on, you will be the receptionist of the store. Your job is to greet customers and answer their queries." Zhu Shen explained the nature of her job and Blue listened attentively to him. "Can you do it?" Zhu Shen asked as he looked at Blue. The young girl nodded her head confidently and replied with a smile. "Rest assured, Master. I will do my job well." "Good. What are your names?" Zhu Shen asked the two girls beside Blue. "Master, my name is Mimi." "Master, I am Xiao Xiao." Zhu Shen's eyebrows twitched when he heard the names of the two girls. "The two of you will help Burlock in getting the customers' orders. You must be patient with them, okay? But if they disrespect you, then do as you see fit," he told the ladies. Mimi and Xiao Xiao nodded their heads eagerly. "Yes, Master. Don't worry. We will be good. Hee." After delegating their jobs, Zhu Shen went inside the store together with the three girls. Not far away, they saw that the burly demon, Burlock, already had his head down on the table. It was obvious that the guy had drunk himself to sleep. Chapter 320, Demon Ancestor June. Looking at the sleeping Burlock, Zhu Shen shook his head. To think that a demon had actually drunk himself to sleep after drinking one bottle of wine. Even those mercenaries in the profound dragon continent weren't as weak-willed as this guy. He muttered in disdain. Burlock had indeed drunk himself to sleep, but the reason for that was because it was the first time he had drank wine with such effects. It can even induce a slight increase in his physical power. And with the wine's flavorful taste and strong medicinal properties, Burlock, who wasn't a drinker, was immediately put into sleep. Blue and the two ladies walked towards Burlock and poked his face a few times, but the demon still had no reactions whatsoever. "This demon is too funny. Ha ha ha." Blue, Xiao Xiao, and Mimi laughed as they made fun of the sleeping Burlock. "All right. Knock it off. The store will be opening in an hour. Wake up that fellow before you open the store and make sure to treat our guests well," Zhu Shen said to the three mischievous girls. Blue and the other two nodded their heads in reply. "Yes, Master. I'll leave the store in your care. I'll go out for a moment, but you must behave while I'm away," Zhu Shen said before leaving the store. He wasn't worried that no one will come to his store. With this branch store's striking appearance and refreshing atmosphere, some curious demons would surely go inside to check the place. They might be speechless about the prices at first, but they will eventually discover its value. With that in mind, Zhu Shen soared through the skies with a light tap of his foot. He left behind a streak of white light as he flew above the skies. When Zhu Shen reached a height of 2,000 meters above the ground, he stopped his ascent and took a glance at the city down below. He compared the map inside his head to the sight beneath him and discovered that everything was perfect. Morlin City is almost as large as Beltran City. This place isn't even the capital of this demon country, but it is almost as large as Silverwing Empire's capital city. He muttered to himself. According to Burlock, there are 5 demon lords here including him. I might as well check the other 4 demon lords while I'm at it. Zhu Shen swept his spiritual gaze over the entire Morlin City. Countless amounts of information surfaced in his mind as he scanned everyone in the city. Everyone's faces and their cultivation level were seen through by him in just a matter of seconds. However, not one of them was even able to discover his presence. Until... An old demon who was cultivating inside a small wooden hut abruptly opened his eyes. Just a second ago, he felt a scrutinizing gaze scanning over him and he even felt that everything about him was seen through. Who is it? Show yourself. The old demon might be advanced in age, but his stature was still healthy and vigorous. If not for the wrinkles on his face and his graying hair, anyone would have believed that he was a middle-aged man. The old demon glanced around him suspiciously. He sent out his spiritual power to observe the 10,000-meter area around him, but he failed to notice the owner of that powerful gaze. This made his body feel a bit cold. There could only be two reasons why he failed to sense the other party. First, the owner of that gaze was significantly stronger than him, or that person had a much stronger spiritual power. Whether it was the first or the second reason, the old man would still not dare face against that kind of expert. He had been cultivating for too long, and this was the first time he had been this anxious after so many years. Who is that person? Why is an expert at that level here in Moreland City? Is he an enemy or a friend? The old man muttered to himself with a deep frown on his face. The old man went out of the small hut and glanced at the bustling city beneath him. His small hut was located on top of a mountain, and he was able to observe the entire Moreland City from up there. Should I report this to the Demon King? The old man thought for a moment before shaking his head. I should remain here at this moment and observe Moreland City for a while. If nothing happens, I will report my encounter to His Majesty. The old man muttered before going back to the small hut. Behind the clouds, above the skies, Zhu Shen glanced at the tall mountain with a look of interest. That brat must be the demon ancestor Jun that Burlock talked about. His strength is not ordinary, and he is already at the peak stage of the Origin God realm. Just a step away from breaking through the Void God realm. It seems like Nuar is not an ordinary world. At first, Zhu Shen thought that Nuar was simply an ordinary mortal planet, but after all he had seen, he assumed that there might be more interesting things about it. In his previous life, it took him billions of years before he reached the heavenly God realm. The path of cultivation will start to slow down and become harder after one reaches the Void God realm. Many geniuses in the primordial God realm were stuck at this level, and even those with superior physiques were not an exception. Only the most elite of individuals managed to overcome the Void God realm. After one becomes a nascent God realm expert, their lifespans will reach up to tens of thousands of years, and it will further increase as their cultivation level grows higher, but the speed of their cultivation will also start to decline. Zhu Shen was certain that the strongest expert in Nuar was only at the Void God realm. It's a good thing that these demons abided by the agreement made by their ancestors 50,000 years ago. If not, the inhabitants of the profound dragon continent might already be goners. Chapter 321, Visiting the Rebel Army's Secret Base. After Zhu Shen swept his spiritual perception throughout Moreland City, he gained an understanding of it, and he also discovered the strength of everyone living in the city. Even the overseer of the city, demon ancestor Jun, was seen through by him. Aside from that, Zhu Shen also saw the other 4 demon lords, but there was also something that made Zhu Shen a bit surprised. He saw a gathering of human experts within Moreland City. There was even a nascent God realm expert among them. However, he also noticed that the headquarters of these human experts were located in a discreet location of the city. The humans are all wearing long and dark robes that disguised their appearance. It looks like these guys are the experts from the rebel army that Burlock has talked about. It is already incredible of them to survive in the territory of demons, and one of them even managed to reach the nascent God realm. It seems like this rebel army has a capable leader. Zhu Shen said as he rubbed his chin. I might as well visit them and see what they are capable of. If their personality is not bad, then I don't mind giving them a bit of help. Zhu Shen said thoughtfully. He was currently in the territory of the demons, and it would be ideal if he gains the help of the locals. With their aid, he would not need to personally search the spiritual plants needed for his wine recipe. Aside from that, they can also help him in gathering more information about the Crimson Fiend continent. With that in mind, Zhu Shen transformed into a streak of light as he flew in the direction of the rebel army's secret headquarters. Inside a large old mansion, more than several dozen individuals were having a meeting. The atmosphere was solemn as everyone glanced at the messenger. General, everything has been calm so far. There are also no major movements in the 5 demon lords' territories. Just that. The messenger was a man in his 40s and his cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of the 7th-rank emperor. If he was in the profound dragon continent, he could have become an elder of a large sect, but here, he was just a messenger. The man whom the messenger referred to as general was a middle-aged man in his late 50s. He was wearing a silver battle armor with numerous cuts. His battle armor had fully covered his torso and only his arms were laid bare. Multiple scars and newly healed wounds can be seen on his muscular arms, and even his face had a huge sword wound which made him look even more intimidating. Just what? The general frowned when he saw the hesitant expression of the messenger. When the messenger saw the displeased look of the general, he hesitated no longer and decided to tell him what he had seen. "General, I was tasked to collect information about Demon Lord Burlock, and I discovered something fishy last night." Hearing his words, the general's frown deepened and he gestured for the messenger to continue. "The servants of Demon Lord Burlock seems to be in a state of panic. They are also looking from house to house as if they are searching for something. I think they might have discovered our presence," the messenger said. A look of nervousness can be seen on his face as he said that. When everyone inside the mansion heard his words, they also became anxious. If Demon Lord Burlock had indeed discovered their presence in Morland City, it would be a disaster for them. The general furrowed his eyebrows and he eventually shook his head as he said, "That's impossible. We used the secret route provided by the higher UPS to come here, so it is unlikely for them to notice us. They might be searching for something else, but we still have to exercise caution. Have all of our subordinates limit their movements and make them come back before nightfall." "Yes, General." The people inside the mansion replied in unison. "Send a few more men to observe Demon Burlock's mansion. And if they discover something important, report it immediately." "All right, dismissed." The general issued an order before dismissing everyone. After everyone came out of the large meeting room, the general sat weakly on his chair. His face was covered with exhaustion. "I hope that I am right. Our objective here is crucial for our rebel army. And it would be a catastrophic loss if we fail our mission here." The general muttered through gritted teeth. "We must save the young lord at all cost. He is the future of our rebel army." The general's eyes flashed with determination. Suddenly, the general felt a gaze looking over him and he hurriedly turned his gaze to the side. Right there, he saw a young man with long silver hair sitting calmly on a chair. However, what made him slightly perturbed was the fact that he failed to notice the other party's presence. If the young man did not intentionally look at him, he would have failed to discover him. "Who are you?" The general forcefully calmed his wildly beating heart as he glanced deeply at the young man. The more he looked at him, the more uneasy he became. He could not sense the young man's cultivation level at all. This young man was none other than Zhu Shen, who sneaked inside this old mansion. He had already seen the entirety of Morland City through his spiritual perception and it was not hard for him to locate this place. Zhu Shen stared at the general and nodded his head inwardly. The guy was able to maintain his calmness despite the sudden emergence of a potential enemy. From this alone, Zhu Shen could already tell that this general was a valiant man. "Not bad. You can actually remain calm in my presence. As for who I am, just visit the Lotus building not far from here. When you go there, you'll know my identity," Zhu Shen said in a calm tone. The general inwardly sighed in relief when he discovered that the other party harbored no malicious intent. With a deep look, he asked, "Esteemed sir, what is your reason for visiting our headquarters?" "Reason? None. If you need my help, just come to the Lotus building." Zhu Shen shook his head expressionlessly. It was still too early for him to tell them about his intentions. For now, he could only give them a vague reply. After hearing Zhu Shen's answer, the general frowned, but he did not ask further. Since the other party refused to tell him, it wouldn't be good if he forced him to answer. Furthermore, he was also wary of the young man's strength and he did not want to offend someone as mysterious as him, especially because they were still on a mission. Swoosh! Space manipulation! He is at least a nascent god realm expert! The general exclaimed in surprise at Zhu Shen's sudden disappearance. Chapter 322, Anxious Helios. A series of footsteps made the general recover from his shocked state. He put on a calm look and glanced at the entrance of the meeting room. A few soldiers came inside the room with anxious looks. "General, has something happened? We heard you shouting just a few moments ago," one soldier asked worriedly. The matter about Zhu Shen was too sudden and mysterious, and it wouldn't be good if he told his subordinates about it. They would only become more restless if they learned it. With that in mind, the general shook his head and said in a commanding tone, "It's nothing. Go back to your posts and bolster our defenses. Tell the patrolling guards to stay alert." "Yes, General," the soldiers replied as they saluted. After the soldiers left, the general stepped out of the room and stared at the crimson sky. Who could he be? He muttered with a contemplating look. In Demon Lord Burlock's residence, dozens of demons can be seen going out of his mansion, and they seemed to be in a hurry. All of these demons were servants of Demon Lord Burlock, and at this moment, they were all wearing anxious expressions. Where is the Demon Lord? He disappeared without notice. This did not happen before. Where is he? A demon dressed in heavy metal armor muttered with a frown. This demon was Burlock's right-hand man, Helios. He had a pair of wings and a muscular body. There was also a sharp horn on top of his head. "Commander Helios, we still haven't found the Demon Lord. Maybe something bad happened to him," a demon soldier reported to Helios. Hearing that, Helios' face darkened and he immediately glared at the demon soldier. "Insolent fool! Aside from the demon ancestor, no one else in Moreland City can harm the Demon Lord. Not even the 4 other demon lords." He slapped the demon soldier, sending him flying more than tens of meters away. "A bunch of trash!" Helios shouted angrily. Just then, another soldier suddenly came running towards him with an urgent look. "Commander Helios! We have seen the Demon Lord. He is..." The eyes of Helios lit up and he immediately grabbed the demon soldier and asked, "Where is he? Where is the Demon Lord? Spit it out!" The soldier cried out in pain under Helios' strong grip, but he still answered, He is inside a building that looks like a blooming flower. We tried to ask him what he was doing there, but those ladies, they suddenly Before he could even continue speaking, he was already dragged by Helios. "Quick! Lead the way! We must go there immediately. How dare those people confine the Demon Lord? I'll beat them up!" Helios said angrily. The demon soldier wanted to say something, but seeing the commander's expression, he knew that talking to him was useless right now. Without any options left, he could only shut his mouth as he led Helios towards the Lotus building that they had discovered. "Could you at least let me finish my words?" the soldier thought speechlessly. "Mimi, why did you chase those guys away?" Xiao Xiao asked the girl beside her as she chuckled lightly. She was a girl with short black hair and a pair of hazel eyes. She looked just like a normal teenage girl if not for the blue scales on some parts of her body. Mimi harumphed coldly as she said in disdain. "Those guys are too rowdy. They are clearly here to cause trouble. Their ugly faces also made my mood terrible." Humph! Mimi had a shoulder-length green hair and her pair of chestnut brown eyes gleamed with arrogance. "What if they come back here with more men?" Xiao Xiao asked with a smile. "Come back? Then let them come here. I will have them clean the garden outside." Mimi replied scornfully. She was confident of her own strength and those demons that came earlier were not even as strong as Burlock, so how could they threaten her? "This little sister, how about you let me handle my men?" Burlock, who was standing at the side, suddenly said. A crooked smile hung on his face as he stared at this pair of mischievous little girls. The two of them had actually beaten up his subordinates right under his nose, but in fear of Zhu Shen's might, he could only watch as the two frail-looking girls smack his men. "They are your men? Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have not beaten them up if I knew that they were your people." Mimi scolded him with a righteous look. "This. You. That. Sigh. Never mind. Just let me do the talking if they come here again." Burlock wanted to talk back to the girl, but when he saw her mysterious smile, he could only shake his head helplessly. "You're pulling my leg. You are not even allowing me to explain. Damn it." Burlock gritted his teeth as he cursed in his heart. If not for Zhu Shen's unparalleled might, he would have already taught this girl a lesson even if he would end up being beaten up by her friends. Seeing Burlock's darkening expression, Xiao Xiao, who was listening to their conversation, snickered. She tried to suppress it, but with Burlock's acute senses, how could he fail to notice it? However, he chose to turn a deaf ear to this. "Lord Burlock, Helios is here to save you." A loud voice suddenly echoed in all directions, stunning Burlock and the two little girls. "Helios?" Burlock muttered in surprise as he looked beyond the gates. From there, he saw a muscular demon with a pair of wings walking towards the Lotus building with large strides. Behind him was a large group of demons wearing battle armors. "It's them. They came back. They even brought more men with them." "Humph! Ugly demon, go and tell your men to shut up, or else I'll beat them into submission." Mimi stared at Burlock with sharp eyes as he threatened him with a look. Chapter 323, You Look Like a Cow. Helios was surprised when he saw the beautiful Lotus building from afar. If it wasn't for the metal fences around it, he would have believed that this was a high-level spiritual plant. The Lotus building looked like a blooming flower with its incredibly alluring set of petals. Helios could even smell a tantalizing scent lingering in the air as he approached the gates of the building. "Hey! Tell me what kind of people are inside that building," Helios said to the soldier leading them. He could not help but remain careful after witnessing the enchanting Lotus building. From what he could remember, there wasn't such a building yesterday, so how could it have suddenly appeared here? The soldier's expression darkened as he recounted their first visit to this Lotus building. "Commander Helios, we were just looking for the demon lord around this area and we suddenly noticed this place. We were curious about it since it is the first time we've seen it here, so we went inside the gate after seeing that it's open." The soldier had a look of awe as he continued. "After stepping inside, we saw numerous high-level spiritual plants around the Lotus building and I even saw the very previous blood-revitalizing ginseng." Hearing that there was a blood-revitalizing ginseng inside the Lotus building, Helios' eyes lit up. It was a valuable spiritual plant that could enhance one's vitality and physical body. If he consumes it, he would be more confident about his tribulation lightning. Aside from the blood-revitalizing ginseng, there was also a crystal-clear pond in front of the Lotus building, and living inside this pond are a few beautiful fishes. From how they look, they seem to be of high value," the soldier said with a flushed look. Hearing that, Helios also became excited. "Just as we were about to pluck a few spiritual plants, we suddenly discovered Demon Lord Burlock inside the Lotus building, so we immediately dashed towards him. However, just as we were about to go inside the building, two ladies blocked the entrance. One of them, she pummeled all of us and threw us out of the gates." The soldier was embarrassed as he said that. As soldiers of Demon Lord Burlock, they were actually beaten up by a little girl who looked no older than 20. If news about it leaks out, they would surely become a laughingstock in the whole Moorland city. After hearing his subordinate's words, Helios frowned. "You were beaten up by a little girl? All of you? Preposterous! You shame the name of Demon Lord Burlock!" "Scram!" Helios shouted as he kicked the soldiers behind, sending him flying into the air. Helios walked with large strides as he shouted loudly. "Lord Burlock, Helios is here to save." The gate was open, so Helios was able to go in without a problem. "This His mouth went agape as he stared at the spiritual plants around him. He could not begin to imagine the value of all the spiritual plants he was seeing. Even Demon Lord Burlock, whom he was serving, did not have this many spiritual plants in his possession. And from how these precious plants were carelessly planted outside the Lotus building, Helios was wondering what kind of person the owner would be. Does he not know the value of these things? Helios. An anxious call drifted behind his ears. He was familiar with this voice, so he immediately turned his gaze towards the owner of the voice. Of course, it was none other than the Demon Lord, Burlock. My lord. Helios bowed his head as he greeted the man. He then stared at his lord from head to foot and checked whether he was injured or not. And when he discovered that he was in perfect condition, Helios heaved a huge sigh of relief as he said worriedly. My lord, did someone kidnap you? Why did you suddenly disappear last night? Everyone was looking for you. Burlock felt warm in his heart when he saw the anxious look of Helios. He was happy that he has such a loyal subordinate. Just then, an angry voice suddenly interrupted the conversation of the two demons. Who is so noisy outside? Scram or I'll break your bones. Hearing the arrogant voice, Helios' face darkened and he turned his gaze to the door of the Lotus building. He saw two girls who looked to be in their late teens, and from their appearance, they looked similar to humans, but when he saw the fish scales on some parts of their bodies, Helios was certain that these girls were of a different race. Who do you think you are to utter such bold words in the presence of Demon Lord Burlock? You want to break my bones? With your pair of scrawny arms? Are you making me laugh, little girl? Helios glared at Mimi as he glanced at her disdainfully. He also exerted the aura of a peak stage 9th rank saint with the intent of scaring the insolent green-haired little girl. This. Helios. Burlock's face fell after witnessing the drastic change of events. He wanted to say something, but Helios courageously walked in front of Mimi as he displayed his full strength. A broad grin can be seen on his face as he stared at the two girls. This young lady. Burlock tried to appease the situation, but before he could say anything, a loud peal of laughter suddenly erupted. Ha ha ha! Xiao Xiao, is this guy trying to make us laugh? He is so funny. Look at his face. He looks like the cow I saw last night when I sneaked out of the building. Ha ha ha! The green-haired Mimi laughed loudly as he pointed at Helios' nose. Xiao Xiao, who was standing beside her, chuckled as she watched the scene with interest. A look of anticipation flashed in her pair of hazel eyes. You! What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Helios' face darkened when he heard Mimi's insulting words. She was actually comparing him to a cow? Since when did he experience this kind of shame? Mimi glanced at him in disdain as she uttered word by word. I said. You look like a cow. Burlock, who was looking from behind, had the urge to smack Helios. He actually dared to mess with this lass. Chapter 324, Pitiful Helios. Impudence. I'll teach you a lesson. Helios' overpowering aura abruptly gushed out as he angrily bellowed. He lifted his right hand and swung it towards Mimi's cheeks. Stop! Burlock shouted anxiously, but he was already too late. He could only watch as Helios swung his hand towards Mimi. Helios ignored Burlock's warning. He was already in a bad mood this morning, and this girl made it even worse. Since you dared to insult me, then don't come crying to me later. Helios thought resentfully. Just as his palm was about to come into contact with Mimi's cheek, he suddenly felt a burst of pain in his stomach. He felt his strength leaving his body and his outstretched hand abruptly froze in midair as he slowly slumped to the ground. Helios felt his eyelids growing heavier, and before he closed his eyes, he saw Mimi looking at him with a smirk. He was confounded about the sudden turn of events. Just what happened? However, he had already fallen flat to the ground before he could realize what had happened. After knocking Helios unconscious, Mimi swept her gaze towards the demons standing behind Burlock. The demons felt their backs covered in a cold sweat when they saw the girl looking at them with a grin. Helios was Burlock's right-hand man and his strength was only beneath him, but he was actually taken out in a single move by this little girl. If they did not see it, they wouldn't have believed that it was possible. A bunch of trash. Humph. Mimi harumphed derisively after seeing that no one dared to say anything. Burlock's face twitched in anger. Helios was his most trusted subordinate and the guy was beaten up by Mimi right in front of him. She even scolded his soldiers even though he was still there. Young lady, do you really have to be heavy-handed? You even dare to insult my subordinates in front of my face. Do you think I'm blind and deaf? Burlock bellowed indignantly. Xiao Xiao knew that things would escalate if she did not stop the two, so she immediately stood in between Mimi and Burlock as she said. All right, stop it you two. If the master comes back and sees that you are fighting, he might punish you guys. Don't worry, big brother Burlock, your subordinate is only unconscious. Mimi did not use her full strength when she struck him. She then turned her gaze towards Mimi and pulled the ladder inside the store. Looking at the retreating figures of the two girls, Burlock sighed helplessly. He was angry, but what could he do? Just Mimi alone was enough to overpower him, and there were still 11 more of them in this store. It wasn't a wise idea to confront them. Since the girl had been lenient, he decided to drop the matter. My lord, that girl is too arrogant. She even knocked out the commander. Do you want me to gather the army to raze this place to the ground? A soldier said with an indignant tone. Burlock glared at the soldier and smacked the back of his head as he said. Raise your face. Did you not see how strong that girl is? She is a lot stronger than me and there are still 11 more of them here in this store. Do you think our army is enough to crush them? We would only be killing ourselves if we do that. Not to mention. I'm already a waiter here. Hey! Waiter! What? My lord, you mean you've become a waiter here? The soldiers doubted their ears when they heard Burlock's words. Their powerful lord had actually become a waiter? The soldiers felt their heads going numb after hearing that. Sigh. Just don't provoke anyone from this place anymore. Even Demon Ancestor Jun might not be a match to the owner of this store. Burlock said as he recalled Zhu Shen and his unfathomable might. He had seen Demon Ancestor Jun on many occasions, but after experiencing a crushing defeat in the hands of Zhu Shen, he wasn't sure whether the old man could match the mysterious young man. Stronger than Demon Ancestor Jun. The soldiers' mouths went agape and they felt their hearts growing cold when they heard their lord's words. They also abandoned the thoughts of seeking revenge. Who would dare to provoke someone who was even stronger than Demon Ancestor Jun? Only an idiot would do so. Bring Helios back to the mansion and treat his injuries. Don't come back here for the time being. Burlock commanded his subordinates. Yes, Demon Lord. My lord, what about you? One of the soldiers asked after a moment of hesitation. Burlock glared at him and answered exasperatedly. I will wait for the owner. Why do you have so many questions? Scram! The soldiers immediately grabbed the unconscious Helios and swiftly went out after being scolded by their lord. Looking at his running subordinates, Burlock smiled wryly as he shook his head. Those fools! He muttered. Swoosh! You have good subordinates. A calm voice echoed behind him, almost making Burlock jump in surprise. He turned around and saw Zhu Shen slowly descending from midair. His white robes was fluttering along with the wind. Burlock almost thought that he was looking at an immortal's descent when he stared at Zhu Shen's peerless visage. He was confident in his appearance, but compared to Zhu Shen, he looked no different than rotten sh*t. Lord Zhu Shen. He greeted respectfully as he bowed towards the young man. He was already a subordinate of this man when he accepted his offer of becoming a waiter in this store. Although he was slightly reluctant to work for a human, he had no choice. He might be killed if he disobeys him. I'm no lord. Just call me Wine Master Zhu Shen. The young man said impassively. There wasn't even a change in his expression as he uttered those words. Yes, Wine Master Zhu Shen. Burlock corrected his words immediately. Chapter 325, Opening of the Brand Chapter Store. Wine Master Zhu, when are we opening the store? Burlock asked as he followed Zhu Shen inside the Lotus building. Although he was confident about the wines of the store, he was still worried that no one might be willing to try them once they see the exorbitant prices. Even the cheapest wine they sold was sold for 1 bloodstone. Ordinary demons could not even hope to purchase it, and only those with great backgrounds would be able to afford the wines. We will open soon, Zhu Shen said uncaringly. He then communicated with the system internally. System, I'd like to open the store and begin operations. Ding! The host has met the requirements to begin store operations. Please name the store. Name. He muttered. Let's go with the same name. The Immortal's Wine Store. Zhu Shen said without even thinking. Ding! Creating a name plaque for the store. On the wall beside the door of the Lotus building, a few words suddenly appeared. What was most surprising about these words was their exquisite strokes as if drawn by an immortal calligrapher. Burlock, who had seen the sudden emergence of the words, was stunned, and he stood there dumbfounded as he witnessed the scene. It was too beautiful that even a demon lord like Burlock found himself immersed in those words. The Immortal's Wine Store. Burlock muttered to himself. Such arrogant words. The Demon King might command his army to decimate this store if he sees its name. He thought to himself in trepidation. Wine Master Zhu Shen, what if the demons learn about your identity as human? I don't care about those low-level demons, but if the demon lords and even the demon ancestor would discover that a human has opened a wine store in Moreland City, they would certainly send someone to decimate this place. Burlock said carefully as he glanced at Zhu Shen, hoping to see his reaction. However, the young man's face remained tranquil. As if he was unbothered by Burlock's words. Decimate my store? Let them come here and try for themselves. I won't stop them. Zhu Shen said in amusement. Zhu Shen wasn't worried about the demons coming to cause trouble. In fact, he was even slightly looking forward to their arrival. They would serve as an amusement for his boring and uneventful life. Burlock wanted to say something, but when he recalled how he had destroyed himself after trying to crush the Lotus building, he closed his mouth with a blank look. That's right. What is there to worry about? I could not even damage the walls of this Lotus building, and perhaps only the Demon King would be able to break its defenses. Now, I'm becoming even more curious about Wine Master Zhu Shen's identity. What is his purpose in coming to Moreland City? From our previous conversations, he mentioned about the profound dragon continent. He might be one of the top experts there, but are humans really that strong? Should I report his presence to Demon Ancestor Jun? Burlock thought deeply as he stared at Zhu Shen's back. This human was too unfathomable, and he could not even understand his thoughts. Never mind. I should observe him for the time being and see how it goes, he shook his head with a sigh. He felt that he had entangled himself with a huge problem, but he could no longer escape from this since he had already become a subordinate of Zhu Shen. After stepping inside the store, Zhu Shen saw the young lady Blue looking at him with an excited look on her face. Greetings, Master. Master has come. Greetings, Master. Two small figures scampered towards him with bright expressions on their faces. They were the waitresses of the store, Mimi and Xiao Xiao. Zhu Shen nodded his head at them and said in a calm voice. The store is now officially open. Make sure to treat our guests politely and don't provoke them needlessly. Zhu Shen wasn't worried about Blue making a mistake. On the other hand, Mimi and Xiao Xiao were too mischievous. He was certain that the two ladies would wreak havoc in Moreland City if he was not there to supervise them. Earlier, when he used his spiritual perception to scan the whole Moreland City, he saw Mimi beating up Burlock's men, while Xiao Xiao was just laughing at the sidelines. Looking at their cunning smiles, Zhu Shen could only hope that the two won't go overboard in their little antics. Master, Mimi is a good girl. Don't worry. Hee hee. Mimi flashed a crafty smile as she said those words. Behind her, Xiao Xiao also nodded her head. Zhu Shen ignored them and turned his gaze to Blue. You will be responsible in observing the performance of these two. If they cause too much trouble, have someone replace them. He said coldly. The faces of Mimi and Xiao Xiao changed drastically when they heard Zhu Shen's words. They also discarded the evil thoughts they were harboring earlier, and they also told themselves to do their job carefully. Blue sensed the seriousness in Zhu Shen's tone, so she nodded her head solemnly as she said. Yes, Master. I won't let them cause trouble. Good. Tell Burlock what he has to do, and if he causes trouble, you can do anything you want with him as long as you don't kill him. If anything important comes up, just go to my room downstairs. Zhu Shen said before going to the basement. He still has a lot of leftover cultivation resources in his storage earring, so he was planning to use all of it to enhance his cultivation. With his deity physique, he wasn't worried about accumulating too much pill toxins. Blue and the two ladies bowed their heads at the leaving Zhu Shen. You heard the master. Stop causing trouble or he might really replace the two of you. Blue said to the two young girls, scaring them immediately. Yes, Sister Blue. They said in unison. Chapter 326, Gift for His Majesty? The branch store was now officially open, but no demon has yet to discover the store. Although the Lotus building was very beautiful when looked from afar, no one dared to go near it since it was located in the territory of the demon Lord Burlock. Even those courageous demons dared not step foot near his territory. Burlock might have seemed weak after his crushing defeat under the hands of Zhu Shen, but he was a tyrant of Moreland City and he was known for his ferocity. Even the 4 other demon lords would hesitate in provoking him. Look! There is a big lotus flower in Demon Lord Burlock's territory. It must be a high-level spiritual flower. I wonder what it is used for. Whoa! It is indeed very beautiful. Demon Lord Burlock might be preparing this for His Majesty Demon King's incoming birthday. Indeed. It looks like Demon Lord Burlock is staking his all this time. The 4 demon lords might not sit still if they learn about this. The demons in the vicinity chatted among themselves as they pointed at the Lotus building in Demon Lord Burlock's territory. Among the crowd of demons, a figure dressed in long black robes can be seen looking at the Lotus building with a contemplating look. The figure covered his face with a hood and only the lower portion of his face can be seen. From what was visible on his face, one could see his dark complexion. His aura was also intimidating, making everyone keep their distance from him. Is this the Lotus building that he was talking about? The figure muttered silently. I'll go and check it out after saving the young lord. It wouldn't be bad to get acquainted with such a powerful expert. Our rebel army needs more people like him. The figure whispered to himself before he disappeared within the crowd. Inside one of the most luxurious residences in Moreland City, a slim demon who looked rather effeminate was seated on the head seat made of human bones. If one would look closely, the bones on this seat had golden patterns on their surfaces, a sign that these were the remains of nascent god realm experts. The slim demon looked no different than a human except for the 2 bronze horns on top of his head. This demon had a handsome face and he was currently drinking a glass filled with the blood of human experts. In front of this demon were 5 burly demons wearing bronze armors. They were kneeling respectfully, not even daring to glance at the handsome demon. This guy was one of the 5 demon lords of Moreland City, Demon Lord Zortsock. What brings you here? Zortsock asked his subordinates with a smile. One of the demons immediately answered him. My lord, we discovered something unusual in Demon Lord Burlock's territory. We have no idea what it is, so we decided to inform you about it. Burlock? What is it? Zortsock asked curiously after emptying the glass filled with human blood. We were patrolling Moreland City like usual, and when we passed by Demon Lord Burlock's territory, something suddenly caught our attention. It is a huge azure lotus with 9 petals. Even from afar, we could already smell its alluring fragrance, and coupled with its beautiful appearance, we assume that it is a spiritual plant of considerably high value. The demon reported with a voice filled with awe. Zortsak was initially uninterested in Burlock's affairs, but when he heard the words of his subordinate, his eyes suddenly lit up. A spiritual plant with inestimable value? Interesting. It looks like Burlock is going all out to please His Majesty on his coming birthday. Prepare my carriage. I'll go and check this lotus flower personally. He commanded with a smile. Yes, my lord. It wasn't just Zortsak, the remaining demon lords, Demon Lord Zagan, Demon Lord Azganoth, and even the elusive Demon Lord Physical Oris were also notified about the lotus flower. All of them prepared their carriages. They were planning to visit Burlock's territory to take a look at the lotus flower that their subordinates were full of praises about. Not long later, almost everyone in Morland City has heard about the lotus flower, but aside from the 4 demon lords, only a few brave ones decided to check it up close. Hey! Have you seen the lotus flower in Demon Lord Burlock's territory? What lotus flower are you talking about? I saw a beautiful azure lotus in the territory of Demon Lord Burlock, and everyone who saw it was speculating that Demon Lord Burlock is preparing it for His Majesty's birthday. What? There's actually such a thing. I'll go and take a look. Blue, who had her eyes shut tight, abruptly stood up and stared beyond the fences of the store. She narrowed her eyes as she looked at the distance. Mimi, Xiao Xiao, tell Burlock to prepare. Our first batch of customers is about to arrive. She said to the 2 girls who were still busy chatting between themselves. Yes, Sister Blue. The 2 replied before sprinting towards Burlock, who was now inside the wine storage. Ugly demon, Sister Blue ordered us to prepare. We have customers coming in a moment. Mimi said to Burlock, who was busy admiring the wines inside the wine storage. He had thought of stealing a few bottles, but he immediately discarded the idea. It would be fine if Zhu Shen would not discover him, but if he does, then his life might cease to exist. Burlock's wine fantasy was abruptly shattered by Mimi's annoying voice. He exasperatedly turned his gaze to the girl. He controlled himself from slapping this little girl and put on a broken smile. Yes. 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 I'll go out and prepare to greet our guests. Humph. You don't need to do that. You might scare them away with your cow-like appearance. Sister Blue is responsible for greeting them, your job is to get our guests' orders. Mimi said with her arms crossed. Burlock's face twitched, but he still managed to nod his head. All right. No problem. Mimi nodded her head haughtily after seeing that Burlock was obedient. Chapter 327, Demon Lords Gather. Zortsak, who was seated inside his carriage, peeked outside and he saw something at the corner of his eyes. That is, the carriage of Physical Oris. He uttered in astonishment. Among the 5 demon lords, although Demon Lord Physical Oris wasn't the strongest, she was the most mysterious. She was also an elusive figure and rarely shows herself in public, but every time Morland City sees her, she would always shock the crowd with her abilities. Demon Lord Zagan and Demon Lord Azganoth were also notified about the presence of Physical Oris, and the both of them revealed their surprise. Demon Lord Zagan was a giant demon with a huge Hulk-like body that was about 3 meters tall. His body was only partially covered in armor, showing everyone his thick metal-like muscles. Even from a distance, anyone could already tell the explosiveness of Demon Lord Zagan. At the moment, Demon Lord Zagan was standing on a huge chariot that was pulled by a pair of incredibly large flame bears. This pair of savage beasts were known for their fierceness and brutality, but at this moment, they were obediently pulling Demon Lord Zagan's chariot. Even Physical Oris has come to this place. I never thought that she would be interested in things like these. Demon Lord Zagan muttered with a look of interest. Not far away from Zagan's location was another group of individuals riding on a pack of savage beast wolves. The demon leading this group had a ruthless aura similar to an ancient primordial god beast. His long grey hair reached his waist and his finely chiseled body was covered in all sorts of scars. This ferocious-looking demon was none other than Demon Lord Aizganoth, the leader of the 5 demon lords. Aizganoth was also surprised by Physaris' presence here. He knew that the latter had no interest in any political disputes, so she rarely shows herself in public. Her appearance today could only mean one thing. The Lotus building that everyone was talking about must not be as simple as it seemed to be. Aizganoth narrowed his eyes as he stared at the azure lotus flower ahead of them. It was indeed as beautiful as what the others made it out to be. This doesn't look like a spiritual plant. Wait. Someone is coming out. This. Aizganoth could see a lithe figure coming out from the lotus building, and with his sharp eyesight, he finally realized that this azure lotus flower was actually a building. It wasn't just him, Zortsak also realized it, but this made them even more perplexed. They knew that Burlock could never make something as fancy as this, so it was definitely made by someone else, but to make a building of such class without being noticed by everyone? They could not think of someone with that capability. The first one to arrive at the gates of the Lotus building was the carriage of Zortsak. He elegantly came down from his carriage with 2 of his subordinates. Zortsak, long time no see. A loud and deep voice echoed behind Zortsak, making him turn his head. He saw the giant demon Zagan jumping out of his chariot. The guy left massive footprints on the ground. Zagan, it has been quite some time indeed. Zortsak smiled warmly as he stared at the giant who was walking towards him. Awoo! A wolf cry suddenly interrupted the conversation of the 2, making them slightly displeased, but when they saw the demon climbing down from the wolf, their gazes turned warm as they greeted. Aizganoth, how are you? Looking at the flattering smiles of the 2, Aizganoth merely nodded his head at them. He was stronger than the 2 of them since he was already at the peak stage demon lord. On the other hand, Zortsak and Zagan were only at the mid-stage demon lord. They were just as strong as demon lord Burlock. Brother Aizganoth, what do you think Burlock is up to this time? Zagan asked the long-haired demon. Aizganoth frowned and shook his head. We all know that Burlock is not the type of man who would build a beautiful building just like this. There must be a story behind this, and we will know about it as soon as we go inside, he said. Zagan nodded his head at Aizganoth's words. He was also familiar with Burlock's character, and he knew that it was impossible for the guy to have made something like this. As they were speculating, the owner of the Lotus building, a tall woman with long scarlet hair, went out of her carriage. She had an enchantingly beautiful face that could instantly capture a man's soul with just one look. Her pair of ruby eyes were staring at the 3 demon lords with a mischievous look. Her lips curved into a provocative smile as she walked towards them. To think that I would have the honor to see 3 handsome demon lords here. This trip is certainly not wasted. Her tempting voice almost made the 3 demon lords lose their composure. They hurriedly calmed their wildly beating heart as they glanced at the newcomer. This woman was the most secretive of the 5 of them, Demon Lord Physical Oris. Lady Physical Oris, what brings you here? I don't believe you are here just to humor us. Aizganoth was the first one to calm himself, and he asked Physical Oris with a deep look. This woman might look like a harmless lamb, but he knew that she was the most dangerous among the other demon lords. He could not even discern the other party's strength. Physical Oris turned her gaze to Aizganoth and smiled at him seductively as she answered. I came here with the same reason as you guys. I'm also curious about this lotus flower, but it turns out that this is actually a building. With Burlock's personality, he definitely wasn't the person who made this. With Burlock's reckless character, he would have already confronted the owner of this place, but I haven't even seen his shadow. Don't you guys think it's weird? Aizganoth and the other 2 furrowed their eyebrows as they thought deeply about her words. Someone had constructed a building in his territory, but Burlock was nowhere to be found. Even his men were not here. Lady Physical Oris is right. Now, I'm becoming more curious about the owner of this building. Zortsak said with a smile. Physical Oris walked past them and entered the gate as she said. The gate is open and it looks like the owner is inviting us to go inside. That girl over there has been waiting for us for quite some time now. She might be the owner of this building, so let's hurry up. After saying those words, Physical Oris walked towards Blue who was standing outside the store. She had a calm expression on her face as she waited for the demon lords. No one knew what she was thinking. Azganoth and the other two immediately followed behind Physical Oris. They stared at Blue without even masking their scrutinizing gazes, but the more they look, the more solemn their expressions became. The woman was actually as strong as them in terms of cultivation. Little sister, we apologize for making you wait. I hope you don't mind. Physical Oris clasped her hands as she smiled at Blue. She was also shocked when she discovered the latter's strength. Guests, there is no need to apologize. Please follow me inside the store. There are a few heavenly wines here that you can choose from. I promise that you won't regret buying it. Blue said with a light smile. Wine? Buy? Physical Oris and the three demon lords were confused, but they still followed Blue inside the store. Brother Zortsak, did you see those spiritual plants? Zagan asked in a whispering voice while trying to hide his surprise. Zortsak glanced at him with the corner of his eyes and nodded his head solemnly. Those spiritual plants are of high value, but they were just carelessly planted outside. He had also seen the spiritual plants outside the Lotus building and he even had the urge to pluck a few stalks. However, he dared not do anything rash without knowing the strength of the building's owner. Azganoth remained silent, but his eyes kept on darting around. His expression was unreadable. The Immortal's wine store. He muttered the words written on the name plaque plastered on the wall. What an ambitious name! Is the owner not afraid of His Majesty's wrath? Azganoth felt his heart tightening for no reason. It was as if he had stepped inside the den of dragons. When the four of them stepped foot inside the store, their eyes widened like saucers at the sudden change in their surrounding. Space manipulation. Physaris' smile vanished after witnessing the interior of the store. When looked from outside, it wasn't that big, but after they came inside the store, the space suddenly became much bigger. This was clearly a high-level manipulation of space. Physical Oris herself wasn't even capable of doing this. Chapter 328, Zagan's Question. Blue stared at the stunned demon lords with a light smile. She stood there calmly and waited for them to recover from their surprise. After a brief moment of shock, Physical Oris felt embarrassed for her expression. She coughed lightly and took a peek at the other demon lords. Aside from Demon Lord Azganoth who had already regained his calmness, the other two were still in a daze. I don't believe this woman is capable of such high-level space manipulation. From her aura, she seems to be on the same level as me and Azganoth, so it shouldn't be possible for her to do it. It looks like the background of this place isn't shallow. Physical Oris thought to herself as she looked at Blue with the corner of her eyes. The woman was exceptionally beautiful and from the faint beastly aura she exudes, Physical Oris was certain that this young lady was a savage beast. Guests, I'll go and call our people to take your orders. Blue smiled at the demon lords before she left with a graceful spin. Physical Oris and the others stared at her back with narrowed eyes before finding a seat for themselves. Lady Physical Oris, from your observations, how strong do you think that woman is? Azganoth sat beside Physical Oris and asked in a grave tone. Physical Oris glanced at him and replied with an uncertain look. I'm not too sure either, but from her aura, she should be at the peak stage demon lord or in her case, a peak stage nascent god realm expert. However, this is only my estimation based on what I sensed. Azganoth's expression turned even more solemn upon hearing her words. His conjectures were almost the same as her, but still felt surprised when he got her answer. As a demon lord serving under demon ancestor June, he was quite familiar with the ongoings of the Crimson Fiend continent. According to demon ancestor June, the Crimson Fiend continent was mainly controlled by the demon race, but there were still a few races who managed to survive other than them. Although their power was significantly weaker than the demons, they still have a few powerhouses protecting them. Is she one of those people? Azganoth muttered to himself as he pondered deeply. Brother Zortsak, from the dozens of spiritual plants outside, I saw something that might be of use to you. Zagan, who was still standing, suddenly whispered to Zortsak. Zortsak frowned and turned his gaze to the giant and said, Brother Zagan, you've seen for yourself the power of that woman. Even if there is a spiritual plant that would be of help to me, I won't take the risk. Zortsak was a careful man and he didn't want to foolishly offend someone just because of a single spiritual plant. And from the expressions of Azganoth and physical Horus, he was able to deduce that the two were wary of that woman. Just this alone made his alarm bells ringing. Zagan grinned when he heard Zortsak's reply, but he didn't give up persuading him. Brother Zortsak, let me finish first. What I saw is a mature blood revitalizing ginseng. And from its appearance, it should be a 10,000-year-old ginseng. I know this type of spiritual plant is very important to someone of your descent. Brother Zortsak, I know that you have the demon-vampire bloodline. You don't need me to tell you the importance of the blood-revitalizing ginseng, right? Zortsak's expression went cold when Zagan mentioned his bloodline. Furthermore, Zagan was also right about the value of the blood-revitalizing ginseng to him. If he consumes it, he would advance to the late-stage demon lord. And if it was refined into a nascent pill, he might even have the chance to leap into the peak-stage demon lord. Looking at Zortsak's contemplating expression, Zagan smiled cunningly. Don't be fooled by his huge stature and idiotic look, this giant demon was known for his craftiness. I apologize for making you wait, guests. Mimi, Xiao Xiao, go and take our guests' orders. Blue came back with two girls who looked to be in their late teens. All right. I'll leave the guests in your care. Blue said to the two girls before she went back to the reception desk. Hello, guests. My name is Mimi and this is my sister Xiao Xiao. We are here to take your orders. Mimi said with a smile as she handed a laminated menu to the four demon lords. This menu was provided by the system after the creation of the branch store. Physical Horus and the other three glanced at Mimi and Xiao Xiao with a stunned look. They could sense that these two seemingly harmless young girls were actually early-stage nascent god realm experts. Zortsak, who was formulating a plan to steal the blood-revitalizing ginseng, immediately discarded the thought when he discovered the cultivation of the two girls. He then glared at Zagan for insinuating him. After recovering from their surprise, they looked down at the menu given by Mimi. Wine. Mystic Jade, 1 bloodstone. Abel's Blanc, 5 bloodstones. Frozen Origin, 55 bloodstones. Deep Sea Spring Dew, 120 bloodstones. Blade Divinity Ardent Spirit, 500 bloodstones. Zagan's eyes widened when he saw the prices, but he soon calmed down. He must not lose his face here or he would surely be a laughingstock in Moreland City. As a demon lord, he has a huge number of assets, so paying for these wines wasn't a problem for him. However, he felt slightly reluctant to pay such a huge number of bloodstones for just a bottle of wine. It wasn't just him, the three demon lords were also stunned at the absurd prices. Little sister Mimi, I'd like to have a bottle of Blade Divinity Ardent Spirit and also 1 Deep Sea Spring Dew. Physical Horus said with a smile as she returned the menu to Mimi. Although the prices of the wine exceeded her expectations, she still wanted to try them. She wanted to find out why the owner had priced his wines like that. She believed that there must be a reason for it. Mimi took the menu from Physical Horus and smiled gently at her. The usual playfulness in her expression was gone. She did not want to be punished by the master, so she decided to work seriously. That would be 620 bloodstones in total. You can pay your bill later, dear guest. Wait for me here as I get your order, Mimi said before walking towards the wine storage. Azganoth turned his gaze to Xiao Xiao and handed the menu to her as he said in a calm voice. 2 bottles of Blade Divinity Ardent Spirit. That would be 1,000 bloodstones, dear guest. Is there anything else? Xiao Xiao asked with a light smile. Azganoth shook his head and said in a cold tone. I just hope that the wines here are worth their price. After hearing his words, Xiao Xiao merely smiled before taking her leave. Brother Azganoth, Lady Physical Oris, are you really willing to pay for their wine? They are obviously ripping us off, Zagan said with a displeased look. Azganoth frowned and turned his gaze to the giant demon. Enough. Do you think I would fall for your little tricks? Zagan, your plans are useless to me, he muttered coldly. Zagan shrugged his shoulders with an embarrassed look. To think that his thoughts were seen though just like that. Zagan glanced at the wooden chair in front of him. With his size, he needed 2 chairs, so he grabbed another chair for himself, but suddenly... Zagan was alarmed when he grabbed a chair. It was way heavier than he thought and he estimated that it should be at least more than several hundreds of kilograms. Although this weight was nothing to him, he was still surprised that such a tiny chair was actually that heavy. Looking at the stylish wooden chair, he felt that the materials used in making it were definitely not ordinary. This place is becoming even more mysterious the longer I stay here. From the attitude of the 3 ladies, none of them seemed to be the owner of the store, but to answer my confusion, I should ask them when they come back. The giant muttered to himself. Not long later, Mimi and Xiao Xiao came back with 2 bottles of wine each. They then placed the wines on Physaris and Azganoth's tables respectively. Little sisters, before you take my order, I'd like to ask something, Zagan said with a beaming smile. When they heard his words, Physical Oris, Azganoth, and Zortsak listened curiously. They were wondering what this giant was up to. Mimi and Xiao Xiao glanced at each other before looking at Zagan. All right. Go ahead, they said. From how I see things, the sister over there, little sister Mimi, and little sister Xiao Xiao should be working for someone, am I right? Zagan asked as he looked at the young girls. He sounded gentle, but his words were rude and disrespectful, but instead of getting angry, Mimi and Xiao Xiao smiled warmly upon hearing his question. This guest here is right. We are indeed working for someone. Hee. Mimi answered truthfully. However, Mimi didn't know that her answer was like a bolt of tumultuous lightning to the demon lords. Chapter 329, Good Wine. Little sister Mimi, you mean to say that the 3 of you are working under someone? Zortsak, who was listening at the sidelines, could not help but ask. Mimi nodded her head at Zortsak with a smile on her face, as if she was proud about working for someone. Looking at Mimi's naive expression, Zagan hardened his heart and asked. Little sister Mimi, is the owner of this store strong? Hearing that, Mimi's expression turned into worship as she replied with great confidence. Master is the strongest in the world. Azganoth, who was about to open his wine, almost fell on his chair when he heard the girl's answer. Little sister, aren't you being too honest here? You actually dare to boast about your master being the strongest in the world? Do you not fear His Majesty's rage at all? Physical Oris glanced to her left and right. After seeing that no one else was inside the store, she heaved a sigh of relief. Little sister Mimi, even if your master is strong, you shouldn't randomly say such things. If someone from the imperial family overhears you, they might destroy this entire place. Physical Oris warned her with a grave look. Destroy my master's store. A look of disdain surfaced in Mimi's eyes upon hearing Physaris' words. As if it was the funniest joke she has heard in her life. Behind her, Xiao Xiao also covered her small mouth as she chuckled lightly. They didn't think seriously of Physaris' warning at all. Seeing that her advice wasn't taken seriously, Physical Oris was more surprised than angry. Just who was the master of these ladies? To think that they are so confident in his strength. Guests, can we take your orders now? Sister Blue might get angry if we continue to chat idly with you guys. Mimi said as she chuckled lightly. Ha ha ha. Of course. I want 5 bottles of Blade Divinity Ardent Spirit. Zagan laughed heartily as said those words. He had already gotten his answers, and from the confident looks of the 2 girls, Zagan was certain that they weren't lying. However, was their master really as strong as they claimed him to be? He was eager to find out more about this mysterious master. I'll also order 5 bottles of Blade Divinity Ardent Spirit. Zortsak did not want to be outdone, so he also ordered 5 bottles of the most expensive wine in the store. Although he felt his heart aching for his bloodstones, he felt that the information he gained was more than enough to compensate for his loss. 5? All right. We'll go get your orders right away. Mimi's eyes lit up and she immediately pulled Xiao Xiao with her to the wine storage. After the 2 of them left, the 4 demon lords glanced at each other. Lady Physical Oris, who do you think could command 3 nascent god realm savage beasts to work for him? Azganoth was the first one who broke the silence. Physical Oris shook her head and sighed. I'm not too sure either, but it should be at least an origin god realm expert. Which means someone with power equal to a demon ancestor. Her words stunned the 3 demon lords into silence. That was how shocking a demon ancestor's power was. Even in the Crimson Fiend continent, there are only a few experts at that level. All of them were individuals who can command the wind and clouds in the continent. Demon Ancestor June was among these people. However, even Demon Ancestor June did not have the ability to make demon lords willingly work for him. When experts reach a high enough realm, their pride and dignity would also be proportional to their strength. That was also why the demon lords were shocked when they saw how Mimi and Xiao Xiao were so confident about their master. Regardless if their words are true or not, let's not speak about this matter carelessly. We must report this to Demon Ancestor June immediately. Azganoth said with a solemn voice. He then glanced at the 2 bottles of wine on the table and opened one bottle without thinking. A wave of delicate aroma suddenly assailed his nostrils, almost causing the calm Azganoth to jump in surprise. Such a fragrant smell! He exclaimed unconsciously. It wasn't just him, the 3 demon lords had similarly smelled the alluring fragrance brought upon by the scent of the wine. They found it unbelievable that a bottle of wine could actually have such a heavenly lingering aroma. They were of high status and they had already tasted the best wines there is in the market, but they had never smelled such amazing wine before. Zagan and Zortsak stared at the opened bottle in Azganoth's hands. They eagerly wanted to snatch it from the man, but when they recalled who this guy was, they controlled themselves from doing so. Wow! It seems like the wines here are worth their price. Physical Oris said in amazement. She could not help but lick her full red lips after smelling the aromatic scent. Despite his surprise, Azganoth was able to swiftly calm himself. He quickly filled his cup with wine and hurriedly brought the cup to his mouth. He sniffed it one more time before drinking it. In contrast with the wine's delicate fragrance, its flavor was actually quite strong. Azganoth could feel his throat burning as the intense taste of the wine assaulted his mouth, but soon after that, a cool sensation suddenly enveloped his whole body. As if a splash of cold water to a person under a hot weather. It felt so refreshing that it made Azganoth close his eyes to savor every second of the lingering aftertaste. Good wine! He praised as he licked his lips. He could not help but take a glance at the bottles on the table. To think that such fine wine had remained unknown to him until now. It was inconceivable. After hearing Azganoth's heartfelt praise, Physical Oris eagerly opened a bottle for herself and quickly filled her cup, but when she realized that she had shown an unladylike demeanor, she coughed lightly as she slowly lifted the silver cup to her mouth. From the smell alone, she could already tell that this was a high-quality wine. Chapter 330, New Employee. Burlock? Great wine! This is much better than I expected. Physical Oris exclaimed in awe after a single sip. She was already captivated by the wine in her hands. She promised herself to visit this place daily. I must go here every day and drink a bottle or two. I just hope that His Majesty would not destroy this store if he learns about its arrogant name. She muttered in her heart. Big brothers, here are your orders. That would be 2,500 bloodstones for each of you. Mimi smiled widely at Zagan and Zortsak. Zagan laughed heartily upon hearing that. Don't worry, little sister Mimi. We won't run for this measly sum. Ha ha ha. Zortsak also smiled lightly at the two girls. If you want anything else, you can just tell our new employee about it. Wait, let me call him for a bit. Mimi said to the four demon lords before turning around. Xiao Xiao followed behind her like the tail of a cat. They have one more employee? Is he also a nascent god realm savage beast? Zortsak said in surprise. Who knows? They are calling him, so let's just wait and see. Zagan said as he opened a bottle of wine. He pushed the silver cup away and took the whole bottle to his mouth. Gulp. 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 Ah! Delicious indeed. My 500 bloodstones wasn't wasted. Ha ha ha. Zagan said while praising the wine. This. A surprised exclamation suddenly interrupted the joyous atmosphere. Physical Oris, Zagan, and Zortsak stared at Azganoth, who had abruptly stood up from his seat. A look of astonishment can be seen on his face. Is this weapon intent? And my body strength, it has actually improved by a small margin. He muttered with wide eyes. Brother Azganoth, what happened? Zortsak asked with a baffled look on his handsome face. Azganoth coughed lightly and shook his head. He then sat back down while looking at the wine bottle on the table with a heated gaze. It seems like we have underestimated the value of this wine. He answered. Underestimated? The three demon lords furrowed their eyebrows as they stared at Azganoth with questioning looks on their faces. That's right. Eyes, you'll know soon. Azganoth did not bother to explain and continued to drink his wine with a look of ecstasy. The three demon lords creased their eyebrows, but they did not press him further. Wait. This is weapon intent. How could this be? The next one to be surprised was the seductress, Physical Oris. She covered her mouth with her delicate hand and her eyebrows jumped up in shock. She could feel a sharp increase in her weapon proficiency, but this made her dumbfounded. Weapon intent was the extremities of one's proficiency in wielding their weapons. Only those who trained their weapons to the peak of their abilities would be able to reach the weapon intent level in weapon proficiency. Even for someone at the nascent god realm or demon lord, it was difficult to reach the weapon intent level, so her surprise wasn't without reason. Seeing her expression, Azganoth smiled knowingly. He had already expected this kind of reaction from them, so he wasn't surprised. Even he was so stunned when discovered the effects of drinking the wine. Physical Oris glanced at Azganoth and said with a wry smile. Brother Azganoth, now I know why you have said those words. To think that such wine actually exists in this world. I'm at loss for words. Zagan and Zortsak glanced at the two and they could not help but butt in. Lady Physical Oris, Brother Azganoth, can you please enlighten the two of us? Azganoth and Physical Oris glanced at them with mysterious gazes. This intensified the curiosity of Zagan and Zortsak. If not for the strength of the two before them, they would have already beaten them up for keeping them in suspense. Just as Zagan and Zortsak were about to crazy, Mimi's sweet voice suddenly echoed. Guests, this guy here is our new employee. If you have any more orders, you can just tell him about it. The four demon lords turned their gazes to the burly demon beside Mimi and their eyes widened after identifying him. Burlock. Brother Burlock. Burlock smiled sheepishly at the four of them. He felt slightly embarrassed to face them in this situation, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. Looking back, he saw Mimi grinning at him. Her elbow was poking his back like a sharp spear. Don't mess up. she whispered to Burlock with a meaningful smile. Burlock's heart skipped a beat when he saw her smile. He swiftly turned around and put on a professional smile as he said, "Guests, don't be surprised. I'm indeed a new waiter here. I just recently applied for this job early this morning. Ha ha ha. To think that a proud demon like Brother Burlock is actually willing to work for someone. It seems like the owner of this store is really strong." Zagan laughed heartily when he saw that his rival was reduced into a mere lackey. He had been at odds with Burlock for hundreds of years, so he was quite happy to see the man greeting him in such a manner. Burlock glanced darkly at Zagan, but he still forced out a smile as he said, "Brother Zagan, be careful with your words. Do you really think that I have become a soft persimmon?" His voice was full of warning. Zagan smiled widely in contempt as he looked at Burlock. "Burlock, my old friend, don't be agitated. I'm merely curious about the owner of this store. I really like to meet him in person." Burlock glanced deeply at him and snorted. "Wine Master Jew isn't someone you can meet casually. Even I was lucky enough to stumble upon him along the way." "Lucky to stumble upon him? Are you sure about that? Or did you try to steal his spiritual plants and was beaten black and blue before making you work for him?" Zagan's eyes flashed with wisdom as he said those words. It was truly surprising for such a giant demon to have this kind of perception and intellect. From the small clues he had seen and the actions of Burlock, he was able to deduce what had happened. Chapter 331, Take Out? Burlock was stumped for words that his face has turned green from shame. Zagan's words were spot on, and although he was missing a few things, his deduction was still close to the truth. Physical Horus and the other demon lords were also surprised by Zagan's confident words, and they could not help but reassess this seemingly idiotic giant demon. You, baseless assumptions!" Burlock blurted out with a red face. Zagan shrugged his shoulders and said with a careless smile, "Whether I'm speaking the truth or not, you know it in your heart, Burlock. Enough. The both of you are still demon lords under demon ancestor June. Don't make things irreconcilable between both of you," Azganoth said with a stern voice. He wasn't as smart as Zagan, but he was a lot stronger than the giant, and his words still carried some weight as the leader of the 5 demon lords in Moreland City. Burlock took a deep breath as he held back the urge to beat up the giant Zagan. He also gratefully nodded at Azganoth, who nodded back at him in response. "Brother Burlock, since you are an employee of this store, could you tell us more about this wine? If I'm not wrong, it is capable of making someone attain the level of weapon intent." Physical Horus changed the topic to ease up the atmosphere. Burlock glanced at the curvaceous demoness with a smile and nodded his head at her. "Indeed. Lady is Physical Horus is right. Although I have only recently become an employee of the store, I was also lucky enough to drink the Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit. As Lady Physical Horus said, this wine is indeed capable of making anyone comprehend the weapon intent level in just a cup or two. Aside from that, I also discovered that this wine is also able to enhance one's physical body by a small margin. The enhancement might be negligible to someone at our level, but if experts beneath the Demon Lord level are to consume this wine, the increase in their physical strength would be huge." The faces of Physical Horus and the other Demon Lords lit up as Burlock explained the effects of Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit in great detail. If it is as Brother Burlock says, then the value of this Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit is enormous. If we let our subordinates consume a bottle, we would have a huge number of experts at the weapon intent level. Zortsock said excitedly. "Brother Burlock, I'd like to order 100 of this for takeout. Please wrap up everything for me. Money is not a problem," Zortsock said with a smile. Although he would have to spend a huge amount of bloodstones to purchase 100 Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit, Zortsock felt that it was worth the price. With 100 bottles of the wine, he could train 100 elites in just a single day. Just the thought of it made his eyes twinkle in excitement. "Brother Burlock, I'll also order 100 bottles of Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit for takeout, and I'm willing to pay 50% more than the original price as an apology to Brother Burlock. What do you think? Zagan said with a smile. He has a lot of bad histories with Burlock, but for the sake of profit and to get the magical wines, he was willing to bleed his pockets dry. Burlock could not help but be moved when he heard the offers of the two demon lords, but he remained quiet. He wasn't so sure about the rules of the store, so he felt hesitant. Brother Burlock, I would also like to order 300 bottles of Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit. And I'm more than willing to pay higher than the original price if you say so. Physical Oris said as she winked coquettishly at Burlock. Aesganoth glanced at Burlock and also offered. Brother Burlock, I'm not as rich as Lady Physical Oris, so I can only order 250 bottles of Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit. This. Burlock was at loss for words as he mentally calculated the bloodstones he could earn if he accepts this transaction, but before he could say anything, he saw Mimi walking towards them. All eyes were on Mimi, but she remained smiling as she looked at the demon lords. My apologies, dear guests, but without a VIP card, you can't order a takeout. And even if you had one, the master only allows a VIP card holder to order 20 Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit for takeout. As for the reason, this wine is incredibly difficult to brew, and even with my master's unparalleled winemaking skills, he could not make a lot of it in a single day. I hope the honored guests can understand our difficulties. Mimi smiled apologetically at them. This. The demon lords felt that it was a pity, but they also thought that what Mimi had spoken was most likely true. A wine that can make someone comprehend weapon intent should be not easy to refine. However, they weren't disheartened by this. Since the store is selling it, then they could just let their subordinates come here to buy it themselves. Since that's the case, we shall not impose on you any more, little sister Mimi. Physical Oris smiled charmingly at Mimi. Seeing that they weren't raising a fuss, Mimi nodded her head contentedly. She then spun and glanced at Burlock with a meaningful look as she muttered silently to him. Good job. You did not lose face for the master. If the guests are unruly, you can do so as you wish. She then patted Burlock's back before leaving him standing in his spot with a blank look. The little girl actually praised him for talking back to Zagan, but he also inwardly felt great about it. All the indignance he felt about Mimi was abruptly extinguished from that moment. After finishing all their wines, the four demon lords left the store with satisfied looks. Although they felt that it was a pity that they did not see the owner, they did not think too much about it. After all, they can just visit the store another day. The four demon lords stepped out of the gates and they could not help but glance at the Lotus building a few more times. They truly did not expect things to end this way, but they were still satisfied that their visit wasn't wasted. In fact, they benefited a great deal this time. Brother Aesganoth, should we report this to Demon Ancestor June? Zortsak asked as he glanced at the spiritual plants outside the Lotus building with a look of regret. Aesganoth thought for a moment before he nodded his head. This matter is too big to keep for ourselves, and since this store is open to anyone, news about it will soon be discovered by everyone in Moreland City. We might as well report our findings to the Demon Ancestor. If he comes here in person, the mysterious owner of the wine store might even come out to greet him. We would also gain some benefits from the Demon Ancestor if we tell him about this mysterious expert. Not to mention the value of the Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit sold in his store. Physical Oris and the other two nodded their heads in agreement. What do you think, Brother Zagan? Aesganoth raised his head and stared at the giant demon. This giant had gained his admiration for his intelligence and crafty mind, and asking for his opinion wasn't a bad thing. Zagan was surprised that the proud Aesganoth was actually asking for his opinion, but he still pondered for a moment before he answered. I agree with your words, Brother Aesganoth. Informing the Demon Ancestor about this would earn us some merits, and we would also learn more about the owner of the store once he comes out to greet the Demon Ancestor. And if His Majesty learns about this, we would also earn more since we are the first ones to discover this door. The eyes of Azganoth, Physical Oris, and Zortsak lit up when they heard Zagan's opinion. With His Majesty's wealth and influence, it wasn't a problem for him to reward his subordinates with precious resources for this valuable piece of information. In that case, I'll ask Brother Zagan to explain this to the demon ancestor. You two don't have a problem with my arrangement, right? Azganoth was also moved, so he decided to give the job of passing the information to Zagan. Physical Oris and Zortsak shook their heads with smiles on their faces. They also thought that Zagan was the perfect person to pass this information to the demon ancestor. Since you three trust me this much, then I shall thicken my face and agree to this. Zagan smiled humbly as he cupped his fists at them. He would stand to benefit more if he would be the one to pass the information. Let's go, we'll follow you to the demon ancestor's dwelling place. Azganoth said as he patted the giant's shoulder with a rare smile. The group left with their subordinates after that brief moment of conversation. Chapter 332, Boundless Celestial Heartwave Method. Inside his room, Zhu Shen was sitting cross-legged as he tried to cultivate his own cultivation technique. His eyes were shut tight as he absorbed the energy from the pile of god crystals around him. Because of his seamless deity physique, there was almost no need for Zhu Shen to train a cultivation technique since he only needed to absorb energy from pills and natural resources. However, Zhu Shen still wanted to try cultivating the technique that he had made after breaking through to the heavenly god realm during his past life. It was his most prized possession in his peak, and it was only after a moment of enlightenment that he was able to make it. According to the system, I would not need any cultivation technique to further my cultivation, but it would be a pity if I couldn't use that technique. Maybe I should try it out. Zhu Shen silently recalled the method he had written and followed the steps thoroughly. He guided the true essence from the god crystals towards the acupoints in his body. The true essence inside his body followed the route that Zhu Shen had guided them into, slowly strengthening his physical body, soul power, and his danshan. When Zhu Shen discovered that the effect of his training in his cultivation method was slightly better compared to refining and absorbing pills, his indifferent eyes suddenly lit up. It seems like my seamless deity physique works well with my boundless celestial heartwave method. This is much better. At least I don't have to gather pills or resources to advance my cultivation. As long as I gather sufficient true essence, breaking through is no longer a problem. The god crystals around Zhu Shen turned dim and lost their luster before turning into dust. He then opened his eyes and abruptly stood up. He gathered his true essence and was slightly disappointed by the small increase in his strength. I reached the peak stage of the nascent god realm after absorbing the energy of all my resources. Too bad. Just a little bit more and I would have reached the origin god realm. He sighed as he shook his head. I think it's about time to find the core item for my own wine recipe. I scoured the entire Divine Beast continent, but the system was unsatisfied with the spiritual plants that I've gathered. Perhaps that thing would be approved by the system. Zhu Shen muttered as he thought of a spiritual plant located somewhere in the Crimson Fiend continent. To make matters simple, this spiritual plant was near Moreland City. With that in mind, Zhu Shen went out of his room and walked upstairs. When he came to the first floor where the dining area was located, he saw Burlock sitting solemnly on a chair. The latter's thoughts seemed to be occupied that he failed to notice Zhu Shen's arrival. Master! Xiao Xiao and Mimi greeted Zhu Shen when they saw him. Greetings, Master! Blue also greeted Zhu Shen. When Burlock heard the three women, he raised his head and saw Zhu Shen looking at him with an indifferent look. The demon's heart chilled when he saw Zhu Shen's expression and he thought that the human was angry for failing to notice him. He hurriedly stood up and put on an apologetic smile as he greeted. Greetings, Wine Master Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen waved his hand indifferently at their greeting. He then turned his gaze to Blue and asked. How's business? Blue smiled at him and replied humbly. Master, 4 guests came here earlier and they ordered a couple of Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit. They also wanted to order takeouts, but we rejected them politely. Just 4. Zhu Shen already expected that business would be slow since it was still the first day of opening, but he did not think that it would be this slow. Master, those 4 people are the demon lords of Morlan City. They brought their subordinates with them, but they did not let their subordinates come inside the store. They might have been wary of our store since they have no prior information about us. However, I am certain that they would bring more people with them the next time they visit us. Blue said with confidence. Mimi and Xiao Xiao who stood behind her nodded their heads in agreement. They were confident in their master's wine. Burlock who was silent gathered his courage and spoke. Wine Master Zhu Shen, those 4 are my peers. They might have been polite and humble earlier, but that was only because they were wary of Wine Master Zhu's power. They also don't have any information about your level of cultivation and they don't even know your identity as a human. However, once they find out about this, they would certainly inform Demon Ancestor Jun. When that time comes, Wine Master Zhu Shen's store might face the wrath of the whole Morlan City. Burlock's expression turned graver after saying those words. He was worried that something would to Zhu Shen and the wine store. Of course, he was also worried that he would be implicated because of his current identity as Zhu Shen's subordinate. Initially, the thought of escaping came into his mind, but as prideful as he was, he hurriedly discarded those cowardly thoughts. Contrary to his expectations, Burlock did not even see an ounce of change in Zhu Shen's expression. His eyes remained tranquil and calm as if nothing in the world could make him waver. At that moment, Burlock felt that the human would not even blink if the sky collapses. He could only sigh in admiration to Zhu Shen for being able to stay composed under such circumstances. If it was him, he might have already flown into a state of panic. I'll go out for a while to get something. As for your worry, don't think too much about it. If they really want to come to my store with unkind intentions, then let them go here. Zhu Shen said expressionlessly. His words made the burly demon's mouth turn agape in shock. If he did not know Zhu Shen's personality, he would have believed that this guy had gone crazy. Chapter 333, Informing the Demon Ancestor. Burlock wanted to say a few more words, but upon thinking a bit more, he decided to shut up. Since Zhu Shen could utter such confident words, then what else is there to say? Master, where are you planning to go? Mimi asked fearlessly. Xiao Xiao, Blue, and Burlock perked their ears when they heard Mimi's question. They also wanted to find out where Zhu Shen was going. Zhu Shen raised his hand and flicked Mimi's forehead. Just in the outskirts of Morlan City to pluck an origin rank spiritual plant. He said carelessly. Pluck an origin rank spiritual plant? Burlock exclaimed as he stared at Zhu Shen with an agitated look. Wine Master Zhu, I don't want to impose on you, but origin rank spiritual plants already have their own spirit and consciousness. Getting one of them would be difficult without the necessary tools and plucking method. Each spiritual plant has different kinds of attributes and one would need an extensive amount of knowledge to get them without damaging them. As for origin rank spiritual plants, they are even harder to get because they already have formed their own consciousness, making them behave like savage beasts. Burlock said with a wry expression. Zhu Shen stared at Burlock for a good 2 seconds before he muttered. I didn't think that someone like you who looks like an idiot actually knows a bit about the behavior of spiritual plants. It seems like I have underestimated you, Burlock. Zhu Shen has lived for an innumerable number of years and it goes without question that he knows about the behavior of spiritual plants. And just like Burlock has said, when a spiritual plant reaches the origin rank, they would start to form their own consciousness, making them much more difficult to get. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhu Shen. Burlock's face twitched when he heard Zhu Shen's words. Looking at the young man's uncaring expression, it seems like his words were unneeded. It looks like Wine Master Zhu has great knowledge about spiritual plants. Burlock said with an embarrassed smile. Zhu Shen thought for a moment before he replied in a calm tone. Just so. All right. Enough chit-chat. I will leave the store to the 4 of you. By the way, if a dark-skinned human comes here, protect him," Zhu Shen said to the four before he went out of the store with his hands behind his back. Looking at Zhu Shen's figure, Burlock could not help but whisper. Would he be all right? That's an origin rank spiritual plant after all. Mimi glanced at him in disdain and said sternly. Humph! What do you know? Others might find it hard to get a spiritual plant at that level, but if the master makes his move, nothing is impossible. Hearing that, Burlock could only shake his head. He was still skeptical about it. He had tried getting a spiritual plant at that level, but he failed. Some of his subordinates even died during that expedition. Starting then, he no longer dared to get origin rank spiritual plants. In a small hut atop a tall mountain, the eyes of an old man who was cultivating suddenly opened. He used his spiritual perception and discovered four figures coming towards his humble abode. What are those four doing here? He muttered when he sensed the arrival of the four individuals. This old man was none other than demon ancestor Jun, the strongest demon in Morlan City, an expert at the origin god realm. Outside the small hut, the figures of the four demon lords, Zagan, Zortsak, Physical Horus, and Azganoth can be seen. They were wearing solemn expressions as they walked towards the small hut. After coming closer to the humble abode, they kneeled respectfully as they greeted. We greet the demon ancestor. The four of them glanced at each other and all eyes gathered on the giant Zagan. He mustered his courage and raised his head as he said. Lord Demon Ancestor, your subordinates have come to convey a piece of important information. It may be beneficial to our Morlan City, so we immediately ascended this peak to inform you about it. Zagan was definitely good with his words, and when Demon Ancestor Jun heard about it, the old man's curiosity was piqued. He then came out of his hut. When the four demon lords saw the old demon, their gazes turned even more respectful. Even the proud Azganoth did not dare behave arrogantly in the presence of this personage, for this old man was their leader. Demon Ancestor Jun stared at the giant and said, All right. What is it that you wish to inform me of? Zagan did not dare make the old man wait for long and replied immediately. Lord Demon Ancestor, we discovered a mysterious store in the territory of Burlock. Initially, we were only there to gather information about it, but when we set foot beyond their gates, we realized that this store wasn't simple. This store is shaped like a blooming azure lotus, and we thought that it was a huge spiritual plant after we first saw it. Zagan cleared his throat and continued. Outside this lotus building, there was a garden full of precious spiritual plants and spiritual flowers. I think there might even be an origin rank spiritual plant among them. However, this is not the most surprising thing about this lotus building. When we stepped inside this store, we saw 3 female savage beasts at the nascent god realm. One of them was at the peak stage nascent god realm. Demon Ancestor Jun's indifferent look flashed with interest upon hearing Zagan's words. He then recalled the piercing spiritual perception he felt at that time. Could it be that this lotus building and that expert had something to do with each other? The store is selling wine, and this wine isn't simple. It is also the reason why we came here without hesitation. The wine is called Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit, and it is capable of making one enter the level of weapon intent upon consumption. Zagan's eyes lit up in excitement when he said these words. The old man's eyebrows jumped in surprise upon hearing it. A wine that can make someone enter the level of weapon intent upon consumption? It seems too good to be true, but upon looking at the serious expressions of the 4 demon lords, he could not help but feel slightly excited. Are your words truthful? He asked with a solemn look. Zagan hurriedly nodded his head, and the 3 demon lords also attested to his words. Lord Demon Ancestor, Brother Zagan is speaking the truth. All of us had drunk the wine and we successfully entered the weapon intent level without effort. The old demon's eyes gleamed with profound light, and he eagerly said. Come. Show me your battle techniques. Zagan and the other 3 demonstrated their battle techniques, and just like they said, all of them had indeed entered the weapon intent level. This made Demon Ancestor Jun's heart pound wildly. If this wine is indeed capable of inducing such an effect, then its value is inestimable. Making something like that might be difficult. Tell me. How much is the store selling it? The old demon asked. This. It's only sold for 500 bloodstones. Chapter 334, Purple Feathered Flame Eagle. What did you say? Demon Ancestor June was flabbergasted. A wine that could make someone reach the weapon intent level was only for a measly 500 bloodstones? The old demon could not believe his ears. Zagan and the others knew that it was also inconceivable, and if not for them witnessing it with their own eyes, they would have passed it off as a huge joke. However, this was the truth no matter how hard it was to believe. Zagan smiled wryly when he saw the look of doubt on the demon ancestor's eyes. Lord Demon Ancestor, your subordinate speaks the truth and the others can vouch for me about this information. Azganoth and the other two hurriedly expressed their thoughts. Lord Demon Ancestor, this is indeed the case. That store is only selling the sword Divinity Ardent Spirit for 500 bloodstones per bottle. Demon Ancestor June was still slightly doubtful of their words, but looking at his subordinate's earnest expressions, he sunk into deep contemplation. If I learn that you are wasting this old man's time, you will be punished accordingly, but if it is as you say, you will receive bountiful rewards. Come. Take me to this store. I want to see for myself this so-called heavenly wine. The old demon was also curious about the mysterious store and he wanted to find out more about it. The eyes of Zagan and the others brightened when they heard the demon ancestor's words. They hurriedly stood up, eager to lead the old man to the Lotus building. Lord Demon Ancestor, you won't be disappointed. Zagan smiled confidently. I hope so. Demon Ancestor June answered perfunctorily. He wasn't hoping much for this heavenly wine. He was more interested in the owner of this mysterious store. The owner might even be the expert that had swept his spiritual perception some time ago. The old demon was looking forward to meeting an expert of such caliber. Zhu Shen was already on the outskirts of Moreland City. This place had no inhabitants and only a forest full of grim-looking trees can be seen. Zhu Shen could also hear the roars of savage beasts from within this gloomy forest. Not even one demon dared to come to this place. It seems like they are wary of the savage beasts living here. Zhu Shen used his spiritual perception to scan the forest ahead of him, and upon his inspection, he saw more than 5 savage beasts at the nascent god realm. A flock of purple feathered flame eagles? With their presence, they should be guarding a shard of purple fire crystal. If I ground this thing and add it to my wine recipe, it would enhance the quality of the wine. The purple feathered flame eagles were not strong individually, but their strength lies in their numbers. And a flock as large as this would certainly produce a shard of purple fire crystal. This crystal is created under the nurturing of thousands upon thousands of purple feathered flame eagle. It takes around 10 years of nurturing before a small shard is created. This crystal can be used to enhance one's comprehension of fire element, and if one has a physique related to fire element, they would experience a huge increase in strength if they refine this crystal. However, Zhu Shen wasn't planning to refine this crystal for his cultivation. He was planning to use it as an ingredient for his wine recipe. Without further delay, Zhu Shen went straight towards the direction of the purple feathered flame eagle, creating a white blur in his wake. Others might be scared of facing this flock of eagles, but Zhu Shen wasn't the least bit worried about this. In his eyes, these eagles weren't even worthy to be on his plate, and if not for his immediate need of ingredients for his wine recipe, he wouldn't even pay heed to these savage beasts of lowly origins. Zhu Shen was now at the peak stage of the nascent god realm, and even without using the element of space, he was already hovering in front of the flock of purple feathered flame eagle. He eyed the group of eagles with an expressionless look, not placing them in his eyes at all. The purple feathered flame eagles were surprised about Zhu Shen's abrupt arrival, but they weren't afraid of him. There were more than tens of thousands of them hovering in the sky, and even a demon at the demon lord level would find it hard to cope up with them. Some of the weaker demon lords might even succumb to their endless number. Screech! Screech! The eagles issued threatening bird cries to Zhu Shen as they glared at his lone figure. Zhu Shen placed his hands behind his back as he stared at the eagles with a calm look. The strongest among them was only at the peak stage of the 9th rank saint, and even if there was a nascent god realm among these eagles, Zhu Shen wasn't worried. Offer your purple fire crystal and I will leave your tribesmen alive. Zhu Shen stared at the leading purple feathered flame eagle as he spoke indifferently. The leader of the purple feathered flame eagle was already at the peak stage of the 9th rank saint, and it was already capable of human speech, so when it heard Zhu Shen's words, the eagle understood him immediately. Human, how dare you place your covetous eyes in my tribe's purple fire crystal? Do you think that my fearless tribe would fear the likes of you? The leader of the purple feathered flame eagle erupted into fury when Zhu Shen stated his words. The purple fire crystal was their holy item and it could help them increase the strength of their bloodline and cultivation. How could they give it to a human just because he wants it? Zhu Shen already expected their rejection, so he did not reveal a look of anger. He understood the importance of the purple fire crystal to the purple feathered flame eagle, and it was nigh impossible for them to offer it to him willingly. What if I can make your tribe's bloodline awaken the royal blood of the purple winged sword eagles? Zhu Shen smiled calmly. Zhu Shen's ability in the art of medicine might be paltry compared to the experts of the primordial god realm, but it wasn't a problem for him to help these eagles of low descent awaken their ancient bloodline. Chapter 335 to 3 Ways. What did you say? The leader of the purple feathered flame eagle's breathing became ragged when it heard Zhu Shen's nonchalant words. And from his confident smile and unworldly presence, the leader of the purple feathered flame eagle felt that this human was most likely speaking the truth. Just the thought of it made the eagle leader's heart spasm in great agitation. The purple winged sword eagle is one of the noblest bloodlines among the lineage of eagles. It was the dream of the eagle leader to evolve into a purple winged sword eagle, but with its lowly birth, it did not even have the qualifications to even think about it. The eagle leader had already abandoned its hope of evolution, but this human had rekindled its hope. When Zhu Shen sensed the eagerness in the eagle leader's tone, he wasn't surprised. For savage beasts with mediocre bloodlines, the only way for them to reach an even higher realm in cultivation is to evolve and awaken their ancient bloodline. However, the awakening of a savage beast's bloodline is easier said than done. Savage beasts would have to consume a precious high-level spiritual plant or absorb the energy of a heavenly item in order to promote their evolution. To make matters worse, resources like these are hard to come by, and only a few lucky savage beasts were able to stumble upon them throughout their entire lives. Your tribe's purple fire crystal in exchange for a chance in evolution. What do you think about this, little bird? Zhu Shen said with his hands behind his back. A carefree smile can be seen on his handsome visage. He had the presence of an old sage who bears an endless amount of profound knowledge. The eagle leader was slightly irked by how Zhu Shen had calmly called it little bird, but the purple feathered flame eagle leader did not reveal a look of anger. It flapped its wings and let out a cry as if signaling something to its eagle tribe. Screech! When the purple feathered flame eagle heard the bird cry of their leader, they immediately made way for Zhu Shen. They also retracted their killing intent and became more docile. Human, how can I tell that you are not lying to me? You humans are known for your cunning nature and crafty schemes. I don't want to bet my tribe's holy item for something uncertain. The purple feathered flame eagle looked deeply into Zhu Shen's eyes as if wishing to see if this human was speaking the truth. However, when it gazed into Zhu Shen's pair of golden eyes, the eagle leader felt its soul tremble inexplicably. Little bird, I have no reason to lie to you. And if I wanted to steal your tribe's purple fire crystal, you can do nothing to me. It is but a passing thought of mine to help you awaken your ancient bloodline. Whether you agree to my proposal or not is up to you. Zhu Shen glanced at the purple feathered flame eagle with a calm gaze. He wasn't entirely truthful with his words, but he could indeed help the eagles awaken their bloodline. With Zhu Shen's current strength, it wasn't a problem for him to monitor the movements of the whole Moorland city, but even with his superior spiritual power, he could still not keep an eye on the whole Crimson Fiend continent. However, it would not be a problem if he had this tribe of purple feathered flame eagles. With their ability to fly thousands of kilometers in a short amount of time, they could serve as his eyes and ears in this continent. It would also save him the trouble of personally going into places to gather information. The leader of the purple-feathered flame eagle was moved, but it was still slightly skeptical about Zhu Shen's claim. This human's strength is unfathomable. I could not even sense his level of strength. He should be at the nascent god realm or even higher than that. What should I do? The eagle leader was in a dilemma, and Zhu Shen could even see the hesitation in the eagle's expression. After a moment of internal thinking, the leader of the purple-feathered flame eagle suddenly let out a defeated sigh. It then glanced at Zhu Shen with a sharp look as it said, "Human, you've convinced me. All right, I will offer our tribe's purple fire crystal to you, but only after you helped me awaken my ancient bloodline." The eagle leader wasn't being greedy here. Zhu Shen only needed to help it awaken its bloodline, and the eagle leader could bestow the tribe with its own blood after he successfully evolves. They could then use its blood to perform their evolution. Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly when he heard the eagle leader's answer. Zhu Shen knew that it could not escape from this temptation, so he already expected this kind of reply. "Since you are smart, I won't treat you unfairly. I have 3 ways that can help you awaken your ancient bloodline. One is to create the bloodline resonance divine formation and use the array formation's ability to force your evolution. The second way is to impart to you an ancient technique related to bloodline evolution. However, this kind of ancient technique is incredibly precious, and you would only incite the jealousy of other savage beasts if they find out about it." Zhu Shen slowly said as if he was saying something inconsequential, but his calm words sent the eagle leader's heart into a frenzy. The awakening of its bloodline had stumped it for hundreds of years, but this human indifferently stated that he has 3 ways to help it promote its evolution. The first way seems difficult to achieve. An array formation that could help a savage beast awaken their ancient bloodline was definitely not easy to create. Not to mention the material required to create such an array formation was certainly hard to find, and the time needed to complete this array formation was most likely long. When Zhu Shen said the second option, the eagle leader's eyes turned red in excitement, but when the eagle heard Zhu Shen's sound reasoning, it was like a bucket of cold water to it. "Human, what is the third option?" the eagle leader asked with a shaking voice. The eagle failed to hide the agitation it was currently feeling. Chapter 336, The Third Method. The leader of the purple-feathered flame eagle tribe stared at Zhu Shen with anticipation in its large beastly eyes. It was dying to know the last method that could help it awaken its ancient bloodline. Seeing the eager look of the eagle leader, Zhu Shen let out a calm smile and replied, "The third way is the easiest among the 3, but you need to spend a couple of days or so to accomplish it, but with the help of your tribesmen, this method should be the best one for you." "Human, spare the nonsense. Just tell me what the method is." The savage beast could hardly control its emotion after hearing Zhu Shen's claim. From the human's bearing and stature, the eagle leader could tell that this man was of noble background. However, it also grew curious about Zhu Shen's origins. From its knowledge, there was only one notable human faction in the Crimson Fiend continent, but even the said faction doesn't have a man with Zhu Shen's bearing. The third method is to refine the sky-breaking pill. This pill is used by human experts to help them increase their chances of breaking through the origin god realm. However, if this pill is mixed with a stalk of scarlet searing fern using a secret refining technique, it can create a new type of pill that could help savage beasts with impure bloodlines awaken their ancient blood. Zhu Shen said without batting an eye. "Sky-breaking pill. Scarlet searing fern. Human, you. Do you know how to refine this pill?" The leader of the purple-feathered flame eagle tribe glanced at Zhu Shen with a look of shock. Although it was a savage beast, it knew that pill refiners are few in number, and those that could refine origin rank pills were even rarer. Only origin alchemy gods can refine pills at that level. Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly and replied, "Since I know about it, I also know how to refine the said pill. It's just an origin rank pill. Nothing worthy to speak about. Just an origin rank pill." Nothing worthy to speak about? This. Just who is this human for him to speak these absurd words so casually? Could he be one of those hermits who've hidden themselves since time immemorial? The eagle leader's face was a sight to behold when it heard Zhu Shen's words. This, esteemed expert, if you can help me refine this pill, I won't hesitate to give you my tribe's purple fire crystal. In addition, I will represent my tribe in serving under your banner. The purple feathered flame eagle said without hesitation. It knew that Zhu Shan was of great background and origin after speaking a few words with him. The purple fire crystal of their tribe wasn't worth mentioning compared to the pill that could help it awaken its ancient bloodline. As to why it was willing to serve Zhu Shen, it was because of the human's mysterious origin and profound level of knowledge. Following someone like him could only bring their tribe with endless benefits. Zhu Shen's eyes were tranquil, but he inwardly praised the intellect of this eagle leader. Since the purple feathered flame eagle had already given his promise, Zhu Shen no longer needed the speech he prepared beforehand to get them to serve him. You are quite smart for a little bird of lowly origins. In that case, tell your tribesmen to gather these herbs. Spirit cloud ganoderma, crimson spring leaf, and a stalk of scarlet searing fern. I will stay in this forest while your tribe is seeking for the ingredients of the pill. When you have gathered all the necessary spiritual plants and herbs, come and find me then. Zhu Shen came here to get the core ingredient that his wine recipe lacked. After getting his hands on it, he would have all the required ingredients to brew his own wine recipe. The purple fire crystal was merely an extra. His main priority was still the origin rank spiritual plant hidden in this forest. The leader of the purple feathered flame eagle flashed an embarrassed look. It did not know what those spiritual plants looked like, so it was at a loss for words. Zhu Shen chuckled when he saw the difficult expression of the savage beast. He took out a piece of paper and a quill from his space earring. He then drew the ingredients he mentioned earlier and showed them to the eagle leader. It was already at the peak of 9th rank saint, so it wasn't a problem for it to memorize the contents of the paper. After taking a few more looks at it, the huge eagle glanced deeply at Zhu Shen before it departed with a flap of its wings. Screech! Zhu Shen stared at the tribe of purple feathered flame eagle with a flicker of emotion in his eyes. To think that this lowly realm has given birth to the descendants of a divine beast, the purple sword divine phoenix. Too bad their bloodline had become impure after millions of years of crossbreeding with other avian creatures. Swoosh! After muttering those words, Zhu Shen disappeared into the skies. Inside the Lotus building, Burlock, who was sitting listlessly on a chair, suddenly stood up. A look of surprise and fear can be seen in his demonic features. The demon ancestor is here. He quickly informed Blue and the other two ladies about two incoming guests when he sensed the familiar strong demonic aura outside of their gates. Ladies, the demon ancestor is coming here. Those 4 demon lords must have informed him about the effects of the sword divinity ardent spirit. The demon ancestor is usually indifferent about the matters of Moorland City, but this wine is simply too precious for him to pass up. They might come here with bad intentions, but let me talk with them for a bit and see their intentions myself. Since he was already a waiter of this store, he did not want to see it get destroyed under the hands of the demon ancestor. However, the main reason for his choice was because of the existence of Zhu Shen. This young man had subdued him with a mere lift of a finger, and he doubted if the demon ancestor could even defeat him. Burlock did not want to see the two of them fight it out against each other, since these two individuals were one of the few experts he revered. Ugly demon, it looks like you are quite dependable sometimes. Mimi patted Burlock's back as if she was petting a dog. Burlock felt his face twitched at her words, but the demon did not have time to quibble with her. He flashed an ugly smile at her before going out to greet the coming guests. Chapter 337, Demon Ancestor June arrives in the store. Burlock came out of the store to greet the demon ancestor and his entourage. The moment he went outside, he saw a hunched old man holding a thin wooden cane walking in his direction. Behind him were the 4 demon lords, who trailed the old man with respectful gazes. They kept on looking at Burlock with meaningful smiles. as if they were waiting for a good show to watch. Demon Ancestor June was gobsmacked when he noticed the precious spiritual plants carelessly planted outside the store. Each one of these spiritual plants would fetch a high price in the market, but they were treated as mere garden flowers to beautify the surroundings of this lotus building. Even he with his years of savings could not be this extravagant. Now, he was wondering what kind of person the owner of this place was. According to the report of the 4 demon lords, this mysterious owner has yet to show himself in public. As Demon Ancestor June was occupied with a series of thoughts, he suddenly saw the familiar figure of Burlock coming out of the Lotus building. He wasn't wearing his usual battle armor. Instead, he was wearing the clothes of a lowly servant. However, there wasn't a look of shame on his face. As if working as a waiter in the store was something to be proud of. To this puzzling scene, Demon Ancestor June frowned. How could a proud demon lord like Burlock be willing to work under someone? The demon ancestor felt slightly offended since Burlock was his subordinate. He felt as if something he owned was forcibly taken away from him. Greetings, Lord Demon Ancestor June. Greetings, fellow demon lords. Come in. We have been waiting for your arrival. Burlock smiled at the guests, but he was inwardly cursing for his bad luck. He knew that the demon ancestor did not come here just to enjoy the wines sold in the store. He must have come here with deeper intentions. As for what it was, Burlock already had an inkling about it. The 4 demon lords returned the greeting by cupping their fists at Burlock. On the other hand, the old demon ancestor merely glanced at him with a placid look on his aged face. Burlock, I don't know how the owner of this store convinced you to work for him, but do you think I would allow my subordinates to do as they please without even notifying me? Demon Ancestor Jun's voice sounded harmless and soft, but Burlock felt his chest tightening upon hearing it. He could feel the old demon's fury by the choice of his words. Burlock put on a pacifying smile at the old man. How could he admit that he was beaten black and blue by a human with a mere lift of a finger? If he said it out loud, he was certain that he would be a butt of jokes to his fellow demon lords. Lord Demon Ancestor, please forgive me for not telling you about this soon. To tell you the truth, I was injured not too long ago and the owner of this Lotus building aided me in my recuperation. I also decided to work as a waiter here because of this debt of gratitude. I hope you understand, Lord Demon Ancestor. Burlock wasn't entirely truthful, but it was true that he was injured and it was indeed Zhu Shen who had helped him recover from his injuries. As for the rest of his words, he came up with it in the spur of the moment. The old demon narrowed his eyes and stared deeply into Burlock's eyes. He could sense that Burlock wasn't telling the whole story, but he could also see the sincerity in his gaze. His words might have some truth to it, so he just waved his withered hands in exasperation. Take me inside the store. I'd like to see for myself what kind of man could make you act this way. Hearing the old demon's words, Burlock glanced at him apologetically. Lord Demon Ancestor, the owner of this store, Wine Master Zhu Shen has left the Lotus building just recently. You can verify this matter with those ladies over there. They also saw Wine Master Zhu Shen when he left the store. Burlock pointed at the 3 ladies standing neatly in line not far away from them. Demon Ancestor June furrowed his eyebrows and shook his head regretfully. What a pity. It looks like we aren't fated to meet this time. In that case, what can this store offer to this old man? The old demon glanced at Burlock with an inquisitive look. Burlock smiled and cupped his fists. Lord Demon Ancestor, our store specializes in wine. I will grab the menu and show it to you right away, but before that, follow me to your table first. He then led them to the nearest spot and had the demon ancestor and the 4 demon lords to their seats. Wait for me here, everyone. I'll be back in a second. Burlock smiled at them. Looking at Burlock's departing figure, the 4 demon lords could hardly believe that it was the once obstinate and proud Burlock. They were wondering what sort of magic did the owner do to make such a prideful demon work for him. However, they didn't dare ask, especially after they noticed the displeased look of the old demon ancestor when he talked with Burlock earlier. Lord Demon Ancestor, the sword divinity ardent spirit sold here is great. You will find out that we aren't exaggerating one bit about its effects. Zagan said to the old man. The giant demon wore a flattering smile as he looked at the demon ancestor. I hope it is as you say. The old man muttered softly. Not long later, Burlock came back with several copies of the menu in his hand. He then handed it to the demon ancestor and the 4 demon lords. These are the wines sold in this store. Please tell me your order after you're done choosing. Burlock said to the guests. Not far away from them, Xiao Xiao and Mimi stood watching the scene with interest. Xiao Xiao in particular was looking at Burlock with a wide grin on her face. This ugly demon is a fast learner. It looks like he listened to my advice, she said as she crossed her arms proudly. Standing beside her, Mimi chuckled secretly. Chapter 338, Calmly Walking in the Forest. Demon Ancestor June stared at the menu in his thin withered hands. There were pictures of a few wines drawn on the piece of laminated paper, and there were also lines of words beside each picture, indicating the names and prices of the wines. Mystic Jade, 1 bloodstone. Abel's Blanc, 5 bloodstones. Frozen Origin, 55 bloodstones. Deep Sea Spring Dew, 120 bloodstones. Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit, 500 bloodstones. The murky eyes of the old demon flashed with incredulity after glancing at the prices of the wines, but when he recalled the effects mentioned by the 4 demon lords, his gaze gradually softened. The price is indeed too much for a bottle of wine. However, if what my subordinates said is true, then these prices would be too cheap for such treasures. The old demon's gaze locked onto the wine mentioned by his subordinates. Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit 500 bloodstones. This amount would certainly scare the living daylights of most demons, but to someone like Demon Ancestor June, this much of bloodstones is nothing. Burlock, give me a bottle of this Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit. The old demon said to Burlock as he pointed at the image drawn on the menu. Burlock took the menu from the old demon's hands and smiled politely at him. All right. He then glanced at the 4 demon lords and asked for their orders. Brother Burlock, I've already tasted the Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit. I want to try this Deep Sea Spring Dew this time. Oh, and add 1 bottle of Frozen Origin as well. Zortsock handed the menu to Burlock as he uttered his order. I'll take the same order as Brother Zortsock. Zagan, the giant demon, let out a smile at Burlock. Brother Burlock, I want 1 order of each wine except the Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit. Azganoth said with a hint of anticipation. He was subdued by the heavenly taste of the Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit, and he was eager to try the rest of the wines sold in the store. Seated beside him, Physical Oris chuckled in surprise when she heard Azganoth's order. She also wanted to try out the 4 other wines, but she wanted to maintain her elegant demeanor in front of the demon ancestor, so she reined in her desire. Brother Burlock, just give me a bottle of Deep Sea Spring Dew and Abel's Blanc. Burlock noted down their orders on a small piece of paper. I've noted down all your orders. Wait for me here as I take your wines. He then turned around and walked towards the wine storage. Demon Ancestor June glanced deeply at Burlock's proud figure for a brief moment before shifting his gaze towards the interior of the store. Truthfully, he was amazed by the regal and imposing design of the Lotus building. The outside of the store looks elegant and enchanting, while the inner part was full of luxury and regality. Even His Majesty's Imperial Palace wasn't as beautiful as this Lotus building. Demon Ancestor June moved his gaze towards the origin rank spiritual flowers planted on small pots. They were emitting a vibrant and dense amount of true essence, making the store refreshing and full of vitality. The orchid scent of the flowers made the old demon's pores stealthily suck the surrounding air. I don't even have a single origin rank spiritual flower in my abode, but this place has dozens of them. From the looks of it, the owner doesn't even seem to place any importance on these precious flowers. Sigh. Demon Ancestor June sighed in his heart. At this moment, he believed that the owner of this store should be the expert that used his spiritual perception to scan the entire Moreland city just recently. However, the old demon was wondering what this mysterious owner was planning to do in this city. In a forest filled with thick foliage, Zhu Shen walked calmly with his hands behind his back. There were a lot of carnivorous trees and spiritual plants around him, but Zhu Shen remained unperturbed. Each step he took left an icy footprint on the grassy ground which slowly made the surrounding temperature fall. A few brave carnivorous trees suddenly extended their spiked roots towards Zhu Shen, intending to pierce him to death. Some vicious spiritual plants also shoot thousands of needle-like thorns in his direction. Swoosh! 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 Zhu Shen's expressionless face remained unchanged. As if the attacks aimed his way was something not to be worried about. Suddenly, his golden eyes flashed and the space around Zhu Shen seemed to have slowed down. At this moment, he could see the thousands of needle-like thorns suspended in midair as well as the spiked roots that were about to hit his face. Facing this scene, Zhu Shen lifted his finger and a drop of crystal-clear water came out at the tip of his finger. This small globule of water abruptly grew larger and enveloped Zhu Shen's whole body like a shield. Time went back to normal and the needle-like thorns speedily struck towards Zhu Shen, but before they could even touch his body, the thin veil of water around Zhu Shen turned these sharp thorns into thin pieces of ice before they crumpled down into specks of dust. The spiked roots weren't any better. They also turned into ice and broke into small pieces. The veil of water around Zhu Shen had the power of ice. And the sheer ease of his control made it look stunning beyond compare. If someone else was to witness this absurd scene, their eyes would have popped out of their sockets. The carnivorous spiritual plants and trees around Zhu Shen were at least of origin rank, but he took care of them without even a shred of effort. When the spiritual plants sensed Zhu Shen's incredible power, they hurriedly ran away from him, escaping in all directions. The area around Zhu Shen suddenly became devoid of trees and spiritual plants. Looking at the fleeing spiritual plants, Zhu Shen chuckled lightly. He didn't care about these little things since his primary goal in going here was to search for the frigid moonlight sunflower, the core ingredient of his wine recipe. I'm almost there. Hopefully, those little things did not scare that stalk of frigid moonlight sunflower. Zhu Shen muttered to himself. Chapter 339, Frigid Moonlight Sunflower. Zhu Shen was still searching for the frigid moonlight sunflower within the depths of the forest. However, for someone searching for an origin rank spiritual plant, he looked quite at ease. He doesn't seem the least bit bothered about the treacherous spiritual plants and flowers all around him. If one would look closely, one would see that these spiritual plants and flowers were actually shivering as Zhu Shen walked past them. Some of them even fled at the sight of him. For Zhu Shen, this wasn't a good news. If the frigid moonlight sunflower would escape at the sight of him, then it would be a bit troublesome to capture it. It looks like I have to remain hidden within this forest or I might waste a couple more days to capture the frigid moonlight sunflower. After muttering those words, Zhu Shen's figure blurred before vanishing in a blink of an eye. In truth, Zhu Shen used a stealth technique capable of masking his figure and his aura. Even a demon ancestor could not feel his presence if he was using this technique. Zhu Shen silently navigated the forest while in stealth mode. He occasionally encountered a couple of precious origin rank spiritual plants, but he merely glanced at them for a moment. He wasn't here for them, so he disregarded their presence. I'm close to the location. The savage beasts living here have also become noticeably stronger. However, they are still of no threat to me even if I cancel my stealth mode. Zhu Shen eyed a huge mountain-like rhino that had a long horn on top of its head. It was sleeping soundly beside a vast lake. Its nostrils emitted a gas of hot air as it breathed out the carbon dioxide in its lungs. Zhu Shen reluctantly took his eyes away from the humongous rhino. This guy should be a descendant of a giant white rhino. Its meat is one of the tastiest delicacies in the primordial god realm. A pity that this one has yet to awaken its ancient bloodline. Killing it is not worth it. Zhu Shen shook his head as he sighed. He then moved his gaze to the center of the lake. As he was scanning his gaze, he saw a large number of winged fishes jumping from time to time. However, he ignored these beautiful fishes. Zhu Shen's gaze was focused entirely on a stalk of a spiritual flower. It was within a small island at the center of the lake. It was roughly thousands of meters away from Zhu Shen, but he could see it clearly as if it was in front of him. Zhu Shen's golden eyes flashed with glee when he saw the spiritual plant. It was a stalk of frigid moonlight sunflower. This stalk of frigid moonlight sunflower should be under the protection of that giant white rhino descendant. The moment I capture, it would definitely awaken from its slumber. Zhu Shen was contemplating how he could get his hands on this stalk of spiritual flower as he directly flew towards the small island. Zhu Shen glanced at the slumbering giant white rhino with a pondering look. He raised his finger and produced a thin ice arrow. However, when he saw the peaceful look of the savage beast, Zhu Shen retracted his finger and shook his head. A light sigh escaped from his lips. I've become soft-hearted after arriving in this world. Zhu Shen turned around and teleported in front of the frigid moonlight sunflower. At this moment, the sleeping rhino was still unaware that its life was spared. I won't kill you, but I will be taking this stalk as compensation for sparing your life. Zhu Shen said as he swiped his hand towards the frigid moonlight sunflower. The spiritual plant which was unaware of his presence was caught unprepared and Zhu Shen immediately put it inside his space earring. The process took no longer than a second and Zhu Shen's silhouette was nowhere to be seen. Not long later, an angry howl reverberated within this part of the forest, scaring the birds and savage beasts in the vicinity. Floating above the ground, the huge rhino glanced furiously at the small island. It was searching for the stalk of frigid moonlight sunflower that was under its protection, but it was nowhere to be seen. Realizing this, the savage beast raised its large head and let out a frightening roar that shook the skies. Roar! Who stole it? Roar! Zhu Shen, who was already far from the lake, chuckled lightly when he heard the ferocious cry of the savage beast. The rhino must have noticed that the frigid moonlight sunflower had vanished from the small island. With this stalk, I can finally brew my own wine recipe, but I can't leave the forest yet. I still have to wait for those purple feathered flame eagle and refine the sky-breaking pill and the primal blood awakening pill for their leader. Hopefully, their tribe would not take too much time to procure the ingredients. Zhu Shen's figure turned into a blur and disappeared into the skies. Here are your orders. Enjoy. Burlock said as he neatly placed the wines ordered by the demon ancestor and the 4 demon lords. Demon ancestor Jun glanced curiously at the bottle of wine in his withered hands. It looks just like any other ordinary wine except for the glimmering liquid inside the wine bottle. His anticipation grew when he noticed this. He hasn't seen a wine this clear and free of impurities. The old demon unhurriedly pulled the cork, and when he did, his face changed. This! A wave of tempting aroma caressed his nostrils. His narrowed eyes widened in surprise. His thin withered hands were shaking as he poured wine into his cup. The trickling sound of wine as he poured it into his cup was pleasant to the ears. All the negative emotions he felt evaporated into thin air as he stared intently at the cup of wine in his hand. Just the smell alone is already more than its price. Demon ancestor Jun raised the cup to his mouth and inhaled it one last time. His eyes lit up with eagerness and he immediately drank it. The 4 demon lords stared at the old demon with smiles on their faces. They saw the changing expressions of the demon ancestor. Although he did not express an exaggerated look, there was still a glimmer of shock on his aged face. To this scene, the 4 demon lords were happy. They could already imagine the rewards that they would get from the demon ancestor. The old demon placed his cup back on the table and grabbed the bottle of Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit without caring for his image. He then drank the wine directly from the bottle. Even the 4 demon lords were gobsmacked when they witnessed this. Good wine. Excellent. The old demon's aged face broke into a silly grin as he glanced lovingly at the bottle in his hand. Burlock, who was standing near their table, smiled at the scene, but he was also growing worried. When the demon ancestor notices the effects of the sword divinity ardent spirit, he would surely demand to get more of it. If this happens, it would be really troublesome since Zhu Shen was still not around. Wine Master Zhu Shen, please come back soon. I can't buy you that much time. Wait. This is... Demon Ancestor Jun suddenly felt his sword intent had grown a lot stronger. His mouth was wide open after he shockingly discovered the effects of the wine he was drinking. At this moment, he was certain that his subordinates had told him the truth. A sharp sword aura enveloped the old demon's sitting figure, but it was mysteriously isolated by an invisible force. Demon Ancestor Jun's eyebrows shot upwards when he noticed this. His sword aura had unconsciously gushed out when his sword intent was strengthened, but before he could even retract it, he sensed that it was abruptly vanquished by an unknown force. No one else inside the store had sensed it other than him. A shred of doubt flashed in the old demon's gaze. Who negated my sword aura? Even a demon ancestor would need more time to forcefully negate my sword aura, but it was actually vanquished in less than a second by an unknown force. Who is it? Of course, this was done by the system. However, the old demon thought that it was done by a person. Demon Ancestor Jun became cautious after this event. He did not dare search for the mysterious individual who had vanquished his sword aura. To think that there is actually such an expert hiding here in Moreland City. Perhaps only His Majesty could contend with this individual. I just hope that his presence would not be detrimental for our demon race, Demon Ancestor Jun thought worriedly in his heart. He guessed that this mysterious individual should be the owner of this store. However, he was unaware that Zhu Shen was never there and it was the system that had taken out his sword aura. Chapter 340, Killing Hundreds with a Wave of a Finger. Zhu Shen sat cross-legged atop a tree near the location where he met the purple-feathered flame eagle tribe. He already had all the necessary ingredients needed to brew his wine recipe, but he had already promised the leader of the purple-feathered flame eagle that he would help him awaken his ancient bloodline. Zhu Shen wasn't the kind of man who would go back on his words, and besides, he thought that the purple-feathered flame eagle tribe would be beneficial in his stay here in the Crimson Fiend continent. The sky-breaking pill is an origin rank pill and it is not that difficult to refine. However, the primal blood awakening pill is a bit troublesome. Luckily, I have the heaven-trampling cauldron with me, so I should be able to refine it. Zhu Shen scanned the entire forest with his spiritual perception. He saw that the purple-feathered flame eagle tribe was fighting another tribe of avian savage beasts. They might have come into conflict because of the ingredients needed to refine the sky-breaking pill and the primal blood awakening pill. The avian tribe fighting against the purple-feathered flame eagle weren't weak, but they were still overwhelmed by the huge number of purple-feathered flame eagles. However, they refused to back down despite the difference in their fighting force. From the looks of things, the purple-feathered flame eagle might win this battle, but they would lose a lot of their tribe members. Zhu Shen didn't want to see this happen. He was planning to subdue the purple-feathered flame eagle and make them work for him, so he did not want to see them lose too many of their tribe members. Without hesitation, Zhu Shen flew towards the location of the battling avian tribes. His figure vanished from the tree. Screech! Somewhere in the forest above the tall trees, two tribes of avian savage beasts can be seen fighting ferociously. One group was led by a huge purple-feathered flame eagle while the tribe of winged reptiles was commanded by a winged gargantuan snake-like creature. The two sides collided in midair, causing a rain of blood to drop from the skies. The leaves of the trees beneath them were stained by the blood from these two tribes. The smell of blood attracted a lot of savage beasts and they immediately rushed in the direction of the battle. The blood of these two avian tribes was beneficial to the other savage beasts, so despite the fearsome strength shown by the two sides, they still attracted some fearless wandering savage beasts. At this moment, this patch of the forest was filled with horrific roars, sending chills to the demons who were in the periphery of the forest. The demons were wondering why the savage beasts would suddenly become active this time. Some of them chose to leave the forest, while a few of these demons decided to try their luck and sprinted to the location where the roars of the savage beasts originated. Are the savage beasts fighting over a precious spiritual plant? Or did they find a valuable piece of treasure? Not long later, the area near the battlefield of the two avian tribes was surrounded by a few dozen savage beasts and some wandering demons. All of them were looking at the crazy onslaught happening in the skies with shocked faces. They were curious why these two groups of avian savage beasts were fighting so frenziedly. More and more corpses dropped from the skies, and they were immediately taken away by the savage beasts and demons who were lurking underneath. Seeing this, the leader of the purple feathered flame eagle was angry, but it couldn't do anything about it since it was still facing off the giant snake-like creature. These damned pests! I will kill you all after I finish off this goddamn worm! The leader of the purple feathered flame eagle screeched threateningly as it dove straight into the giant snake creature. Its pair of sharp talons was aiming for the head of the winged snake. The winged snake felt the incoming threat and it abruptly flew to the side to evade the sharp talons of the berserk purple feathered flame eagle. The two leaders clashed once more, leaving deep gashes on each other's bodies. And just as they were about to attack again, a silhouette suddenly came into view in between them. The two creatures were bewildered by the sudden interruption, but when the leader of the purple feathered flame eagle saw the face of the newcomer, it revealed a look of delight. "Esteemed sir, we have already gathered all the ingredients that you mentioned. I was about to go back, but these goddamn pests discovered that we have precious spiritual plants with us, so they intercepted us with the thoughts of stealing it." Zhu Shen stared at the purple feathered flame eagle. He could sense the anger in its tone. "All right. Leave these guys to me. I'll handle them," he muttered while waving his hand disinterestedly. The purple feathered flame eagle was slightly doubtful, but when it remembered Zhu Shen's peculiarities, it nodded its bird head and issued a command to its tribe. Seeing the purple feathered flame eagle tribe retreat after the arrival of this human, the winged snake became incredibly displeased. "Human, how dare you interfere in the affairs of savage beasts? Disappear from my sights and I will consider letting you." Before it could even finish its words, the giant winged snake's head was blasted into smithereens. Zhu Shen retracted his finger and stared at the headless corpse of the giant snake as it fell hard on the ground. None of the creatures dared to steal the carcass of the winged snake after they witnessed this terrifying scene. Although no one saw what happened, they knew that the sudden death of the giant winged snake should be related to the mysterious human hovering in midair. They did not want to anger such a great expert for a single savage beast carcass, but they weren't disappointed either. For they had witnessed an astonishing scene that had changed their views about the world of cultivation. No matter how strong one can become, there would always be someone stronger than him. The wandering demons watching this felt their hairs raising and they immediately fled from the place. The presence of this human wasn't good news for them. This meant that there was one more strong human that they would have to fight. Although they weren't directly connected with the Great Demon Empire, they would still side with their fellow demons in the war against humans. Zhu Shen saw the fleeing demons, but he did not have any interest in them. They were just a bunch of lesser demons and they were of no threat to him. When the group of feathered lizards saw the collapse of their leader, they became fearful and instantly fled without hesitation. They were already at a disadvantage before and when Zhu Shen came, all their hopes were vanquished. Zhu Shen did not want to let them escape. These feathered lizards might look aggressive, but their meat doesn't taste that bad and it can even be considered as a rare delicacy. With a wave of his hand, Zhu Shen produced hundreds of tiny ice needles and sent them hurtling towards the fleeing feathered lizards. The poor creatures could not even emit a shriek before their corpses plopped to the ground tragically. Zhu Shen did a beckoning motion with his right hand and stopped the descent of the fallen carcasses. He then stuffed the hundreds of corpses inside his space earring as if he was stuffing apples and cabbages in his bag. The scene flabbergasted the purple feathered flame eagle. They couldn't believe that such a strong tribe was actually taken out by Zhu Shen in just a matter of seconds. The leader of the purple feathered flame eagle breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it was smart enough and did not provoke Zhu Shen at that time or their tribe wouldn't be any better compared to the feathered lizards. After stuffing all the corpses inside his space earring, Zhu Shen stared at the creatures hiding underneath. When his gaze scanned them, the savage beasts and the remaining brave demons felt their blood had suddenly become frozen. They shivered as Zhu Shen's sight moved past them, and they only became relieved after Zhu Shen had looked away. "Esteemed sir, thank you for saving my tribe. If not for you, more of my family would have died. My purple-feathered flame eagle will be at your command regardless if you refine the pill for us or not," the leader of the purple-feathered flame eagle respectfully said to Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen glanced approvingly at the huge bird in front of him. This creature was smart, and it knew that following Zhu Shen was the best choice for its tribe. Aside from this mysterious human's ability to concoct pills, he was also a peerless cultivator with unparalleled battle strength. "Lead the way. Once we find a perfect spot, I'll refine the pill for you," Zhu Shen muttered calmly. Chapter 341, Refining the Primal Blood Awakening Pill. After finding a secluded spot in the periphery of the forest, Zhu Shen took out his heaven-trampling cauldron and asked for the ingredients from the purple-feathered flame eagles. After hearing that Zhu Shen wanted to refine the pill in this place, the leader of the purple-feathered flame eagle immediately commanded its tribe to hand over the gathered spiritual plants and flowers. Each one of these spiritual plants was precious, but none of them were at the origin rank, so procuring them wasn't difficult for the purple-feathered flame eagle. Zhu Shen sorted the spiritual plants given by the eagles and inspected them one by one. After careful scrutiny, Zhu Shen heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the purple-feathered flame eagles picked the correct spiritual plants, and some of them seemed to be in good condition. Just that the spirit cloud Ganoderma, an auxiliary ingredient for refining the sky-breaking pill, was in bad shape. From the looks of it, this stalk of spirit cloud Ganoderma had been pulled carelessly. Zhu Shen felt that it was a pity, but he did not blame the purple-feathered flame eagle for this. He did not teach them how to pluck these spiritual plants, and it was already a miracle for them to collect all the required ingredients. The purple-feathered flame eagle must have plucked them in a hurry, or some of these spiritual plants might have been guarded by powerful savage beasts. The poor birds must have lost a lot of their tribe members from this hunt, but it doesn't matter. After I refine the primal blood awakening pill for their leader, their tribe would become even stronger. Zhu Shen placed his right hand on top of the spiritual plants and drew a mystical symbol in midair. The symbol lit up brilliantly and fell into the spiritual plants. Upon closer look, one would notice that when the symbol struck the spiritual plants, their properties had become noticeably better. The spirit cloud Ganoderma, which had the worst condition, looked much better. This was an enchanting technique that Zhu Shen created in his past life. It was capable of enhancing a spiritual plant's essence, making its condition better. This kind of technique was necessary for high-level alchemists, since it was difficult to procure a spiritual plant of perfect condition, especially after it reaches a certain level. Spiritual plants that had spirits were even more difficult to obtain, and if one manages to luckily get one, their condition might not be perfect. Luckily I have the spirit cleansing symbol, or I might not be able to create a pill of great quality. Zhu Shen slapped the heaven-trampling cauldron and flicked a small dark obsidian flame towards the bottom of the cauldron. The dragon images on the cauldron lit up as if they were about to emit a terrifying roar. The first step of pill refining is purification. This is the easiest step, but one still needs to be careful in handling the spiritual plants, or all the medicinal properties from the plants might be gone. Zhu Shen did a strange hand gesture before slapping the cauldron. He then placed the spiritual plants inside the heaven-trampling cauldron and purified them all together. If an alchemist was here to witness the scene, they would certainly suspect that Zhu Shen was a madman. Almost all the alchemists would purify the spiritual plants one by one, and they were very careful in this process, especially if they were handling high-level spiritual plants. However, Zhu Shen was actually purifying all of them in one go. If this wasn't an act of a madman, then what would be? Nonetheless, Zhu Shen couldn't care less about the process of purification. He even created his own purifying technique, which made things easier for him in this process. Others would have to carefully do this step, but he can be willful here because of his purifying skills. Not long later, all the spiritual plants inside the heaven-trampling cauldron were already purified to a perfect state. All the impurities in them have been removed and they can already be refined. The next step is the refining process. This step is very easy as well. Too bad my cultivation is low right now, or I would have refined the primal blood awakening pill even without the help of the heaven-trampling cauldron. Anyway, time to refine the spiritual plants. Zhu Shen leisurely refined the spiritual plants as he took out a bottle of wine from his space earring. He then used the other hand for refining and the other for holding the bottle of wine. Alchemists would surely be gobsmacked by Zhu Shen's attitude. The refining of spiritual plants was never easy, but he dared to drink wine while doing this process. Perhaps only Zhu Shen had the guts to do this while refining a precious pill like the primal blood awakening pill. The next step after the refining process was the pill formation. This part was the hardest, and before Zhu Shen started this process, he kept his bottle of wine back to his space earring after taking one more sip. The last step of the refining process is known as pill condensation. It wasn't a necessary step to do, but Zhu Shen knew that this step could improve the resulting pill's final condition. A brilliance of rainbow light suddenly illuminated the area around Zhu Shen. This scene stunned the purple-feathered flame eagle, and they wondered what Zhu Shen did in his pill refining process that it actually created such a scene. A profound state sky-breaking pill, and there are 10 pills created in just one set of ingredients. Not bad. Not bad. Zhu Shen muttered to himself after seeing the glowing pills inside the cauldron, but he did not take them out yet. This was just the sky-breaking pill. He still has to add the scarlet searing fern into the cauldron and refine it together with the sky-breaking pill using a secret refining method. Zhu Shen did not rest, he immediately grabbed the scarlet searing fern and threw it inside the cauldron. He did not even bother to purify and refine it. He directly mixed the scarlet searing fern with the 10 sky-breaking pills. Zhu Shen muttered a series of incomprehensible words and did a couple of hand gestures. This process took about 10 minutes before Zhu Shen opened his eyes. The area around him was once again enveloped by a rainbow radiance. The purple-feathered flame eagles had already seen this earlier, so they weren't surprised this time. Success! It's as easy as I thought it was. He muttered as he grabbed the 10 primal blood awakening pill inside the cauldron. The pills were still warm and they emitted a fragrant aroma of fresh fruits and flowers. He took one pill and kept the remaining 9 for himself. Little bird, come here. Zhu Shen did a beckoning gesture to the leader of the purple-feathered flame eagle. Seeing this, the huge eagle was delighted and it immediately flew in front of Zhu Shen. A look of agitation and excitement can be seen in its birdie figure. Here. This is the primal blood awakening pill. Eat it and focus on absorbing the pill's energy. Zhu Shen carelessly tossed the pill to the huge eagle, who immediately caught the pill with its mouth. The pill had a lovely scent and the taste was also great, but the purple-feathered flame eagle hurriedly focused itself on absorbing the pill's essence and energy. Zhu Shen did not disturb the purple-feathered flame eagle. He stared at the other eagles who were looking at their leader in anticipation. Hey, little birdies, can I get the purple fire crystal now? Zhu Shen called out in a soft voice. Although these eagles were not yet capable of human speech, they can still understand Zhu Shen's words, so they immediately gave him the purple fire crystal. Their gaze towards Zhu Shen had also become warmer. They knew that from this moment, they would have to serve this human. If it was some other human expert, they would surely scoff at him in disdain, but this guy in front of them was different. Zhu Shen stared at the purple fire crystal in his hands with a calm look. It had a beautiful purple color and emitted a warm and fuzzy sensation. Zhu Shen kept it inside his space earring. With this crystal, the resulting wine he would brew would become even more delicious and valuable. Zhu Shen felt a hint of anticipation as he thought about it. With my current level, I no longer need the time and space chamber to brew wine. I can just manipulate the state of the wine with the use of some techniques. He muttered to himself. Screech! A loud and resonant cry suddenly reverberated, making the eagles around Zhu Shen fly in the air in surprise. They stared at their leader and discovered that its features had changed, but before they could even congratulate their leader, they suddenly heard the loud rumbling of thunder above them. Zhu Shen stared at the skies with a calm look. It is breaking through to the nascent god realm. Chapter 342, Brewing Wine Amidst the Tribulation Lightning. Stay back. Your leader will undergo his tribulation lightning. You will only cause him trouble if you stay here. Zhu Shen shouted at the gobsmacked purple-feathered flame eagles. Screech! Screech! When the eagles heard Zhu Shen's warning, they immediately flew far away. The light in their eyes flashed with a mixture of concern and excitement as they stared at their leader's proud figure. Zhu Shen stared at the huge eagle that was hovering loftily below the dark clouds. It was no longer a lowly purple-feathered flame eagle. It has evolved into a stronger avian species, the purple-winged sword eagle. It still has the same purple color, but the splendor of its feathers became even more beautiful and sharper. Its long sharp beak was like a sword that could cut through metals like butter. Its feet were now encased in a set of dark obsidian-like armor, making the creature look even more imposing. The purple-winged sword eagles are avian creatures with strong combat power. They had no problem fighting savage beasts with powerful bloodlines. The leader of the purple-feathered flame eagle, who was now a purple-winged sword eagle, stared at the darkened sky with a ferocious glint in its beastly eyes. Screech! The huge eagle emitted a fearsome cry as it glared at the rumbling firmament. So this is what it feels to face tribulation lightning. To think that I would have the chance to become a true nascent god realm savage beast in this life. The bloodline of a purple-winged sword eagle is truly terrifying. The leader of the purple-feathered flame eagle tribe moved its gaze towards the human who had made this possible. It flashed Zhu Shen a grateful look before it moved its gaze back towards the flashes of lightning above the sky. Zhu Shen retreated a few kilometers away from the huge eagle. Although he wasn't afraid of this kind of tribulation lightning, it would be troublesome for the newly evolved purple-winged sword eagle if Zhu Shen's presence would make the tribulation lightning even stronger. And so to avoid this event, Zhu Shen could only take precautions. If this little birdie ascends to the nascent god realm and provide its tribe with its blood after its successful breakthrough, the overall strength of the entire purple-feathered flame eagle tribe would rise exponentially. Some of them might even evolve into purple-winged sword eagles like their leader. They would be a great help to me in the future. Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he grabbed a chair from his space earring. He then sat with a relaxed expression on his face as if he was on a holiday vacation. I might as well start brewing my wine recipe while the little birdie is still undergoing its tribulation lightning. This could also save me the trouble from brewing it in the store. With that thought in his mind, Zhu Shen unhesitatingly took out the ingredients for his wine recipe. He then sorted them carefully and adjusted his thoughts. The ear-splitting roars of thunder did not even bother his concentration. No one was looking at Zhu Shen since the focus of the entire purple-feathered flame eagle tribe was on their leader. The huge purple-winged sword eagle flapped its blade-like wings, creating violent gusts of wind to erupt around it. Zap! A bolt of tribulation lightning tore through space as it struck the proud figure of the giant eagle. With a fearless look in its eyes, the purple-winged sword eagle emitted a loud cry as it covered its body with its wings. Bonk! The sky shook and the patch of land beneath the purple-winged sword eagle was charred. The spiritual plants and savage beasts that were once there had now turned into ashes. Looking at this scene, the tribe of purple-feathered flame eagles became terrified. They were worried that their leader might succumb under these bolts of lightning, but when they saw the violent and fierce expression of their leader, the tribe calmed themselves. Although the purple-winged sword eagle appeared to be injured, it wasn't deep enough to threaten it. While the tribulation lightning of the purple-winged sword eagle continued, Zhu Shen began his brewing process. His hands moved like a blur as he extracted the essence of the ingredients. And since he was brewing without the time and space chamber, Zhu Shen made use of the secret techniques that he had learned in his past life. With the abundance of his knowledge, he could even take out tens of thousands of techniques capable of improving the quality of herbs and spiritual plants. His only problem was in choosing what technique would be suitable in the current brewing process. The Peerless Deliverance enchantment might be perfect in this situation, but I could also perform the Divine Passage incantation. This is tough. To think that, I, Zhu Shen, would have trouble in choosing which technique I would perform in wine brewing. How amusing! Zhu Shen chuckled to himself as he shook his head. I plan to brew wine with crystalline liquid and mellow flavor. A balanced astringency and sweetness would be perfect as well. In that case, the Peerless Deliverance enchantment should help me achieve this with the ingredients I have. Begin. Zhu Shen drew an archaic symbol in front of him as he muttered an incomprehensible mantra. As the words came out of his mouth, the symbol he drew turned brighter and brighter. He then started purifying and refining the ingredients while muttering the mantra of the Peerless Deliverance enchantment. Zhu Shen's eyebrows tightly knitted into a frown for a brief moment as he familiarized himself with the brewing process. After a short moment, his face relaxed and the movements of his hands became even faster. At this moment, Zhu Shen's brewing process caused quite the commotion. The purple-feathered flame eagles who were intently looking at their leader moved their gazes towards Zhu Shen. When they saw the weird symbols floating around him and the air of mysteriousness that shrouded his entire being, the eagles became confused. What is this strong human doing? They thought. Chapter 343, Surprise caused by the Tribulation Lightning. With the Peerless Deliverance mantra, Zhu Shen was able to quickly prepare the ingredients. Each ingredient glowed brilliantly after being struck by the golden symbol that Zhu Shen controlled. This is much easier than I thought. Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he mixed the ingredients thoroughly. His golden eyes shone with profound calmness as his hands moved at an indiscernible speed. Golden symbols continued to float around Zhu Shen as he recited the Peerless Deliverance mantra. The space around him was suddenly enveloped by an unfathomable golden light that made the tribulation lightning look garbage in comparison. The purple-feathered flame eagle tribe gawked at Zhu Shen, who was barely discernible at the moment. They even almost forgot about the tribulation lightning flickering wildly above the firmament. The leader of the eagle tribe even lost focus for a second, causing him to be ruthlessly struck by a bolt of tribulation lightning. Screech! The huge purple-winged sword eagle emitted an angered cry and it hurriedly stabilized its injuries. Flashes of purple lightning covered the gigantic eagle, dancing around it like small serpents. I must focus on my tribulation lightning first. I don't know what that esteemed person is doing, but it isn't the right time to think about it. I will ask him after I succeed. The eagle gathered its true essence in preparation for the next bolts of tribulation lightning. It could not afford to suffer the same strike earlier or it might be fatal to it. Inside the Lotus building, the demon ancestor and the demon lords simultaneously stood up and stared in the direction of the forest. They knitted their eyebrows as they muttered in surprise. Tribulation lightning! Someone has summoned the tribulation lightning. From its scale, this guy should be breaking through to the demon lord realm. Nascent god realm, however, this aura, it is that of a savage beast. Demon Ancestor Jun frowned as he walked outside of the Lotus building. He hovered above the store and stared at the dark clouds on the horizon. His four subordinates, Zortsak, Zagan, Azganoth, and Physical Horus were hovering behind him. They were also looking at the scene with stunned faces. Inside the store, the three young ladies looked unbothered by the commotion and only Burlock was in a state of shock. Who could it be? Judging from the aura, it should be a powerful savage beast with a noble bloodline. If it manages to break through to the nascent god realm, the power balance in Moreland City might crumble. Demon Ancestor Jun would never allow this kind of threat in his territory. Will the city be engulfed in war once more? Burlock sat down with a grave look on his face. Isn't that the direction where the master is headed to? Mimi asked softly. Standing beside her, Xiao Xiao and Blue nodded their heads in reply. That's right. Master said that he will be collecting ingredients for his wine. He should be in that forest. Xiao Xiao said with a pondering look. Could it be that Master has something to do with this? I mean, The other sisters checked Moorland City and the forest, and according to them, there should be no one close to breaking through the nascent god realm. In that case, the master must be involved in this incident. Blue, the brightest among the three girls, muttered. Burlock, who had a grave expression on his face, suddenly stood up when he heard the girls' conversation. What? Wine Master Zhu Shen could help a savage beast break through to the nascent god realm? And it isn't even long since he's gone. This. If that old man learns about this, the consequences, shit. It would be terrible. Burlock hurriedly closed his mouth and looked to his left and right. He then sighed in relief when he discovered that the demon ancestor and the 4 demon lords were not inside the store. God damn it! That scared me. My 3 lovely friends, please don't speak about this in front of those guys, or there might be a terrifying consequence. Wine Master Zhu Shen might be able to handle the old man, but if that old guy will report this to His Majesty. Burlock's eyes flashed with trepidation at the mention of the Crimson Fiend Continent's ruler. However, the expressions of the 3 ladies didn't even change. They looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Seeing this, Burlock could only smile wryly. You guys haven't seen him yet, so that's why you're unconcerned. He thought to himself. His Majesty? You mean the so-called ruler of this continent? Xiao Xiao stared at Burlock in disdain. Her hands were holding her hips in an akimbo. Burlock's eyes widened like saucers upon hearing the contemptuous tone of Xiao Xiao. He hurriedly dashed towards her and covered her mouth with his hands as he gazed at the entrance of the store. He secretly wiped his sweat after seeing that the demon ancestor and the 4 demon lords were still not there. Young lady Xiao Xiao, don't speak carelessly about His Majesty. I know that Wine Master Zhu Shen is a strong individual, but His Majesty's strength is also unfathomable. From what I heard, he should be at the Void God realm. Xiaoxiao's anger flared when her mouth was suddenly covered by a big and callous hand, but when she heard Burlock's words, she snorted as she swatted the big hand away. Void God realm, hey! Mimi worriedly held Xiaoxiao's hands when she heard the demon's words. Sister Xiao Xiao, it would be wise if we don't get involved with someone at that level at this moment. The master has just arrived in the Crimson Fiend continent and he has yet to establish a firm footing here. We should not recklessly provoke the ruler of this continent at the time being. Mimi is right. Xiao Xiao, you should be careful with your words or you might bring unnecessary trouble to the master. Blue added in a serious tone. Seeing her 2 sisters like that, Xiao Xiao could only glare at Burlock. Humph. Chapter 344, Aaron. Zhu Shen glanced at the shimmering mixture of liquid inside the big barrel in front of him. A beautiful and fragrant aroma pervaded the air around him, instilling a tantalizing smell that traveled throughout the forest. The noses of the savage beasts and demons at the vicinity twitched when this wave of tempting fragrance caressed their nostrils. What is this beautiful fragrance? Where did this come from? Is it a divine fruit? Roar! The eyes of the savage beasts and demons went red from excitement. Just where did this smell come from? They all thought. The purple-feathered flame eagles tilted their necks and stared at the huge barrel in front of Zhu Shen. A trail of saliva came running down their beaks when they discovered that the smell came from the liquid inside the barrel. However, the eagles reined in their desires when they saw Zhu Shen calmly glancing their way. His expressionless gaze sent a chill down their spines. Zhu Shen smirked as he looked away from the eagles. He then stared at the purple fire crystal in his hands with a hint of expectation. Just this one final ingredient until my wine is completed. He whispered as he threw the crystal inside the barrel. He then covered it and placed his hands on the barrel as he muttered an incantation. His hands lit up briefly and the huge barrel was then covered by a blinding light that made everyone at the scene close their eyes swiftly. Zhu Shen narrowed his eyes into slits. The corners of his lips curved upwards to form a light smile. My first wine recipe is finally completed. As the blinding light receded, the huge barrel once again came into his view. After he opened the lid, what came into his view was an oceanic blue liquid that shone with brilliant splendor. What a beautiful piece of art! A treasured wine in the mortal world. Bejeweled ocean nectar, that will be your name. Zhu Shen smiled contentedly as he scooped a handful of wine with his hands. With one final look at the beautiful blue liquid in his cupped hands, he then drank it with his eyes shut tight. Gulp! Zhu Shen's eyelashes fluttered gently and his expression froze. He then slowly opened his eyes as his face broke into a smile. Bejeweled ocean nectar, that name indeed is perfect for this wine. After muttering those words, Zhu Shen covered the lid of the huge barrel before he carefully put it inside his space earring. And just then... Ding! The host has brewed his wine. The system is analyzing the quality of the wine. Host, please wait for a moment. Ding! Bejeweled ocean nectar, the wine has passed the system's assessment. Mission completed. You received X2 fruit of cultivation. You received X1 petal of divine ascension flower. Divine ascension flower. So it exists. Zhu Shen exclaimed as he received the rewards with a rare surprised look. To think that the celestial flower of the legends was true. Truly unbelievable. But is the effect the same as what was written in the stories? Zhu Shen muttered as he lifted the small golden petal with his fingers. This petal looked extraordinarily good, and with just one look, anyone could tell that it is valuable. Ding! The petal of the divine ascension flower has the ability to make even an untrained mortal ascend into the nascent god realm after consumption. There are no side effects. It will also allow someone at the nascent god realm to ascend into the origin god realm. Can only be eaten once. Eating a second time will produce no results. When Zhu Shen heard the system's cold and steely voice and the words it has spoken, he chuckled. So it is indeed true. With this petal, I am guaranteed to reach the origin god realm, and with the fruits of cultivation, I think I can reach the late stage in one go. I never thought that cultivation would be this fast for me in this life. Zhu Shen remembered that it took him thousands upon thousands of years before he reached that realm in his past life. Just the thought of it made him sigh in his heart. This system. Just how powerful is it that it even allowed me to be reborn and cultivate at this speed? Just what is this thing? Zhu Shen muttered as he kept the rewards he had received. Ding! Everything has a reason. Surprisingly, the system answered his queries and its tone had some sort of life in its mechanical voice. However, Zhu Shen was currently relishing in the thoughts of his past life to notice this minute detail. After a minute, Zhu Shen sorted his thoughts and forced out the complicated emotions he was feeling. He then stared at the sky, which was now free of the dark clouds. Hovering above the clouds, he saw a bloody gigantic eagle covered in sparks of lightning. Multiple deep injuries riddled its body, but there was a lively and sharp look in its beastly eyes. So you've succeeded. Zhu Shen hovered and stared at the eyes of the eagle. The purple-winged sword eagle, who was now a nascent god realm savage beast, stared back at Zhu Shen's golden eyes. It tried to look deeply into his eyes, but after a moment, it dipped its head down in deference. From now on, I will serve you as your servant. The eagle muttered as it slowly transformed into a human. A lanky man with purple hair that reached his shoulders. His eyes had a pair of reddish pupils that flashed with a radiant luster. This man was dressed in a set of flashy silver armor with a cape made of purple feathers. Master, please bestow your humble servant with a name. The purple-haired man kneeled in front of Zhu Shen as he spoke those words. A name, you say? Zhu Shen smiled at the man. Zhu Shen went closer to the man and patted his shoulder as he said. The leader of the purple-feathered flame eagle tribe, I will give you the name Aaron. It means a mighty eagle leader. Aaron's shoulders trembled when he heard the name given to him. Aaron. Aaron. Chapter 345, Offending Demon Ancestor June. Lord Demon Ancestor, do you want me to investigate this newly ascended nascent god realm savage beast? Zagan stared at Demon Ancestor June and waited for his command. However, the old demon shook his head in reply. There is no need for that. As long as that beast won't involve itself in the affairs of Moreland City, then I will not do anything. However, if it ever sets foot in my city, I will slaughter it and feast on its flesh," the old demon said with a calm tone as he descended back to the ground. Zagan and the other 3 demon lords stared at each other with unreadable expressions on their faces. "Let's go. I still have yet to finish the wine that I've ordered." Zortsak chuckled lightly as he descended to the ground. The other 3 then followed behind him. "Burlock, we don't have time to linger here anymore. Pack our orders and deliver them to our residences." Demon Ancestor June glanced at Burlock with a cold look on his aged face. The commanding tone in his voice made Burlock scream curses in his heart, but he was all smiles at the moment as he replied with a look of difficulty. "Here it comes. Lord Demon Ancestor, as much as I would love to do that, unfortunately, Wine Master Ju Shen told me that takeouts aren't allowed." Demon Ancestor Jun's aged face darkened considerably upon hearing his words. "What did you say? Burlock, surely you won't follow this stupid rule, right? What kind of store wouldn't allow their customers to order takeout?" Zagan snorted at the sidelines as he glared at Burlock. "Stupid rule? Who do you think you are to speak so lightly of the master's rules? How dare you act so haughty here, giant buffoon?" Xiao Xiao grimly stared at Zagan, making the giant feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Blue and Mimi also wore solemn expressions on their faces. They might have been ordered by Ju Shen to treat their guests with respect, but they will never tolerate someone disrespecting their master. Zortsak, Azganoth, and Physical Oris were surprised by the sudden shift in the ladies' mood. They secretly chuckled at Zagan, for they knew that the giant had stepped on horse shit this time. "So even someone as smart as you would make this kind of mistake? Hee hee." Burlock gloated in his heart. Even he had always been on the losing end against Xiao Xiao, so he was glad that someone could share the same fate as him. "Enough!" Demon Ancestor June shouted angrily, making everyone inside the store shut up. He then shifted his gaze back to Burlock as he asked. "Burlock, is this your final decision? Do you really want to go against me?" Demon Ancestor June was feeling threatened for no reason. He didn't know why he was having this kind of mixed emotions after witnessing the ascension of a savage beast to the nascent god realm. He felt that there might be changes to Moreland City starting this moment. That was also why there was a sudden change to his calm mood. Burlock gulped hard after being stared at by the old demon. In truth, he did not want to offend the demon ancestor, for he knew that behind this old man's calm facade was the face of a brutal demon. However, after experiencing the power of Ju Shen, he dared not go against his new boss. "Forgive me, Lord Demon Ancestor. I am grateful to you for guiding me before, but I cannot betray the man who healed my wounds." Burlock bullshitted through gritted teeth. Demon Ancestor June stared silently at Burlock for a moment before he said, "Very well. I hope I can meet this wine master Ju Shen soon. I want to see what kind of man this person is. Hopefully, he won't disappoint me." Demon Ancestor June stood up and walked out of the store with heavy strides. The 4 demon lords immediately followed behind him, but they did not forget to look at Burlock with meaningful gazes. "Wait." Xiao Xiao grabbed Zagan's clothes and opened the palm of her right hand as she said, "You guys haven't paid yet." She smirked coldly as she spoke those words. Zagan's large pair of eyes twitched at the sight of her face, and he had the urge to slap this girl into smithereens. He took a deep breath and grabbed a huge pile of bloodstones from his spatial artifact. He then gave it to Xiao Xiao with a dark look on his face. Xiao Xiao smiled widely as she received the payment. "Thank you for your patronage, dear guests. Please come back again." Zagan snorted in response before leaving the store. Sigh. Burlock sighed heavily as he plopped down on a chair. "We have thoroughly offended the demon ancestor and the 4 demon lords. Would Wine Master Ju Shen be fine? I mean, those people are the kind who seeks revenge. They have been humiliated here, so they would certainly come back with evil intentions." "Humph," What are you afraid of, you coward? Those fools are nothing to master. And besides, I would love it if they come back as enemies, for my sisters are already hungry. He he he. Xiao Xiao chuckled eerily as she kept the bloodstones. What do you mean? Burlock stared at her with knitted eyebrows. Of course you know what I mean, ugly bastard. He he he. Xiao Xiao smirked derisively. Enough of that talk, Xiao Xiao. We must inform the master about this upon his arrival. He should be informed about what happened earlier. Don't do anything foolish without the master's commands. Blue flicked Xiaoxio's forehead as she reprimanded the girl. Ow! Ow! Xiao Xiao rubbed her forehead as she nodded her head at Blue. Within a huge castle in the central parts of the Crimson Fiend continent, a man was seated on a throne made of bones from strong creatures. He was wearing a mask made from a dragon's head and his body was covered by a long black robe. Beneath him were 10 individuals prostrating at him in worship. The masked man lifted his head and stared in the direction of Moreland City. His pair of ember eyes were flickering like a violently burning flame. No one knew what he was thinking, and there was only silence within this dark great hall. Chapter 346, Meeting Demon Ancestor June. You can go back with me. I have a store in Beltran City and you will stay there as the temporary guard. Zhu Shen patted Aaron's shoulder in a friendly manner. Aaron solemnly bowed his head as he replied. I'll follow your commands. His voice was filled with reverence and respect. Zhu Shen had helped him become a nascent god realm savage beast, a dream that he thought was unreachable for the likes of his tribe. There wasn't even a hint of reluctance on his part when he decided to follow Zhu Shen, for he knew that serving this expert would only be beneficial to him and his tribe. Zhu Shen glanced deeply at Aaron, who had his head bowed. He already knew what the eagle was thinking, but he didn't mind. He badly needed subordinates not just for his stay in the Crimson Fiend continent, but also for a greater purpose. Let's go. Zhu Shen turned into a streak of light as he flew through the skies. Aaron glanced at his tribe and shouted. My kin, follow me to our new home. After shouting those words, Aaron disappeared together with the remaining hundreds of purple-feathered flame eagles. The savage beasts and demons hiding within the forest heaved sighs of relief as they came out of their hiding spots. They are finally gone. That was scary. That goddamn human is too strong. Who is he? They went in the direction of Beltran City. It looks like the city will undergo changes in the coming days. To think that the rebel army actually had such an expert here. Zhu Shen stared at the city gates of Beltran City that were coming into his view. He saw several hundred demons wearing full-body armor at the top of the city walls. These demon soldiers were emitting a dangerous aura that was honed after undergoing dangerous battles. Zhu Shen's eyes narrowed into slits as he watched the demon soldiers. Did Aaron's ascension make Beltran City wary? Or is there someone commanding these demons to gather? Master, why did you stop here? Aaron arrived behind Zhu Shen and asked in surprise. Beltran City was still quite far, so he was surprised when he saw that Zhu Shen had stopped flying. Zhu Shen glanced at his new subordinate and pointed in the direction of Beltran City. See for yourself. It looks like your presence is not welcomed in Beltran City. This. Humph. I didn't think that the demons of Beltran City would be this cowardly. Master, do you want me to make a path for you? Aaron muttered sinisterly. As a savage beast who had lived in continuous danger, he wasn't afraid of battle, especially after his recent breakthrough. Zhu Shen lifted his hand and smacked the back of Aaron's head as he scolded lightly. Fighting them would only make things worse. Go tell your tribesmen to settle down. Don't let them act aggressively once we enter Beltran City. Just leave the talking to me. Aaron rubbed the back of his head and nodded with an embarrassed smile. Yes, Master. I'll inform them right away. Zhu Shen slowly descended from the skies. To think that, Zhu Shen would actually be forced to talk peace with the demon tribe. How very pathetic I've become. He muttered in shame. Who is that? Is that a human? How dare he come to our Beltran city in a high-profile manner? Is he tired of living his cultivation? I can't sense it. Zhu Shen's sudden descent caused a series of exclamations from the demon soldiers. Human, why have you come to our Beltran city? The leader of the demon soldiers stepped forward as he glared at Zhu Shen. His demonic eyes flickering with intense madness. The demons and humans have been at war for thousands of years in this continent. There is no room for reconciliation for these two tribes, and just meeting each other would immediately cause them conflict. Zhu Shen turned his gaze to this demon captain, causing the latter to feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He shivered as his gaze met with Zhu Shen's unfathomable eyes. Such strong presence! This human is an expert. We're done for! The demon captain shouted grimly in his heart. Zhu Shen remained silent as he walked towards the demon captain. The rest of the demon soldiers could only stare at him as he walked past them. They were too scared to take a step forward in the face of Zhu Shen's unfathomable power. Just as Zhu Shen was about to talk, an aged voice suddenly drifted within the city walls. You must be the wine master Zhu that Burlock has talked about. The demon captain inwardly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this voice. His back was already covered in a cold sweat without him knowing it. Zhu Shen shifted his gaze to the side. Right there he saw a hunched old man holding a walking stick. Behind the old man were 4 individuals with strong auras. All of them were looking at Zhu Shen with scrutinizing gazes. So it's you. The old brat I've seen on top of the mountains. And these 4 young ones must be the demon lords of Beltran city. Zhu Shen said in a calm tone as if he was unaware of everyone's gazes. Demon ancestor Jun's wrinkled lips twitched when he heard Zhu Shen calling him old brat. He glanced deeply at this human, hoping to see through his cultivation level. However, no matter how long demon ancestor Jun looked at him, he failed to estimate Zhu Shen's power. It was as if he was looking at a normal human with no cultivation. You! What did you just call me? Zortsak, the most hot-blooded among the 4 behind the old demon, pointed at Zhu Shen with anger. Zhu Shen ignored Zortsak. His calm gaze was still directed on demon ancestor Jun. You! How dare you! Demon ancestor Jun lifted his withered hand, making Zortsak close his mouth unwillingly. Chapter 347, Scaring Demon Ancestor Jun. So it was really him who peered through the whole of Beltran city using an unknown technique. He doesn't look strong at all based on his physical appearance, but he has this kind of unworldly air that makes him mysterious and unfathomable. Let me test this human. Humph! Demon ancestor Jun felt unnerved by Zhu Shen's calm and expressionless face. He wanted to see what this human was hiding beneath his indifferent exterior. The old demon released his aura without constraint, making the air around him tremble vigorously. The demon soldiers looking at this scene felt dread in their hearts as they watched the old demon's display of prowess. The 4 demon lords behind the demon ancestor glanced at the old man in worship and fear. Flying above the clouds, Aaron and his purple-feathered flame eagle tribe gazed at the old demon with serious looks. They knew that this old man was dangerous just on the malignant aura he exudes. Who knew how many lives he had taken to produce this kind of suffocating burst of aura? Zhu Shen, who was the main target of this suppression, still had an indifferent expression on his face. It was as if the suppressive aura didn't exist at all. Is this how the demons treat their guests? Zhu Shen spoke in a calm voice as he stared at demon ancestor Jun in amusement. In truth, he could smack this old man senseless despite their current difference in cultivation level. The old demon might be a realm stronger than him at the moment, but Zhu Shen had thousands of ways to make him kneel and beg for mercy. However, he didn't want to draw the attention of their leader yet. According to Burlock, the man they call His Majesty was an expert at the Void God realm. This might be nothing to the past Zhu Shen, but it would be difficult for him to fight an expert at that level with his present level of power. If that man they call His Majesty is just at the early stage of the Void God realm, then I might be able to fight him to a standstill if I use my baleful dragon sacred sword. However, if that man is at the peak stage of the Void God realm, then it would be troublesome. I should wait until I consume the petal of Divine Ascension flower and the 2 fruits of cultivation before making any rash moves. Zhu Shen felt that it was a pity that he could not punish the old brat in front of him. Demon Ancestor Jun and the 4 demon lords were surprised when they noticed that the suppressive aura wasn't affecting Zhu Shen. Is he really strong or is he just hiding his fear? They didn't know. Seeing this, the old demon increased the power of his suppressive force. The thick floor made of precious stones cracked under this intense pressure, and everybody at the scene felt a cold sweat running down their spines. The old man was finally serious. They all thought in their hearts, "It seems like I have to show a bit of my power to knock this old brat off his pedestal." Zhu Shen sighed and shook his head. Just as everyone thought that the human had finally succumbed in fear, his figure suddenly vanished. Swoosh! Have you had enough fun? Demon Ancestor Jun felt a hand patting his shoulder, followed by an eerily calm whisper. The suppressive force that he displayed disappeared in a blink of an eye. There wasn't a hint of strength behind the hand patting his shoulder, but Demon Ancestor Jun felt that he could die if he made any wrong moves. He felt as if there was a pair of invisible hands gripping his old heart. One wrong move and he would die. This feeling overwhelmed him, making him almost forget how to breathe. When Zhu Shen saw that the old demon had almost passed out from his little act, he retracted his hand and chuckled lightly as he said, "Old brat, you should come to my store and drink a bottle or 2 of my wines. You won't regret coming there." After saying those words, Zhu Shen stared at Aaron and the eagles who were still flying above the horizon and said, "Follow me." He tapped his foot on the ground and slowly ascended through the skies. He then shifted his gaze back to Demon Ancestor Jun, who was yet to recover himself. "I'm just here to make a living. Don't worry." Zhu Shen muttered with a carefree smile before disappearing into the skies. Screech! Aaron and his tribe trailed behind Zhu Shen, leaving behind a group of demons who had their mouths agape from the events earlier. When there was no longer a shadow of the purple feathered flame eagles in the sky, the old demon finally regained his senses. He breathed a heavy sigh as he stared in the direction of Zhu Shen's store as he muttered, "That human is very dangerous. I only felt this kind of pressure when I'm in front of His Majesty." What? The 4 demon lords were shocked when they heard the old demon's words. His Majesty the Demon Emperor was an expert at the Void God realm, and Demon Ancestor Jun actually said that the human had given him the same kind of pressure similar to His Majesty. Just who was that human? Lord Demon Ancestor, do you want us to report this to His Majesty? Zagan inquired nervously. He never thought that the owner of that lotus building could be this strong. Demon Ancestor Jun glanced at his hands that were shaking lightly and replied, "No need. I have to report this to His Majesty in person. The 4 of you will stay here while I'm gone, but never provoke that human while I'm away. And make sure that your subordinates will not make trouble in that store. Provoking that human might cause the destruction of Beltran City." The 4 demon lords gasped in shock when they heard his reply, but they hurriedly nodded their heads solemnly. "Yes, Lord Demon Ancestor." Chapter 348, Escape. Aaron and the purple feathered flame eagle tribe glanced curiously at the city below them. It was the first time they've come this close to Beltran City, so they were curious about their surroundings. That old demon was in existence at the Origin God realm, but the master didn't even bat an eye when the old coot released his destructive aura. Is the master at the legendary Void God realm? Aaron muttered excitedly to himself as he followed behind Zhu Shen with glittering eyes. He praised himself for being smart, or he would have wasted an opportunity to serve this strong human. Just as he was thinking about the future of his tribe, Aaron suddenly heard Zhu Shen's calm voice. "We're here. Let's go down. As for your tribe, just let them rest outside that building," Zhu Shen said as he pointed at the lotus building below them. Aaron's sight followed where Zhu Shen was pointing, and his jaws almost dropped when he saw the huge and captivating azure lotus. It was like an eye candy among the pile of rubbish that this city was. It was truly beautiful. "What be building?" Aaron dumbly asked as he stared at the lotus building with a shocked look. Zhu Shen smirked when he saw his dumbfounded expression. He then slowly descended towards the lotus building with his hands behind his back. When Aaron saw Zhu Shen's descent, he immediately commanded his tribe to go rest near the lotus building. He then speedily followed Zhu Shen. When they were already in the lotus building's entrance, Aaron's eyes almost popped out when he noticed that there were dozens or even hundreds of spiritual plants around the lotus building. It was a wonder how such precious spiritual plants were living vibrantly in a demon city. Master, this. Aaron poked Zhu Shen with his finger and pointed at the spiritual plants. Zhu Shen chuckled and shook his head as he randomly said, "Those are just some ornamental plants I casually planted to make the store look more refreshing. Oh, and don't let your tribe eat them. I have something more nutritious for savage beasts like them." Aaron nodded his head woodenly. "Master is back. Welcome back, Master." A bright and cheerful voice came from inside the store, followed by a series of quick footsteps. Creak. When the intricately beautiful door was partially opened, a charming face popped out carrying a blinding smile that could capture one's heart. "Hello, Master." He. This beautiful girl was the cheeky Xiao Xiao. "Welcome back, Master." Two more pretty girls came into view and greeted Zhu Shen with worship and respect. Their eyes were shining as they greeted him. Just a second later, a huge and frightening figure walked behind them. A demon lord. Aaron glanced warily at Burlock. His muscles were tightening as he prepared to strike. "Welcome back, Wine Master Zhu Shen. It's good that you're here. Demon Ancestor Jun and the 4 demon lords came earlier seeking for you," Burlock said with a depressed tone. Aaron, who was preparing to attack, calmed himself. It looks like this demon was on their side. "I know. Don't worry about them. They won't cause trouble here anymore," Zhu Shen said as he patted Burlock's shoulder. Burlock stared suspiciously at Zhu Shen and asked, "What do you mean, Wine Master Zhu?" Zhu Shen merely smiled at the curious Burlock as he stepped inside the store. "This man here is Aaron. He is a newly ascended nascent god realm savage beast. He will be working here as a temporary guard, so make sure to treat him well. He also brought with him his purple feathered flame eagle tribe. Burlock, you will be responsible for their food." Zhu Shen introduced the man behind him. Aaron lightly bowed his head. "I will be in your care." Of course, he has his reasons for being respectful. Aside from his worship for Zhu Shen, the 3 girls and the demon were so much stronger than him. Although he wasn't afraid of them, he didn't want to offend them since they would be his comrades starting now. "Hello, Aaron. I'm Xiao Xiao. Don't worry. I'll teach you everything you need to know here." Xiao Xiao grinned evilly. Seeing her smile, Aaron felt a chill running down his spine. "Buddy, we welcome you here. You can call me Burlock and I'm one of the 5 demon lords of Beltran City, but now I serve Wine Master Zhu Shen. Come, let me tour you around the building." Burlock patted Aaron's shoulder warmly. His warm words were a stark contrast to his demonic visage, making Aaron at loss for words. "All right." Aaron nodded his head reluctantly. Seeing that, Burlock glanced at Zhu Shen and waited for his approval. Zhu Shen waved his hand and nodded his head. "Go." After seeing that the 2 men were gone, Xiao Xiao, Mimi and Blue pulled Zhu Shen to a seat and asked him a series of questions about his recent travel. Zhu Shen did not want to disappoint the enthusiastic girls, so he answered their questions calmly. "General, we've secured the young master." A dark-skinned single-armed man laughed joyfully when he heard the voice in his communication crystal. Behind this man were a dozen human figures with different degrees of injuries, but despite their sorry figures, relieved smiles can be seen on their faces. The one-armed man stared at the communication crystal in his remaining hand and said with fierce resolution, "Leave Beltran City right away. We will buy time for your escape. Treat our family well, brothers." The man behind the communication crystal was stunned when he heard the general's words, but he still replied as tears trickled down his cheeks. Yes, General. The general heaved a sigh when heard the reply. He then crushed the communication crystal and glanced regretfully at his subordinates. I'm sorry, brothers, but we must buy time for the young master's escape. His voice carried a hint of sadness for his men. General, we are more than happy to sacrifice our lives for the young master's safety. That's right. We are prepared for death, General. Looking at the resolute faces of his subordinates, the general felt a pang of pain in his heart. I don't want such loyal men to die under my watch, but how could we live under this circumstance? Just then, he suddenly recalled a mysterious figure. The general's tired look was invigorated. Brothers, it looks like we still have a chance to live. Come, follow me to the Lotus building. His subordinates were surprised, but they followed the general while looking around their surroundings. Chapter 349, Burlock Scared Silly. General, I heard that the Lotus building is within the territory of Demon Lord Burlock. It would be bad if his men would notice us. One of the general's men said with a hint of nervousness in his tone. His words made everyone gulp down seriously. They knew who Demon Lord Burlock was. He was one of the 5 demon lords of Moreland City, and he was also known as a violent individual. It would be unknown what would happen to them if they would be captured by his men. The general was also fearful of Demon Lord Burlock, but he did not show it on his face. Besides, the mysterious youth that he encountered gave him a more unfathomable feeling than the Demon Lord. Perhaps he could help them in their predicament since they were all fellow humans. However, he was still unsure of the mysterious man's background. The general knew all of the upper echelon members of the rebel army, and that mysterious man was definitely not among them. He was placing his bet on this person despite just meeting him once. Trust me. If there is someone who can save us now, it is only that person. I won't hide from you guys. I met a mysterious person after our last meeting. I'm unaware of his background, but he is a human. As for his strength, he is at least a nascent god realm expert. The general's words made everyone's eyes flash with hope. With renewed energy, they sped towards the Lotus building without care of emptying their true essence. Not far away from their location, a group of demons dressed in shining battle armor was carefully following their tracks. They were led by an ox demon. His huge head had a pair of horns that arched towards the sky. His pair of menacing eyes were staring wickedly at the set of disarrayed footprints beneath his huge hooves. Those humans are nearby. They erased their tracks here, but they left in a hurry. I want 2 of you to check the left and right alleys of this location. The rest of you, follow me. The ox demon commanded his men with a wicked smile on his horrifying face. He was already thinking of how delicious those humans would be. Yes, sir. Inside the Lotus building, Zhu Shen, who was about to consume the fruit of cultivation, suddenly glanced in a certain direction and used his spiritual perception. He smiled lightly when he saw a familiar face. So you have finally decided to come here, but it looks like your situation isn't good. Xiao Xiao, come here. Zhu Shen glanced at Xiao Xiao, who was busy talking with Mimi and Blue. She skipped towards Zhu Shen when she heard him call for her. Master, you called me? She asked with a smile. Call Aaron and tell him to come here. I will give him his first mission. Zhu Shen said with an expressionless look. Right away, Master. Xiao Xiao bowed her head lightly before she went to call Aaron. Not long later, Xiao Xiao came back with Aaron in tow. Master, Miss Xiao Xiao said that you are looking for me. Aaron bowed respectfully at Zhu Shen as he looked at his master with an expectant gaze. He heard from Xiao Xiao that Zhu Shen was looking for him to give his first mission. He was slightly excited about this first mission since this could be his chance to prove his loyalty to Zhu Shen. I want you to protect the group of humans not far from here and bring them safely to me, but you must not show them your true form. You can bring one of your tribesmen, but you must pose as a human. Zhu Shen did not want the general and his men to be scared witless, thus the reason for this command. Those men might be shocked if a savage beast suddenly shows up in front of them in their wretched state. Aaron nodded his head seriously after receiving the command. Yes, Master. I won't let them be harmed. Go. Zhu Shen waved his hand indicating Aaron to leave. Swoosh. Aaron's figure disappeared from the store. Good thing I didn't eat the fruit of cultivation right away. It would be bad if I summon my tribulation lightning within the city. I think I have to break through inside the spirit world to prevent unnecessary troubles. When a peak stage nascent god realm expert attempts to break through, they would summon much fiercer tribulation lightning. Every increase in major realm means that they would encounter stronger tribulation lightning, but after overcoming this trial, they would become peak experts. System, open the entrance to the spirit world. Zhu Shen muttered. After those words left his mouth, a huge and mysterious wooden door suddenly appeared inside the store, surprising the three ladies and the nearby burlock. The latter in particular was scared silly when he saw the sudden emergence of this archaic wooden door. It was the first burlock sensed this kind of suffocating sacred aura coming from a door. That. What is that? He pointed at the huge door with a horrified look. The three girls glanced at him mockingly and remained silent. They didn't know about the existence of the system, so they thought that it was the effect of Zhu Shen's power. Under the fearful gaze of Burlock, Zhu Shen pushed the door open and stepped inside the dark void with an expressionless face. The wooden door then slowly closed and disappeared along with Zhu Shen. Advanced Spatial Ability. Void God Realm. This. Burlock almost pissed his pants as he muttered. He was aware that only those at the Void God Realm could command space element into such a level. He suddenly recalled how he came into the Lotus building and openly challenged Zhu Shen. His back was full of sweat and he felt that he was a retard for challenging someone who might be a Void God Realm. Wine Master Zhu Shen is actually a Void God Realm expert. Burlock slumped into a chair with a listless look.